Welcome, everybody. It is officially the day. The 2023 NHL Trade Deadline is here. All these massive blockbuster trades have been leading up to this moment. And are we going to get a very quiet day today, or are we going to get a very busy day with a lot of surprise players being on the move? We have Bruins Media, who's currently with us. We have the win column and the puck wave, who will be joining us shortly throughout the live stream. But guys, let's hear your thoughts on any of the trades that have happened in the last couple of days or couple of weeks, and what moves are you looking forward to seeing on deadline day. So every single team has until 3 p.m. Eastern to submit the paperwork for a trade to get done. If not, the paper transaction will not go through. Therefore, a trade will not be made official. So, we're going to be taking a look at all the trades that have happened since a couple of weeks ago up until today. So, let's take a look at this one right here that happened yesterday involving Max Domi. So, Cameron, what are your thoughts essentially on this trade?
I think this is a great trade for both sides. Both sides get what they need. A guy like Max Domi signed on a 1 year contract by Chicago. He did a great job for the Blackhawks, but in order to accelerate their rebuild, they ship him off to a Dallas team looking to contend. He should be a good top six player in Dallas, and Chicago gets a draft pick back. It's great value for Chicago, and it's great value for Dallas.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, they've been trying to get rid of Kudobin's contract for the longest time, and they finally do so. He's going to be a UFA at the end of this year. So getting a guy like Max Domi to play alongside Tyler Seguin on the third line, that's fantastic. And who would have thought that Tyler Seguin would be a third line player on the Dallas Stars, especially
Right?
with that contract? So, it's kind of unfortunate that Max Domi was traded because he was such a good fit with the Chicago Blackhawks. So we don't know what's going to happen essentially with the Blackhawks moving forward. Like, is Max Domi going to come back during the offseason since he was such a good fit and they liked him there?
I could see it.
Um, you know, so I mean, we'll see what happens there. But getting a second round pick was the asking price for Domi. I'm not sure if there's any teams willing to pay up a first round pick if they would have waited closer to the deadline today. But still good value for Max Domi. And again, he's a guy that's inconsistent. 1 year, he's going to go off and he's going to be killing it. And he's going to get like a 70-point season like he did with the Habs. And then there's going to be other years where he's underwhelming like he was with the Columbus Blue Jackets, for example. So, I mean, the
Right.
second trade here, a minor deal, nothing great, nothing crazy. But then there's this one here, the Edmonton Oilers acquiring Nick Bjugstad.
That's a fantastic pickup for Edmonton, and honestly, exactly what they needed. I think two of the main concerns Edmonton did address was a defensive need, and their bottom six. And this trade right here for Nick Bjugstad is at exactly that. Bjugstad's a guy who can play center and wing. He has a little bit of a goal scoring touch, and he's 6'6" and should add some size for their lineup during the playoffs. So I love this pickup for Edmonton, and I actually like the pickup for Arizona. The prospect they got back is having a pretty good season, and a third round pick is good value as well.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think he's gonna be a great fit on that, bottom third or fourth line pairing with whoever he's paired up with. I do believe that he's gonna be taking Devin Shore's spot on the
Yep.
lineup. Devin Shore's been a guy that's been sent down to the AHL and called up many times just because of like cap gymnastics, for example, or just for the sake of calling him up because of injuries or whatever the Edmonton Oilers are trying to do with Devon Shore. This one, Bjork, nothing crazy here. A guy that spent most of his time in the NHL, but unfortunately, this year spent most of his time in the AHL. So don't expect anything crazy from him. But the Jonathan Quick trade, he got flipped by the Columbus Blue Jackets after being acquired from the LA Kings. What are your thoughts essentially on Jonathan Quick's situation? Do you think it was right in terms of a business aspect of the trade, or do you think they just did him dirty?
I do think at the end of the day, Jonathan Quick wasn't performing, but I do think that can affect a locker room negatively if you trade one of your legacy players and a guy who's obviously extremely well respected in Los Angeles. And I'm really happy for Quick that he ends up in Vegas, one of LA's bigger rivals, a team that they could meet in the playoffs. And I'm not saying Jonathan Quick will start for them if Logan Thompson is healthy, but I think this is a great storyline, honestly. Jonathan Quick gets slipped. Obviously, I did not see him staying in Columbus. I understand LA's perspective. They're upgrading the goal with Korpisalo. I think maybe on a good defense, he can put up good numbers. And you picked up Gavrikov, so I understand that point. But I thought they'd maybe try to move like Cal Peterson's contract instead. But overall, it's a good deal for both teams. I see both sides. I don't was it ethical? Maybe, maybe not. But at the end of the day, I'm really happy for Jonathan Quick that he ended up in Los Angeles. Hey,
Yeah, and he might face the LA Kings moving forward. If they could face each other potentially as early as the first round of the playoffs, maybe the second or the third. It really depends how it goes down. But as of right now, the Vegas Golden Knights and the LA Kings are both in a playoff spot. So we'll see what happens there. But imagine Jonathan Quick dethroning the LA Kings, the team that he spent his whole career with, he got drafted by, and that would be a headline story, that's for sure. And in terms of the next trade, Jacob Voracek probably never going to play again in the
no,
NHL. So Arizona, once again, being the dumping grounds of the NHL, they took on Shea Weber's contract not so long ago, a couple years ago. Datsuk,
imagine this team in
Pronger.
2016.
Yeah, that team back in the day would have been amazing. Like, I would understand Gary Bettman's reasoning for the Coyotes to stay in the NHL if they had all those players on that team. But unfortunately, all these players are just collecting their paychecks and never going to play another NHL game again. And here's an interesting one that covers the team that you love so much, the Boston Bruins. Tyler Bertuzzi being a Bruin, 50% retained.
Yeah, this is a fantastic deal for Boston. Tyler Bertuzzi is born to be a Bruin. He's exactly what this team needs. I loved him in Detroit. He was a fan favorite there. Coming to Boston for a first and another draft pick, great value. I've heard nothing but good things. The guy's gritty. He's tough. He plays well along the boards. He scores a lot of goals, 62 points in 67 or 68 games last year for Bertuzzi. A guy who's going to be a great fit with Charlie Coyle and Taylor Hall. Really excited to see what he can do. And uh, yeah, no, and for the perspective of Detroit, a guy who wasn't going to re-sign, good value there to get a draft pick.
Yeah, it seems like the Detroit Red Wings are kind of saying, you know what, we had a good season this year, but we're still not there yet. So let's try to sell some players and get some value. So Roenick gets traded to
Yeah,
Vancouver, Bertuzzi gets traded to Boston, and it's so competitive in the East. And I think it's a smart decision by Yzerman to kind of take a step back, knowing
yeah,
that his team will be good for years to come, but they
yeah.
cannot defeat teams like the Bruins, the Hurricanes, the Rangers, and the Devils. So, taking a step back, even though Detroit could have made the playoffs, I do believe that's a very smart move in terms of Yzerman. And another move here, the Granlund trade. Everyone seems pissed off about this deal. The Pittsburgh Penguin fans are in uproar right now, saying we cleared all that cap space. We got rid of Teddy Bluger, which is the deal right below. And we get Granlund out of all people. Friedman gets sent down to the AHL. McGinn gets sent down to the AHL just to acquire Granlund. And they also got Nick Bonino as well today. So,
Yep.
what are your thoughts on those two acquisitions by the Pittsburgh Penguins? Does that make them better? Does that move the needle? Is this the wrong direction for the team? Should they be sellers? What are your
Yeah,
thoughts on them?
like Detroit and Washington's doing, I like that they're managing their assets well. And I think Pittsburgh, they're trying to contend, but at the same time, I'm kind of unsure what direction they're going in. I know they cleared cap trading fan favorite Teddy Bluger away, and then their big addition here is the Kel Granlund. I'm not sure if that's going to be an addition that's going to push them over the needle to even into a playoff spot. So it's a very interesting trade. I know Hextall and company, they're trying to make this group make it with Crosby and Malkin. I understand that, but it's a weird trade. You clear all this cap, and I thought maybe maybe they're going to go get like a Brock Besser or something. No, they go out and get Mikael Granlund, who's a great player and all, but not what he used to be. It's just weird. I just don't know the direction of what Pittsburgh is doing, to be honest.
It seems like they're just trying to win this year, and then like next year, like whatever happens, happens. But for the upcoming years, I do not believe that Pittsburgh's going to be competitive anymore. The East continues to get stronger. Uh, and yeah, so we'll see what happens there in terms of the Pittsburgh Penguins. But I mean, with the New Jersey Devils being so good and adding Timo Meyer, the Islanders adding Horvat and Engvall, every team is getting superior. And then you have the Washington Capitals, Detroit Red Wings, who are sellers. Florida standing pat for the moment, not really doing anything.
It might change today, but we'll see.
Yeah, it might change today. We'll see what happens. The Senators, they're doing well as well. They added Jacob Chikrin for a very good price. They waited till the end. A lot of players like Orlov, um, Gavrikov and company got traded beforehand. So, they were running out of options. I think it was a panic move, and they said, you know what, Ottawa, we're just going to take your deal, and that's up. So, we'll see what happens there in terms of that. But Vladislav Namestnikov, a guy that seems to be moved every single year at the deadline. Apparently, he hasn't joined the team yet. There's rumblings about him potentially being flipped to a contending team. So we'll see what happens there in terms of
Right.
that. Nothing crazy in terms of a coverage there. But Teddy Bluger going to the Vegas Golden Knights, I believe that's a very good move for them to add in terms of depth. He's a very solid defensive shutdown guy, and he's gonna be playing like Fort Line, center in my
Yeah,
opinion.
he's a great penalty killer. Teddy Bluger is guy. He's very responsible. Formed a pretty good line back in Pittsburgh with Zach Ashton Reese back in the day, back when they were winning back a couple of years ago. And I've heard nothing but good things about Teddy. He's a great penalty killer, great at his own end, good in the face-off dot. Should be a solid fourth line center for Vegas, who upgrades their bottom six. And going back to the Namestnikov trade, do not sleep on that pickup of Michael Amisi Esamont. That guy
Yeah,
is an
I see
absolute
one.
stud for San Jose. He's a perfect Tampa type pickup, so don't sleep on him for sure. And yeah, I like the trade for Vegas and Pittsburgh. It's a cap dump. So
Yeah, and Eric Portillo, prospect that unfortunately was not gonna see any playing time, especially with Devin Levy, being the essential starting goaltender for years to come. So he wanted to go to a team that was gonna require the service of a starting goaltender. We all know that LA needs that. Pedersen is not going to be that. He got sent down to the AHL. They got rid of Quick. Korpisalo, we don't know what's going to happen moving forward. And Phoenix Copley, I wouldn't say he's a starting goaltender. He's a fringe NHL starter, if anything. So, it's good to have that on the back burner in terms of a prospect that could potentially be a starting goaltender for LA in the future.
yeah, no, that's exactly it. I mean, Portillo, I'm not sure how good he's going to be. Put up pretty good college numbers, but yeah, no home for him with UPL and Devin Levi in the system there. So goes to LA with a chance to potentially be the starter one day. Uh, yeah, that's probably a perfect situation for him heading to LA. Only cost a third round pick. Good upside by LA and good
Yeah.
move for Buffalo to get an
Let,
asset for him.
let's take a little break from doing trade breakdowns, and let's take a look here at what's going on in terms of rumors or any trades that's been happening as of late. But if I'm not mistaken, David Pagnotta of the fourth period said that there's some chatter with less than 4 hours until the deadline. Pittsburgh's still looking to add even after Bonino.
Yeah,
Edmonton seems done. Ottawa could add a bottom six center. Believe Vancouver and Chicago checked in on Turcotte, who's a prospect of the LA Kings that's not working out there. Washington has got some calls on Connor Sheary, and all eyes are on the Ducks in terms of Klinberg, Kulikov, Grant, and Henrique. So we'll
yeah,
see what happens there.
yeah. Waiting on Anaheim to make a move on those guys. Those guys, they brought in a guy like John Klingberg to sell at the deadline. He hasn't been moved yet. He's underperforming and he's on a big contract. So we'll see what happens there. If even somebody wants to take a swing at a guy like Klingberg, but I would expect Polnikov to be moved here very shortly.
There was a question here. When's the puck wave going to be joining? He's going to be joining on later on in the stream. We don't know exactly when. But he will be joining us at some point. And same thing with the win column. One of their representatives will be joining us shortly as well. But for now, it's just me and Bruins Media. Luca of the ynggpodcast is going to be joining us after around 12:30. So in terms of what's left, basically the best of the rest in terms of the assets that are available. All the big names are essentially gone. Everyone got traded this week leading up into the deadline. What I like about this year's deadline is that there's a lot of unexpected moves, a lot of big name players being moved, and we haven't seen that in like God knows how long, probably like over 20 years. And it kind of gave me vibes of the NBA. I know it's never going to reach NBA status in terms of the deadline, but it's fairly close in terms of what we saw this year at the deadline.
Right. No, exactly. We saw a guy like Timo Meyer and Jakob Chychrun get moved, and a bunch of big names throughout the. I wouldn't even call it trade deadline day. I'm going to call it trade deadline week because it was an eventful week of big acquisitions, big trades. We saw one conference go all in, the Eastern Conference. That's going to be an absolute bloodbath, and it's just really exciting to watch, and it's the most exciting time of year for sure. Yeah, at this level.
Yeah, and what I love about this happening essentially the way that it did is that it also gives us more content to talk about throughout the week as opposed to just like fiddling with our thumbs, waiting for something to happen. I think the analysts, the fans, also the YouTubers such as myself, have a lot more to talk about. It's more exciting, and the one problem with the NHL has been marketing, and I think this year it's been a lot better in terms of marketing, especially because of the trade deadline, the way that the pieces fell. I think if it's always going to be like this every year, where there's like trade after trade after trade after trade leading up to the deadline, there's going to be a lot of hype surrounding the event, and it's just not going to be a TV event where TSN basically makes music videos talking about who's in a tank for Bedard and stuff, or singing about who's in a tank for Bedard, and it's just a lame ass event at the end of the day. So I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And in terms of the players that are available right now, James Van Riemsdyk is number one. Teams interested in him are the Flames, Stars, Wild, Jets, Golden Knights, Hurricanes, Sabers, and Colorado. Honestly, if I have to predict where he goes, I do believe that he ends up with the Winnipeg Jets. They were in the market for Timo Meyer. They were hoping for a top end player. Unfortunately, they only landed Niederreiter, which is a fantastic secondary scoring winger, but it's not enough, especially if you want to compete with the likes of the East. If Winnipeg wants to go all in this year, and they have a very good team, and they're exceeding expectations, especially with guys like Josh Morrissey, who most likely could potentially win the Norris Trophy, even though we all know it's probably going to end up going to Erik Karlsson. So I do believe James Van Riemsdyk would be a perfect fit on the Jets. What are your thoughts?
I could see a potential Winnipeg and James Van Riemsdyk combination, but I'm just going to right now go look at power play percentage, and I want to look at a team that might need a boost to their power play because I think JVR is a guy who's great in front of the net. He's been known to notorious to be in front of his net and score goals. He's great in front, great opportunity to tip in pucks. I'm looking at a team. I'm looking at the Vegas Golden Knights. Now, I know they already made a bunch of moves, but they did put Mark Stone on long-term IR. Vegas' power plays right now ranked 25th in the NHL at 18.4%. JVR would be a great option in front of that net. I think it'd be a good fit, and he could help out their third line for sure. So I think he's going to go to Las Vegas.
So we have the Puck Wave joining us. Thank you so much for coming. Do you hear us?
What's going on, boys? Thanks for having me.
Hey,
You're welcome. So So right now we just went through a couple of the trades right now that happened over the week and also the two trades that happened today. And we spoke about, potential teams that could be looking to add, teams that are probably done. And now we're at the point in the deadline where we're just going over the players that are remaining. So now we're at Brock Boeser. Everyone's been linking Brock Boeser to Minnesota because he's from there. But honestly, the team that has been probably linked the most to him as of late has been the Pittsburgh Penguins. And I think if that were to be their last move, I think it makes a lot of sense to add a guy like Brock Boeser. And, those moves like Granlund and Bonino won't be regarded as bad, especially having Brock Boeser um, on contract for the next couple of years as well, and only being 25 years old. So that's a possibility. And also, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the Islanders add
Yeah,
a scoring winger in Brock Boeser.
I don't think he's going to get moved to the offseason. I really don't. I mean, I've been hearing Pittsburgh and New York, but I honestly don't think Besser is going to get moved today. That's just I don't know. There's no fact behind it. It's just something that I've had in the back of my head.
And what are your thoughts?
I just feel like the Canucks, I have no idea what they're doing at any time. So we could see all these teams that he's linked to, and then it's like, oh, actually, he went to Nashville for like a third. I just legitimately have no idea what they're thinking in Vancouver anymore.
Yeah, they go and add, Kravstov, which is totally fine because they want to add younger players. Apparently, they want to add players that are under the age of 25. They go trade away their pick that they got from the New York Islanders for Bo Horvat, and they flip it for Philip Roenick to the Detroit Red Wings, and that's top 12 protected. A lot of people are not happy with that trade, and it's like, okay, so basically, if there's someone that's under the age of 25, Vancouver is going to acquire him, and I don't understand what the logic is between that. Uh, uh, and honestly, I believe that they should be adding more picks since they are embracing that retool or rebuilding, look. JT Miller's been linked to trade as well to the Hurricanes and to the Penguins, but I don't think that's gonna happen. He's injured week to week. That's probably gonna be an off-season move, if anything. But at the same time, Vancouver said that they want to compete as of next season with their new facelift that they're working on essentially. So I mean, I don't know, like you were saying, what's the plan in Vancouver? Everyone makes fun of the Philadelphia Flyers, saying they're a team that continues to lose, but they never embrace selling. But recently, in recent interviews, their general manager stated that they're gonna be sellers at the deadline, which is like a breath of fresh air finally for the Philly fan base to finally know what direction they're going in, because Philly for the longest time had no sense of direction. Are they trying to win? Are they trying to lose? What's the direction? And I feel like the Vancouver Canucks fall in the same category.
Yeah, no. Looking at Vancouver, they
And it's
can't be
just
in Tweenerville. They got to build around Hughes and Pedersen and Kuzmenko and kind of build up there. And hopefully they can get a guy like Connor Bedard. That would be really franchise altering, and kind of build around those three cornerstones, identify that core, and build that culture up.
And
Yeah,
if
you can go
you're a
ahead.
fan of the Canucks, you're stuck in this like weird purgatory where you thought, you might have something this year, and then you're like, okay, we're just gonna hang Boudreau out to dry and that whole fiasco. And now it's like you trade Horvat, but then you trade the pick that you get for him. If you're a Coyotes fan, like the four of them that are out there, it's like that they're rebuilding. You know that they're not gonna really try to win games, or they just want a number one overall pick. If you're a Canucks fan, you have legitimately no idea. Like they could make a playoff run with the way that they run this organization. It's not going to happen given the roster, but it's just a weird purgatory of we're too bad to be good, but we're too good to be totally bad. So, let's just get the 8th overall pick and this won't be worth it.
Yeah, it's such a strange, sense of direction for this team, especially for Philly for so many years up until this deadline. And I hate when teams are in the limbo. Like, just make a decision. You're either a seller or you're a buyer. And the Flames are starting to be in that conversation too now, where they're contending for a playoff spot, but they might actually be sellers. And it's crazy how they were such a fantastic team last year and they were adding so many pieces. And now it's like, okay, now there's rumors about Tyler Toffoli potentially be traded to the Hurricanes. And it's like, what the heck? They just gave up so much for him last year to the Montreal Canadiens, and now they're selling pieces. I mean, they did lose Kachuk, they lost Boudreau, they bring in Huberto, which hasn't been working out. Mackenzie Weegar not working out, very underwhelming in terms of his services on the Calgary Flames D line, but also um looking at Kadri, he's a good player, but for that amount of money for that term, like I don't know. I know he's accomplished, and I know he's been underrated his whole career, but I just feel like those were the wrong moves. And Brad Living was just trying to save his job, just trying to keep the Calgary Flames competitive for years to come, and now it's blowing up in their face. And Florida Panthers, Kachuk is doing amazing, even though the team is doing bad. They won the deal.
Oh yeah, hands down. Matthew Kachuk's having honestly an MVP type caliber year, but nobody's talking about it. He's been that good for Florida. He's having a great season.
Yeah, you just look at Kachuk. He's made a legitimate impact on a team that brought him in after trading away their franchise player, and the player that Calgary got in return, they're like, he doesn't really want to be here. He's not living up to expectations. So it's, like you said, very obvious who won that one.
Yeah. And just to take a break from talking about potential players that could be on the move or what teams are doing, Darren Dreger reported that the Minnesota Wild are taking calls on Greenway. That's a guy that plays bottom 6 minutes, third line, fourth liner, essentially gritty, forward. I thought he would be a good fit on a team like the Boston Bruins. I think he fits that mold of the big bad Bruins, but they go at a guy like Bertuzzi. I wonder what happens with Greenway. They want to get rid of his contract, and if I'm mistaken, he just signed a new extension last season, but they're just waiting on better offers. We're still waiting on what's happening with Matt Dumba. There's still no news on that, but we do know that the Senators and Canucks were interested in him a couple of weeks ago. Pierre LeBrun reports that Seattle has talked to the Ducks about John Klingberg, who is right there up on our screen. He's linked to Seattle, Edmonton, the Hurricanes, and Winnipeg. But I think at this point, Seattle or Winnipeg are better fits because the Hurricanes added Gostisbehere and the Oilers added Ekholm. So that's not going to happen. So it really comes down to Seattle or Winnipeg. And in terms of the Pittsburgh Penguins, Elliot Friedman reports that they're not done and they have had talks with the Canucks, but things have gone a little bit stale and talks have become complicated between them.
I wonder if that's about Brock Boeser or JT Miller or something else. That'll be something interesting to monitor.
Yeah, I mean, who would you rather have essentially, Brock Boeser or JT Miller on the Pittsburgh Penguins?
Brock Boeser for sure. He's 25 years old, and JT Miller had one. I mean, both of them haven't really done anything. Brock since his rookie year. JT Miller had a good year last year, but I don't know. I'm not taking JT Miller on that salary, and I think Brock Boeser just needs a change of scenery, honestly. So I'd Brock Boeser all day.
And Puckwave, what are your thoughts?
I'm not going to lie. Brock Boeser's the reason why I woke up this morning. I thought he was the big domino still to fall, and I've been telling people that Brock Boeser's going to be the one that goes. And I think him in the Pittsburgh thing, it fits perfectly because they don't trade for star players. They only really get role players, which Brock Boeser on that team would be, not like a role player by the standard definition, but he wouldn't be Sid. He wouldn't be Gino. He'd be on, second line, you'd say, and he'd probably put up good points given the roster that they would have around him.
But the thing is that if you add a guy like Brock Boeser, Jason Zucker's having a fantastic season. Does he go down to the third line?
Hey guys, how you doing?
What are your thoughts on that?
You could switch him and see how Boeser does at first, and then if Zucker keeps up, because sometimes people trade for players, and then a Zucker would feel the fire literally underneath them with a Brock Boeser and see how the two perform, and then kind of play it by ear.
And people are saying, what's a potential return for the Canucks? I know they want defense, but I feel like the Penguins should not move any defensemen. They should actually trade for one. And there's been talks about, potentially Marcus Pedersen being traded to the Vancouver Canucks. Like they already got rid of Marino, which I think was a disgusting trade.
Dumb
And it was
decision.
so
Oh my
dumb.
gosh.
He's so underrated. He's so important for the New Jersey Devils, and it shows. And getting Ty Smith, who's barely played in NHL games this season, he's spent most of his time in the AHL. Even though they got a pick attached with that, wow, I don't
Yeah,
really like that at all. And then the Matheson trade as well.
that was awful. They should
Matheson has
trade Jeff
been
Petrie as part of
doing,
that deal. They shouldn't.
fantastic things for the Canadiens. And even though Jeff Petrie had these two awesome goals last night against the Tampa Bay Lightning, I still believe that, at the end of the day, Matheson is
He made a
younger
training
and
right
he's
now.
cheaper.
Yep.
So what are your thoughts on
Yeah,
that?
and them trading away defensemen, and then, like you said, the Ty Smith, as a Devils fan, the first year, obviously, you thought the world of Ty Smith, and then last year it was like, eh. And then imagine a John Marino on this Penguins team. It's exactly what they need, but they gave away for somebody who, like you said, hasn't even played too much on the Penguins team. And,
Right.
they kind of, it's not even addition by subtraction. It was just subtraction for them.
It was
Yeah,
awful.
and this is an interesting piece of information. Believe the Tampa Bay Lightning are among the teams monitoring the price today on John Klingberg. They're running low on assets, we all know, but could hear enough cap space getting the Ducks to take Philip Myers and run Klingberg's salary through third-party broker. That's interesting, honestly, that the Tampa Bay Lightning are in the market for a defenseman. We know they lost to Ryan McDonough during the offseason. He got traded to the Nashville Predators. But Tampa's also been linked to Joel Edmondson, who just came back from injury and played his first game with the Canadiens last night against the Ducks, and God knows how long. So I don't know what the Bolts essentially do moving forward in today's deadline, but I don't know. I mean, if I'm the Ducks, I don't really want to trade with a team like Tampa, or if I'm the Montreal Canadiens, I don't want to really trade with Tampa because they have barely any assets left, and you're gonna have to take on some salary in a bad contract like Philip Myers, who's been sent down to the AHL a couple of times and called back up, and there's always been cap gymnastics essentially with Myers throughout the season.
If I'm Tampa in this situation, I don't think you need another offensive defenseman like Klingberg. If anything, I think you even pay a little bit more for a guy like Edmondson just because he's better in his own end. So if they go out and acquire Klingberg, you have Klingberg and Hedman, who are both awful in their own end this year. Sergachev, who's more of an offensive-minded defenseman. I just don't see why they'd add a John Klingberg when you have a Sergachev and a Hedman on your team.
We have an interesting comment here. I'm guessing a Pittsburgh Penguins fan. If it's JT, I might freak out, not in a good way. So
No.
And John says if Calgary misses the playoffs, GM should be gone for good. So I mean, we'll see what happens there. They were linked to Nick Ritchie of the Arizona Coyotes for the longest time, and apparently there was actual talks that happened between them the last couple of days. I think that's a big mistake. I know Nick Ritchie has, really had a resurgent season with the Coyotes this season after being traded by Toronto last season, but that's not the guy you go for. You need a top winger that could play with Jonathan Huberdeau. And if you do not get that, it's a fail. It's a fail in my eyes. There's no there's no other answer for the Flames. And if they could try to move Mackenzie Weegar, and with the assets they get for Weegar, potentially acquire another defenseman, that would be a smart move by them as well.
Yeah, no, I'm a Bruins fan, so I got to witness, sadly, Nick Ritchie play hockey. And if you could picture somebody putting cement in their skates and trying to skate around, that was pretty much Nick Ritchie every night. The one thing he was good at is standing out in front of the net and potentially scoring a power play goal. But I think Milan Lucic skates better than that guy. And to even think about those two guys being on the same line, oh my God.
And we also have news about the Seattle Kraken, once again, saying that they're just keeping an eye on John Klingberg, but as of right now, they're focusing on taking offers for Carson Soucy and Will Borgen to potentially capitalize on some of high prices of the market. So, I mean, I know the asking price for Susi was a first round pick a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if they lowered their asking price, but I mean, I wouldn't pay that for Carson Susi. I think that's
No,
an
I wouldn't
absolutely
either.
disgusting mistake for a team to make.
I think Tampa should go after Susie instead of Klingberg. To be honest with you, I think that'd be a better fit than Dr. Klingberg. But
And what are your
no, I
thoughts,
would not pay
Buckway?
a first.
Yeah, I mean, on Susi, the Lightning thought that, they should just give every pick that they have basically till the end of time for Tanner Jeannot. So maybe somebody just really likes Carson Susi and wants to give away the farm. But John Klingberg to Seattle, I think on a rental, I like it a lot for them because the West is so open. So you never know. You get a guy like Klingberg in there, and maybe, they go around further than they maybe would have this season.
True. A big Western team makes a big move. That's a lot of opportunity to run the West because the East is just so competitive right now.
Yeah, and I just got a report that the Pittsburgh Penguins sent down 2 forwards to the AHL, one being Drew O'Connor, the other one I'm not too sure, but that means they're potentially clearing up more space for a potential move today, but also making room for guys like Mikael Granlund and Nick Bonino as well in terms of getting a spot on the bottom lines, third or fourth line. Really depends on what Mike Sullivan wants to do with that. But a team that's been really interesting and hasn't made any moves, the Philadelphia Flyers, like we were talking about before, they've announced that they're going to be sellers. Do you move guys like Kevin Hayes, Ivan Provorov? Like, what's the situation here?
I don't
And
know.
and
Can
what do
you?
you do? Like, you take on some salary and you retain some salary essentially for a team to take on one of these guys?
I don't. I mean, I'd try to move Kevin Hayes. Honestly, he was overpaid, and he's still overpaid for that contract. First of all, I don't know if there's going to be a suitor. You'd have to get somebody. You'd have to retain money, and then, like you said, get a third party to retain money. So that's something interesting. I'd trade Kevin Hayes for pretty much anything at this point if you could. I know he's had a decently productive season, but that contract is really bad. So if you can get a third party to take 50%, then maybe you should consider it.
And what are your thoughts, Buckwave? Any traction on potentially one of these top Philadelphia Flyers players being traded today, or do you think that's more of an off-season move?
With Kevin Hayes in particular, Torch just hates him for whatever reason and will just randomly scratch him. So if you're just going to scratch him and just have that salary eat away, just pay half of it or a third of it, whatever you want to do, and let him actually play instead of just, if you're going to scratch him, it's the same as if you trade him and have to eat the money. So let him play. When he said the other day that he would rather be in Philadelphia than on a contender, that's nice of him to say. It's definitely not true. So I don't know why he, wanted to just make up some lie about it. Because I know for sure he does not want to be in Philadelphia for 3 more years. A week after Tortorella was like, yeah, this team is going absolutely nowhere. And even next year will probably be pretty rough. But I mean, if you're a team and you're okay in cap space and depending on how much Philly eats, I would want a Kevin Hayes.
And do you believe that maybe Chuck Fletcher gets fired and a guy like Daniel Barrera, who is the assistant general manager right now of the Philadelphia Flyers, could potentially replace him since this team is thinking of being sellers? Like, what are your thoughts on the direction of the Philadelphia Flyers since they've announced that they're going to be sellers? Tortorella wrote a letter to the fan base. It was posted everywhere saying that, sorry if we're not competitive, we're not, good this year, and it's going to be rough for the next couple of years, like Bruins Media was alluding to before. What do you do in terms of the management in Philadelphia?
Clean house.
Clean house?
Sell the team.
Yep.
Sell the team. But the problem with the Philadelphia Flyers is that they have good assets like Kevin Hayes, Ivan Provorov, James Van Riemsdyk. But the thing is that it's the salary, it's the cap hit, and they're going to
that's
have
the
to
hard part.
retain. And that's the reason why Philly hasn't really made any moves, because a lot of these guys are quote unquote on bad contracts, and especially in the salary cap era, teams, they're not going to take a bad contract like that unless there's a team that retains one of these players' contracts, either if it's the team itself or if it's a third team that's facilitating this trade to happen, like Arizona, Chicago, maybe even a team like Montreal that was open to eating up some salary. So it makes this whole situation in Philadelphia very complicated. And in terms of what else is available, Domi got traded yesterday to Dallas. We covered that. We covered the quick trade as well. Bjugstad as well. Tyson Berry. Do you think Tyson Berry might be flipped by the Nashville Predators? I know there was a video going on online yesterday that none of the Predators players got up to even shake his hand, and it was such an awkward introduction for Tyson Berry and the Nashville Predators team. Do you think he gets flipped? He's a power play specialist. He's a very good offensively minded defenseman. Do you see him potentially being on the move, or do you think he stays with the Predators?
He's going to get flipped, I think. Take a look at Seattle. And if they can't, I think whoever doesn't land Klingberg could try to land Barry if he can get a salary. Somebody can retain salary on that deal.
What are your thoughts, Buckwave?
I never really thought of a Tyson Berry flip situation. That is an interesting point. Whoever loses out on Klingberg could want Tyson Berry, but that video you were referencing was like very funny. They just did not, and I mean, I get it. It's kind of probably how McDavid and Draisaitl felt about Berry leaving. They just, they didn't want him to go. Nashville probably didn't necessarily want him. They would have rather had Ekholm stick around. So it's same thing with Nashville too. Are they good? Are they going to sneak in the playoffs? Do they want a lottery pick? And I think whatever they do with Barry decides where they think the direction of this team is the rest of the year.
Yeah, and honestly, that's if it wasn't for the fourth period, I would have never thought of that either. But the Nashville Predators essentially being sellers, Barry Trotz being named the new general manager, which will be in effect as of June 30th. So David Pulley is going to be stepping down, taking his retirement. He's been there for way too long. Even though he's done a lot of good things, he's also done some bad things, and that's what comes with the job essentially. But when you're there for too long, uh, you know it's time to move on. And I'm happy that Barry Trotz gets an opportunity to be a general manager because he's been interested in that role since he stepped down as the New York Islanders coach. And, he was weighing his options about what he was going to do moving forward. Was he going to be a coach? He was thinking about maybe coaching a team in Canada. Maybe the Flames were an option. Toronto was an option. But unfortunately, for those Canadian teams, they don't have the services of arguably one of the best coaches of the modern day of hockey. So, I don't know what happens in terms of Barry Trotz as a general manager. Will he be effective? Will he come in with an old mentality since he's an old school type of guy? Especially as a coach, is that going to be translated into his general manager antics? Is he going to be open-minded, making a lot of moves? But essentially, David Pulley is setting up the stage for Barry Trotz to take over. This is a rebuilding team, so Barry Trotz is going to have a fresh start with the Predators making and building a contender.
Yeah, and the Barry Trotz move is just really interesting. Like you said, what does Pulley want to do in his last hurrah? He could do something just absolutely ridiculous, and then, in 3 months, he's like, it's not really my problem anymore. So, if somebody wants to give him maybe not as much as you would think for Tyson Berry, he might just pull the trigger.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm gonna be very curious to see what he does in terms of drafting at the deadline, at the draft, and at the free agency market as well. Who he signs as UFAs. What's gonna happen? Is he gonna move out guys like um, Johansson or maybe a guy like McDonough? But we just got news that Curtis Lazar has been acquired by the Devils. Right here, Noah says it. And let's just take a look at that trade on Twitter and let's do a little bit of a breakdown. So the return is a 4th round pick for Curtis Lazar. How are we feeling about this? Where does Curtis Lazar fit on the New Jersey Devils lineup?
I mean, he'll definitely fit in somewhere. Admittedly, I'm not the biggest Curtis Lazar stat guy. I mean, it's got to be somewhere on that fourth line. I know Devils fans are very love or hate that BMW line. They'll probably slot in there somewhere.
Before I get off, I got to witness Curtis play last year. Really hardworking fourth line guy. So, yeah, he'll probably slide in with McLeod and Miles Wood. But I got to get off, guys. But wow, that's a shocking trade for sure.
Will you be joining us after Bruins Media? Oh, okay. I guess
That's a good answer.
I get yeah. So, question here, is the deadline at 3 o'clock? Yes, it is. So guys who have just tuned in, Curtis Lazar is now a member of the New Jersey Devils. He's probably going to be slotting in on the fourth line. Again, teams heading into the playoffs, especially a team like New Jersey, they're gonna want to go on a playoff run, and you're gonna want to have as many pieces as possible because on the third line and fourth line in the playoffs, it's very important to have guys that are in a shutdown position or they could get clutch goals. But at the end of the day, Curtis Lazar is going to be in and out of the lineup. In my opinion, he's going to be a guy that's going to be replacing one of the guys on the fourth line. From time to time, but also he could be scratched from time to time as well. It all depends on who's playing good in the playoffs. Also, if there's any injuries, that's how he slots into the lineup. So we'll see what happens in terms of Curtis Lazar. But let's just take a look here if there's anything else that's happening. A lot of people are saying that it was going to be a very boring trade deadline. And honestly, there's only been three deals today. All the big guys got traded. Bonino got traded today. You had Vrana, who moves to the St. Louis Blues. That was a very interesting trade. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what happens with Vrana with the Blues. But my personal perspective of why they did that trade is that they're taking a chance on guys like Kasperi Kapanen, Jacob Vrana, when playing on the right team, like Kapanen did with the Toronto Maple Leafs and Vrana did with the Washington Capitals for so long. They were great players. It's just that due to cap situations, they had to choose, what's going to go on with our team, who do we keep, who gets traded, and they were the guys that were essentially moved out. And they didn't really fit with their new teams. Kapanen goes back to the Penguins because he was part of the Phil Kessel trade originally. Then he gets traded for a first round pick a couple of years ago, if I'm mistaken, in 2020. And he goes back to Pittsburgh, and it just wasn't a fit. Moving up and down the lineup, healthy scratch sometimes, it just wasn't working out. And St. Louis takes a chance on that. And, that's a reclamation project for the Blues. But also with Vrana, that's another reclamation project. He entered the NHL assistance program due to either maybe drug abuse or alcohol abuse. So people are saying that was a steal in terms of the value that they got in return for Vrana. They basically gave up nothing. An AHL player and a bottom end pick. So I mean, with St. Louis moving out guys like O'Reilly, Achari, Tarasenko, Mikola, Barbashev, they're gonna have to get some pieces in return. They still have a good core. They have Robert Thomas, they have Brandon Saad, they have Jordan Kyrou. So they're gonna have to surround themselves and build around those players moving forward. And there's also rumors about Parayko being on the move potentially. So we'll see what happens there. But what are your thoughts on Kapanen and Vrana being a member of the St. Louis Blues?
Vrana's interesting, like you said, kind of being the reclamation project. And if he can get back to, he's not going to light it up for them. And in this new phase that the Stars are entering after, getting rid of most of the players from their cup team that were still there, he'll play. And I feel like expectations are low, rightfully so. And what he makes of the opportunity, I'm sure St. Louis is very excited to see which version of him they will be getting and how he'll be able to contribute to St. Louis.
Yeah, and another tidbit here, which you are right, NHL 2021. Yeah, it's not just for substance abuse; it's also for like mental health reasons as well. Um, so I just wanted to add that as well. In terms of who else is available, let's take a look at the San Jose Sharks. They added Namestnikov. a couple of days ago. He hasn't joined the team. Looks like they're gonna flip him. James Reimer is an option as well. Kevin Labanc as well is another option. Where do you think these guys go? Do they get traded?
Reimer, I could like Buffalo being a team that's interested is interesting because I just feel like anything other than Craig Anderson is a significant upgrade. And I know they have I never even tried to say his name. Uko, everybody knows who I'm talking about. But so it's like
Buffalo
that
goalie.
experiment hasn't gone as well as they would have hoped. James Reimer, at least is steady and is obviously better than Craig Anderson, and they're only a few points out of that wild card 2 spot. So maybe a team like Buffalo. I'm not saying this is a Marc-Andre Fleury to Minnesota move like last year, but for Buffalo, it would probably be received as well as that one was.
Yeah, and I think James Reimer is a very underrated goalie, but you cannot put him in a position where he's going to be the starting goaltender because that could go either way. Um, I could potentially see him go back to Toronto. We don't know what's going on with Matt Murray, if he's going to be back for playoff action. As of right now, Samsonov is a starter and deservedly so. He's been fantastic this year, but people are still skeptical if he's the right choice to be the starting goaltender heading into the playoffs. So that experiment's been going well for them. Matt Murray's been doing well when healthy, but again, injuries always plague him. So maybe James Reimer could be a fit with Toronto. And in terms of Kevin Labanc, um, I would have thought Dallas would have been the perfect fit for him, but because Domi is there now and Dandanov is there, I don't think that happens. New Jersey, I don't really think that happens either. And unless it's like a player for player trade, 1-for-1 or something like that, maybe some salary retention. Calgary, we don't even know what's going on with them. Are they sellers? Are they buyers? So LaBanc could literally end up anywhere. I don't think he ends up on any of those three teams that he's linked to.
Yeah, like you said, two of the teams that he's linked to traded for similar players already. And unless they trade for player, it may not even, he may just be stuck in San Jose.
Yeah, and it's the contract that kills him too. 4.72 million. It's not good anymore for what he brings to a team. A couple years ago, he was a very solid player. He was working himself up into the lineup, but over the years he's been regressing, and San Jose as a whole has been regressing. So, like we were talking about before at the beginning of the podcast, Jordan Greenway is on the move as well. They're trying to look for the best offer possible, according to reports. He could potentially be on the move. He's on the first year of his 3-year contract that was signed last season. And honestly, I don't know what they do. Maybe they get rid of Greenway to make some room for a guy like Brock Boeser, bring back the Minnesota native. That's a possibility. There's been rumors about Matt Dumba being on the move. Now things have been quiet on that front. We don't know what goes on with that, but I do believe that Greenway could potentially be traded. In terms of Krug and Colton Pareko, um, honestly, I don't know what happens there. St. Louis are like one of the biggest sellers this year. They've done such a fantastic job with the returns that they've got for Barbashev, O'Reilly, Acheri, Tarasenko, Mikola. And now I don't know what happens moving forward. Do these two players get moved? One of them gets moved. Who else is on the move in St. Louis?
Could I just go back to Jordan Greenway for 1 second?
Yeah, no problem.
So we were just talking about player for player, and I just thought of this now. Minnesota desperately needs a center, and I really don't think they want Jordan Greenway's contract. What if 1-for-1 you get rid of Kevin Hayes for Jordan Greenway? I feel like both situations come out a little bit better, and I'm sure Minnesota Wild fans would think that that's really dumb and whatnot, but it could play.
I don't know, to be honest, because look, at the end of the day, Kevin Hayes, he is a lot better than Greenway. Greenway's a third line checking forward, a guy you put on the penalty kill essentially. I don't know if anything really transpires in terms of Kevin Hayes deal or a Jordan Greenway deal, but I mean, at the end of the day, there's two things that Minnesota needs: a scoring top centerman. So I don't understand why they haven't made that move yet. They got Marcus Johansson, but they put him on the on the second line as of right now, as a left winger. Nyquist is still not healthy. He's probably going to be back for the end of the season or right before playoffs. He's a good underrated, scoring winger. So I don't know what really happens in terms of Nyquist either. But I still believe they need a centerman. They've tried a couple of experiments here and there last season and this season, but they don't have a bona fide top line center. And just taking a look at their lines, essentially, I think that's the one thing they do lack. Ryan Hartman, he's been a winger for most of his career, but he's not a top line centerman. I'm sorry for Minnesota fans that are hearing this, but I believe he's better off as a winger. Um, Joel Eriksson Ek, I think he's very underrated, one of the best two-way centerman in the league. He has a really good offensive upside to him as well. Frederick Goudreau, yeah, not bad, pretty solid. Third line center. He's able to play the wing as well. And Connor Dewar, um, yeah, whatever, Fort line centerman, whatever it is, what it is. But I don't know. You look at this team; they have depth on the wing, but at the end of the day, I watched the game between the Columbus Blue Jackets, Minnesota Wild, and there was one thing that was so obvious, that Kaprizov carries this team offensively.
Yeah. He is the team. Without him, they are Arizona just in the Midwest.
And what are your thoughts essentially on the whole Kevin Fiala situation? Like, he's been such a good piece for them. And he gets traded, he goes to LA, and he's been killing it there. And it shows that they've been lacking scoring touch on this team, and Kevin Fiala has been sorely missed.
Kevin Fiala, it was so tough because I know Minnesota Wild fans just absolutely adored him. But this team, the way that they've handled money for the past decade, it seems like it's just been so poor. I think they're still paying Zach Parise. They have dead cap. I think it's 10 million, something like that. So you finally get a player like Kevin Fiala that you would really want to keep around, and you just can't because of bad contracts you've taken on for years and years. And yeah, this is absolutely because you look at this, the way the roster is now, Kevin Fiala is on that top first line, that second line. And then the center problem, even though he's a wing, isn't as relevant because they have somebody besides Kaprizov that can literally do anything. And, for LA, Kevin Fiala is a big reason for their surprising success.
And we have another trade to announce right here. Oh, my bad. Uh yeah, so Philadelphia finally makes a trade, but it's not what we expected. It's literally a joke of a trade. It's two fighters for each other.
Yeah,
Like, okay, like, how does this significantly improve LA? They're, in my eyes, they're the same player.
basically.
I mean, is it maybe salary that they're trying to save on, and that's why they traded for the same player, but just Zach's a lot less in terms of his salary. Like, honestly, let's just take a look here. But I mean, this doesn't really move the needle for any of these teams. Lemieux is younger. Okay, I think it's a player that fits Tortorella's system. So I mean, sure, okay, yeah, they're rebuilding their sellers, so it makes sense to go for a younger guy, but okay, like I just don't see the significance with this trade. It's such a useless trade, and if I'm not
Imagine
mistaken, a fifth round pick's also involved in this trade as well.
Imagine being Lemieux. Like, you wake up this morning and you're like, all right, cool. I live in Los Angeles. I'm going to make the playoffs. No way I get traded. And then it's like, oh, I am. Oh, I'm going to Philadelphia too. It's just absolute worst case scenario for him.
And in terms of Lemieux's game, fourth line defensive winger with a lifelong passion for throwing his fists and taking a lot of penalties. Um, in terms of the other player that's going to LA, Zach, he's a winger with a lifelong passion for throwing hits and taking penalties. It's literally the same player, goon for goon. So, I mean, whatever. Like if I wasn't doing this live right now and someone told me, Chris, you got to do a trade breakdown on these two guys, I would be like, no, it's such a waste of time because it's basically the same guy being traded for each other. And what am I gonna say in an analysis essentially?
It
So
wouldn't even
this guy throws fists, and so does the other guy, and I think it's an even trade. It's a win-win for both.
it wouldn't even be a YouTube video. It'd be a YouTube short.
Yeah. I would never even waste my viewers' times to even watch or click on that video. I would even the fact if I would make a thumbnail on that trade would be the biggest waste of time in my life, especially in the last 2 years that I've been doing hockey coverage on this channel. So yeah, pretty quiet day in terms of the trades. A goon for a goon has been the highlight reel of the NHL trade deadline in 2023. All the big boys got traded, but let's continue taking a look at who's available. Uh, Two interesting names: Kulikov that was traded a couple of months ago from Minnesota to the Ducks. They wanted to clear some, cap space. Like you were saying before, Minnesota really has been doing a good job in terms of the whole money situation. Kulikov goes to the Ducks. He's on an expiring deal. He's a guy that's always traded at the deadline, it seems. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets traded once again. Boston, Winnipeg, Pittsburgh, Toronto. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to a team like Pittsburgh or Winnipeg just as a depth piece. I know those two teams are always looking for defense, and Pittsburgh has yet to make a move for a defenseman. So, I mean, we'll see what happens there. And in terms of Joel Edmondson, such an interesting name to cover because, he was one of the top defensemen available for the longest time, along, with McCabe, Gavrikov, Chikrin, and then he gets injured for a significant period of time. And then guys like Orlov gets traded out of the blue. No one was expecting that. Rasmus Sandin gets traded. So and there's been a lot of moves for defensemen, it seems, and Joel Edmondson kind of became the forgotten defenseman that was available for the longest time. But now he's back. All these top defensemen are gone, and I think Joel Edmondson, apart from John Klimberg, are the two best remaining defenseman available. And if you want to go based off contract, he has another year left on his contract at $3.5 million. So he's even more desirable than Klinberg. And I do believe he is better in terms of being a more complete forward because Klinberg is a liability defensively, even though he's very talented offensively, but he hasn't really done much this year with the Ducks. It's been very disappointing. And I know they wanted to kind of use him as an asset to trade at the deadline, but that is not the case at this point. He still hasn't been dealt, and with $7 million on his contract for the remainder of the season, I mean, I don't even know if he even gets traded. But in terms of Edmonton, Hurricanes, Los Angeles, Toronto, Seattle are linked to him. Two other teams that were added to the mix yesterday were the Flames and Tampa Bay Lightning that took a look at Edmondson. So I don't know what really happens here in terms of Joel Edmondson and Kulikov. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like you said, a team that's going to trade for one of these two is going to need another depth defenseman. I like some of the teams that are interested in Edmondson, I think, are more interesting than Kulikov because, like you said, Edmondson, a little more flexibility, the Klinberg thing. That's the thing. If Klinberg moves, these guys will go. But if Klinberg doesn't, I don't think they will because it's really, he's the big domino. And then this is kind of, okay, well, we didn't get him, so we'll settle for a Kulikov and Edmondson. And also, depending on what team gets Klinberg, that determines, the market for these two defensemen as well.
Yeah, and honestly, I do believe that Edmondson will be traded. They interviewed him after last night's game. It was his first game back in a long time, and he was very emotional. He was talking about the whole playoff run the Canadians had in 2021. No, sorry, 2020, 2021 season, yes. And, how much that meant to him, how much Montreal means to him. But at the end of the day, Montreal got rid of a lot of fan favorites over the years. And even though he loves the city of Montreal, and it's very hard to find people that want to stay in Montreal, or especially in Canada, especially with the Canadian dollar being significantly less than the US dollar. Um, it's a guy you would like to keep, but unfortunately, like Tyler Toffoli, like Brett Kulak, like all these other guys that got traded by Montreal over the last 2 years, they're gonna have to essentially take the best offer for him and move on from him. If not, it's not the end of the world to trade Edmondson next year because he still has another year left and maybe he's more healthy. But at the same time, do the Canadians take the risk and say, you know what, we're gonna keep him and maybe he gets injured again and then he's finished and then no one's really gonna trade for him? So I think now is the time to trade Edmondson.
And if you're a team, I hate this whole notion. This is what I was afraid of with a team like the Devils, for example. If they would have waited on Timo Meyer and say the Hurricanes stepped up and got him, you knew that they wanted Timo Meyer. But then if you wait and wait, especially until today, then you get stuck trading for somebody that you don't want. So if you're a Seattle, or I don't really think Carolina would be in on Klingberg, but say Seattle or Toronto, let's say, and you don't get Klingberg, do they feel like they're settling for Edmondson? And I don't think that that's what either one would want to feel like they are doing. So it's really what team really wants him and can think he'll fit in best with them, instead of just being, okay, we didn't get the guy we wanted, so we got Joel.
Yeah. And, unfortunately, with so many people, being above him in terms of defensemen that were available heading into the deadline, Montreal kind of lost leverage. But at the same time, the Canadiens have been a very quiet team, which they're my team. So I'm hoping that something transpires in the next couple of hours. But I love that whole Dandanov for Gurianov trade. Gurianov scored a freaking rocket yesterday against the Kings. I was like, holy crap, is that Gila Fleur taking that shot? It was like, wow. But Dandanov's, fared pretty well with the Dallas Stars. He has like 2 points in 2 games, if I'm mistaken, a goal and an assist. So, and they put him on the power play too. So I'm happy that he gets a change of scenery. It wasn't working out in Montreal. We saw that he wasn't able to finish. Gurianov, he had a good start with the Dallas Stars, but unfortunately over the last couple of years fell apart. But the Canadians get a guy that's 8 years younger, which in my opinion is an absolute steal. So much potential. Drafted 12th overall in the first round a couple years ago. So obviously getting another reclamation project from Montreal and for St. Louis to work on, I think it's a fantastic fit. They put him on the top line with Nick Suzuki over the last 2 games. So I mean, I think that's great. And they get Dandanov, the Dallas Stars. And at first, a lot of people weren't too happy with that deal, but he's been panning out. And, they didn't give up any assets, really. They just gave up a player that just wasn't working out. And Montreal turned Shea Weber's contract, a guy that's never going to play a game ever in the NHL, for a guy that got drafted 12th overall in the first round a couple years ago. So technically, they traded for a first round pick for Shea Weber, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
That's good asset management in terms of Kent Hughes, and I've loved every single one of his moves. All his moves have worked out amazingly. Even when he made mistakes, like with a Dandanov trade, for example, it wasn't really a mistake to begin with because he got an active roster player, and Dandanov had a great season with the Vegas Golden Knights. And I felt bad for him because they tried trading him to the Ducks. That didn't work out. He stayed with the Vegas Golden Knights. Then he went on this whole revenge tour, and he's like, you know what? You wanted to trade me because you thought I was garbage. Well, here it is. This is what I'm capable of. And he went on this big ass like point streak, and then they moved him at the offseason. So I'm really happy that he gets an opportunity to play on a playoff team with Dallas, and they're putting him in positions to do well. But traded to the Penguins so that they can trade him to Vancouver for JT Miller. What do you think? I don't think that's gonna happen. Unfortunately, even though they've been linked to JT Miller and Brock Boeser, Bonino is familiar with the system. He knows Mike Sullivan very well. He knows Crosby, Letang, Malkin, some other guys on the team. He's won 2 Stanley Cups with the Penguins. It's just adding championship pedigree and playoff experience. He's not the player he once was, but he's a good, shutdown bottom, line guy.
And Bonino, like I was saying before, and with the experience with the same exact team, Bonino's the type of guy that in their cup runs they acquire, not because he's going to, sell a bunch of jerseys and people are going to go to the game to see him. It's going to be like, yeah, I love Nick Bonino because he does X, Y, and Z for this team.
Yeah, he does a lot of the small things right, and I appreciate that. In terms of the Pittsburgh Penguins, saying, you know what, this guy's probably towards the end of his career. He's probably going to retire after the season. Maybe we'll see what happens, but let's give him one more shot. He's a good buddy of ours. He's familiar with the system. He knows what it takes to win. So let's just bring him back and see what happens moving forward. But in terms of JT Miller, the guy that we just spoke about not so long ago, the Hurricanes, Seattle, and Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh and the Hurricanes were the two biggest teams linked to JT Miller. Uh, his 7-year contract kicks in as of July 1st. So does a team want to take a risk for that on JT Miller? And he's going to be playing to what, 37 years old, and he's already a defensive liability. But he's very good offensively, and he almost had an 100-point season last season. So, is it possible to see JT Miller do that again?
I really don't know. And this just speaks to what I was saying before about the Canucks. How they had this core, and then potentially by this deadline, they're all gone. Like they made up their mind with they wanted JT Miller so badly to stay and didn't work out. They got their coach fired. Rick Tocchet came in. He's kind of, righting the ship. But if you can't get rid of Kevin Hayes, I don't think you're going to be able to get rid of JT Miller unless you absolutely know you need him and you just want him to be a part of your team so desperately.
Yeah, and people are really upset that they chose Horvat to they chose JT Miller to resign over Horvat. They chose Kuzmenko over JT Miller to resign. Sorry, over Horvat. So JT Miller and Kuzmenko were chosen over Horvat. Horvat gets traded. He was, the player that was on the Vancouver Canucks for the longest time, and great leader, great captain, despite all the problems that they've been dealing with over the last like 2 years, the management changes, the drama in the locker room, all that stuff, and you know that happens, and it's a slap in the face to him. It's a slap in the face to the fan base as well. But Kuzmenko is young. He's been probably the best KHL player coming to the NHL since Artemi Panarin. So I think that's a fantastic move on their part, and getting him re-signed for another couple of years is a very good move. So I have no problem with Kuzmenko coming back. It's just the whole JT Miller thing. He was supposed to be traded last year at the deadline, and now we're again talking about him this year, about him being traded once again. And we have a question here by Soccer Insider. Do you see Brock Besser getting traded? Perhaps he traded between the Wild and Canucks with Matt Dumba for Brock Besser. That's a possibility that people are talking about too. Is there a possibility where maybe Greenway and Matt Dumba get shipped off to Vancouver for like Brock Besser, maybe JT Miller somehow included? Like this whole blockbuster deal that surprises the whole hockey world. Like what happens there? Because they need defense, right? And in terms of Minnesota, they need scoring. They need scoring, and they need a center. So I mean, Brock Besser and JT Miller fit both of those categories.
So the Wild, Matt Dumba for Brock Besser. I have on good authority from Wild fans, they would have traded Matt Dumba for like a half-used bag of potato chips. So if you could flip him for Brock Besser, they would be like, yeah, absolutely. Like, we'll even throw in a couple draft picks. That's how badly I know they want to get rid of Dumba. And Brock
Yeah,
Besser would fit in great with them. Besides the Minnesota connection, like he would actually be a guy besides Kaprizov that might be able to, actually do something. But yeah, they would absolutely take that.
Yeah, he has the elite, sniper potential, and everyone thought he was going to be that, for the Vancouver Canucks, but unfortunately, that didn't happen over the last couple of years. His father passed away due to cancer. The whole locker drama situation, coaching decisions, so many things happened that affected his game. And I think he just needs a change of scenery. I think it's good for him and the organization. And Canucks should have focused on re-signing Bo Horvat instead of JT Miller. Patrick Alvin and Jim Rutherford completely disrespected Bruce Boudreau. That's another topic as well. Bruce Boudreau's currently covering the trade deadline on TSN. There was this whole like big speech he gave or something too that's making the runs on Twitter. So I mean, do you think it was the right move to fire Bruce Boudreau? Do you think they disrespected him? Do you think he gets a job in the NHL anytime soon? What are your thoughts on the whole Bruce Boudreau situation?
I remember like it was so long ago. It was literally a little over a year ago. His first game in Vancouver, the whole Bruce there it is, it really seemed like they like him. They started
Yeah.
playing better. There was actual expectations this season for the first time since the Sandin brothers were there. And it didn't go well. And I remember telling people like, yeah, they'll figure it out, blah, blah, blah. They never did. But like just the blatant disrespect. They literally dangled replacements. I've never seen a team in any major professional sport actively recruit other coaches, say who they're like, not even like we're interested in, potentially getting rid of Bruce. There was names and actual people behind who they were scouting, wanting to bring in to replace him. And then it just went on and on. And then the longer it went, it was like watching the UFC and the guy is out of it, but the ref won't stop the fight and he's just keeps getting punched, just doesn't look good. And then the fact that we all knew the end was coming, but they wouldn't pull the plug fully. And then, yeah, all the contracts, and they got what they deserved. And I hate to say that if you're a Canucks fan, but your management did this to you. And yeah, it stinks, but they'll figure it out, hopefully. And
I
yeah, it was just awful situation.
I mean, look, Bruce Boudreau is a winning coach in terms of his numbers. Everywhere he's been, he's always had a winning record. Rick Tocchet, yes, I know he was a coach of the Arizona Coyotes, so that didn't really help, but he's not a winning coach in terms of his numbers. So you bring a guy that's a downgrade, uh, and then Bruce Boudreau is let go. He's one of, the most underrated coaches in the league, in my opinion. Um, Big softy, yeah, maybe that could be a factor that they wanted someone more with, uh, a rough personality, a tough personality like John Tortorella. But that we already know how what happens there. It doesn't last all the time. It's good for the first year or two or whatever, and then the players get tired of him. And there's maybe a couple players in the locker room that love that style. They love being like yelled at, and they love that
Yeah,
tough
but
love.
those are guys on like the third and fourth line, Yeah, they'll respond to it, but your star players are going to be like, no, John, we don't want to do that. Like, this is weird. We don't want to get scratched because we didn't score in one game and I made the All-Star game.
Yeah. And just I don't know, it's a whole weird situation. But in terms of the last couple of hours, San Jose is still looking for a draft pick for Namestnikov. Winnipeg and Dallas are looking at bottom six forwards. Shiri can be an option. So going back to Kevin Labanc, that could be a possibility for Dallas or Winnipeg. Jets also eyeing a bigger ad. Maybe Brock Besser. We don't know. Maybe JT Miller. We'll see what happens there. Uh, Quiet in terms of Calgary for now, and Seattle has been in the mix for Klinberg. So, holy crap, this has been a really boring trade deadline. I mean, last year there was trades, even though there weren't significantly like amazing trades. At least there was action. Now there's absolutely nothing going on. And there's a report by Canucks Army saying that the Vancouver Canucks turned down multiple picks in JT Miller trade talks with the Penguins. What are your thoughts on that?
I, I, anything that comes out of Vancouver, I just can't believe. There's no way that they got multiple of anything and they were like, no, we're good. I don't see them like standing their ground. If they want to get rid of JT Miller, they're going to. They're not just going to string everybody along.
Yeah, and there's been a trade to announce. We just spoke about him literally 2 seconds ago. Um, Hearing that Vladislav Namestnikov has been traded to the Winnipeg Jets. So they wanted a bottom six forward. That's exactly what they get. Yeah, okay. I mean, it makes sense in terms of what they wanted to add. He's a cheap player, so I mean, this is yet again another bottom six forward gets traded today. I mean, honestly, as of right now, the best trade is the Jacob Vrana trade, and that was like the first trade of the day.
And that was also at like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. So like I don't know what's going on here. I mean, I don't know if you guys are disappointed that, all that buildup, all those massive trades happen just for, this to happen, that literally goons are being traded for each other one on one. Namestnikov is going from San Jose to Winnipeg. He's being flipped. Bonino's going back to Pittsburgh. It's like insignificant moves that don't even move the needle. Curtis Lazar, okay, like New Jersey didn't even have to do anything past like Timo Meyer, right? They could have just stayed as is. So I mean, whatever.
I'm telling you, once Brock Boeser goes, then everybody's gonna wake up and they're gonna be like, all right, this is legit now.
Yeah, and everyone's still waiting on teams like the Flames, the Habs. They haven't really done anything. Seattle hasn't done anything, but Seattle added, Tolvanen, who has been a fantastic add, and a lot of people are
Great move.
saying a lot of people have been saying like, well, there's so many teams that passed up on him. People need to understand. A lot of teams weren't dealing with injuries at the time. A lot of teams didn't have the cap space to fit him in. Those are factors. Seattle did. Seattle took advantage of it. And out of all the teams that could have got Tolvin, and I'm happy that it's Seattle because they're a team that's in a playoff spot. They're competing. They're a new team. They came into the league as an expansion team last season. I want them to be successful. I don't want them to be like the Arizona Coyotes that have gone nowhere for over a decade. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that he goes to a team where, they don't have a lot of draft picks. They don't have a lot of good prospects. They're still on the rise. So they get a guy like Tolvanen, who's a former first round pick. It's as if they drafted him a couple years ago and he's on the team and he's making strides with the team. So, I mean, I do believe Seattle has one of the best winger depth in the league, but I do believe that they have to be in the market for a centerman.
Yeah, I would agree with you there.
And let's take some questions here, guys. If you have any questions in terms of like players that could be on the move, where do they go, returns as like trade value, for example, make sure to write in the comment section below. I'd like to hear that. If you haven't subscribed to our channel and you're tuning in for the first time, please subscribe to our channel. We are trying to reach 2K as soon as possible. The deadline's been great for us, so we want to continue building on that. So here. Where do you see the Flyers being in the next few years under John Tortorella? Guys like Kevin Hayes and Ivan Provorov, JVR, and Travis alone. I think Tortorella has gotten as many points as he can out of the Flyers with their talent. What are your thoughts on that?
Where do I see the Flyers and John Tortorella in a few years?
Yeah.
Well, I see Tortorella back on TV in, I don't know, 2025 at the latest. I see this Flyers team just absolutely blown up into a million pieces. I don't see them being good anytime soon. In the next 5 years, I don't think they make the playoffs. It's just, of all the teams that we've said have been in this weird purgatory today, I feel like the Flyers is definitely the most. They're still going down into the tank hole. And with Tortorella, they're never going to fully commit. The best pick they'll ever get is probably 7 or 8. And yeah, you'll get a couple of good guys, but I don't see it being any better anytime soon. This might be the best year that they have in the 2020s.
Yeah. And like this is the first time they admit that they're actually going with a plan. They have they have the idea of becoming sellers this year, so we'll see what happens there. So here, interesting information. Namestnikov for 2025 fourth round pick already covered that he's going to the Jets, but now we get the return, and it seems that the Jets are out of the JVR sweepstakes. So essentially, there goes another problem for Philadelphia. Not being able to move any of their players as of late, and making a goon for goon trade doesn't really make any sense. What's going on in Philly? Do you think they overpaid for Rasmus Ristolainen? Big time. I think that was a huge mistake. I think Buffalo's laughing with the return they got for him.
Yeah, there's just some moves that it's so obvious that they made the wrong decision that you like. My input is just irrelevant on it, so I agree with you completely.
Yeah, and let's see here. Just watch JT Miller and Bester play last night. Bester looked great in Wild Green Sniper. Yeah, he has the potential to be an elite sniper, but we'll see what happens, moving forward with him. I'm hoping that, he does get a change of scenery because he's such a fantastic player with untapped potential. And I think he could reach, amazing heights with any team he joins. But he's just not Vancouver. Like he's been playing a little bit better under Rick Tocchet as opposed to Bruce Boudreau, but like come on, like this is not it's not working out essentially for Brock Besser and the Canucks. Um, let's continue going on with our list. Cam Talbot, forget about it. He's not going anywhere. The Senators, in my opinion, are gonna make the playoffs. They're extremely hot right now. They've added Chikrin, even though he has a year left on his contract, and it's gonna help them next year. I do believe it also helps them this year. The Senators are just a force right now. Derek Brassard is on a point streak. He just celebrated his 1,000th game. He got 2 goals yesterday. They continue to win. Ottawa was expected to make the playoffs with all those moves they made in the offseason. They had a very, very, very tough go at it at the start of the season, but it seems like the second half of the season, so as soon as 2023 started, they've been a whole different team. They finally got their crap together, and the missing touch essentially would be Ryan Reynolds as their owner, or at least as a minority owner or part owner, or just within the organization, just being an owner. It's so good for NHL marketing. So that's why Bettman would love to have that happen. And it's so good for the Ottawa Senators because it's always a team that I've always loved, a team that is very close to us in Montreal. Um, they've had so many great players like Spezza, Alfredson, uh, Hossa. They've been such a good team over the last couple of years, but they've also gone through a lot of problems. Gene Melnick, people say that he held the team back. Well, he passed away. His daughters are in charge now. They're trying to sell the team. But, I do believe that Pierre Dorian has been a fantastic um, general manager. And, he a little bit of a slow start for him, but over the years, the Eric Carlson trade looks fantastic now. And yeah, I'm very happy with the direction that the Senators are going in. They're just missing a good owner, and Ryan Reynolds would be a fantastic owner. We've seen what he's done in terms of the soccer team he acquired and the marketing he's done for that team, and like just fantastic. And I think he could do the same thing with Ottawa and make Ottawa one of the most desirable destinations for a team.
You go places that you want to feel acknowledged and respected by, the guy that's signing your paychecks. So I'm a New York Mets fan. They got bought by Steve Cohen. He's, I don't know, top 20 richest people in the world. Immediately, he's like, yeah, I grew up loving this team. I'm going to spend however much money in the MLB with no salary cap. It's very easy to do that. He's transformed Citi Field. He's brought in anybody that the fans have really clamored for. And from the minute he took over the team, you knew he was serious. You knew that the team was going to get better. And like you said, that's what Ottawa needs, a Ryan Reynolds and obviously whatever billionaire he brings along with them. You're going to see Ottawa not only, in the Canadian markets, you're going to see them over here. They already said that they would do a show like Welcome to Wrexham for the Ottawa Senators, even though they're already an established brand in the NHL. Just the fact alone being on some TV network and seeing a behind the scenes, because that's what we all want. We all want to get closer to the teams. Even if you don't like the Ottawa Senators, you want to see the day-to-day of a new ownership group in the NHL. And whatever you can get to bring eyes onto the product, which then gets more money for the team, makes more money for the league, salary cap goes up. The trickle-down effect is just incredible, and only good things would come of it.
Yeah, and I do believe that the Ottawa Senators are a team on the rise. I just love the additions. Alex DeBrincat, there's no doubt in my mind he's gonna sign an extension. You don't get guys like Claude Giroux, that's such a fantastic leader. He's probably a fantastic mentor to a guy like Brady Tkachuk. And Pierre Dorian said that Claude Giroux is very vocal in the moves that the Senators have been making. He wants to finish his career on a high, and like Soccer Insider said, he resurrected his career because he was freaking falling with the Flyers. He was like a shell of himself. He gets traded to the Florida Panthers. We see a resurgence a little bit. He's doing really good. Then, unfortunately, it doesn't work out between them in the offseason. He goes back home to Ottawa, and it's been a fantastic fit for him. Such a good leader. He's the one that said, like, Dorian, we need a guy. Like, please make a move. And they get Chikrin because of Giroux. And that's so fantastic to have. And if Giroux was there last year, he would have been the captain. Kachuk would have been the future captain. But Giroux is such a fantastic and underrated ad. He's been one of the best players this season in terms of players that shifted teams. And I do believe that with new management, like you were seeing with Ryan Reynolds, probably being in the mix as an owner, I think it's just going upwards for the Senators. And Pierre Dorian, should be considered one of the GMs of the year, at least a candidate. I think Fitzgerald is going to win for the Devils, but we'll see what happens there. I'm very, very happy with Ottawa. I wouldn't be surprised if I find myself going to a Senators game in the near future, since it's very close to where I live. So, and just seeing that team play, it's such an interesting team. Timmy Stutzel has been playing fantastic this year, having a career year. Josh Norris, such a good player. Alex DeBrincat, Shane Pinto, like, wow. And the Chikrin deal was such a steal for them. They didn't even give up anything significant, and I'm so happy. I can't stress it enough, essentially. But only the Senators had destroyed Vasilevsky in 2012, but they didn't um, over a sunburn, which is crazy. I don't know what the sunburn means. I don't know if you know what that means.
I think that was something about like his draft process. He got sunburned or something. I could totally be lying about that, but I think that's what it's in reference to.
So Binks has a interesting um comment here. Question actually. Do you think Austin Matthews will go to a different team or stay with the Leafs? Okay. This is a topic of discussion that many people have had. Steve Dangle, when he came on our podcast, we didn't want to ask him this because we thought he was going to get upset at us and never want to come back on the podcast ever again. So we didn't want to disrespect him. But I do believe that Matthews, if the Leafs don't win anytime soon and when his contract is up, he may consider to go elsewhere. I always said that LA would have been a fantastic fit for him. They're getting a lot younger. They're competitive. Kopitar is, towards the end of his career. They have Philip Dano, who's good, but he's not a first line center, even though he was the Canadiens. That would be a fantastic fit. I just see Matthews in the California, I don't know, state, essentially, whatever you want to call it, like that just that those vibes. He just fits those vibes, like living like on the beach. And I don't know. I think that it would just be a great fit for him. If he goes back to Arizona, no, I don't think that ever happens. Even though they've been adding a lot of American players throughout the last couple of drafts, maybe that's like a whole s- you know recruitment thing for Matthews to try to convince him, hey, by the way, we have so many American players, come and join us. I mean, I don't think that's gonna happen. Um, so we'll see what happens. But what are your thoughts on the whole Matthews Leafs situation?
I'm really glad that I happened to be here when this question came up because I love making Leafs fans upset by saying that he's going to go back home to Arizona. Do I really believe that? Kind of. I've convinced myself of it as I've, said it. But I don't know. They got a new arena coming eventually, potentially a Connor Bedard. He might come into the fold depending on how the draft goes. I could really see him going back to Arizona. It depends how much he really, wants to be home. As we know, the whole Johnny Gaudreau thing, he didn't really want to be that close to home. So maybe Matthews is the same. But, a Los Angeles, very similar to a Wayne Gretzky type situation, going to the big bright lights of LA. A few years from now, they might be a little more cap friendly so they can take on his big contract. And if Toronto doesn't do anything, somebody's going to go. he'll probably be the one to leave, and then others will get traded from that team. So I do see him leaving.
I think there's a better chance that Mitch Marner stays over Austin Matthews. If they ever get in that position where they have to basically say, you know what, like, okay, so what's the sense of the direction of this team? They're going all in this year. They, they've acquired basically all the top players available. McCabe, Lafferty, Luke Shen, O'Reilly, Acheri, basically everyone that was part of this list on the fourth period has gone to Toronto. So, I mean, we'll see what happens there. But what are your thoughts, Cameron, of Bruins Media?
Is this about the Toronto Maple Leafs?
Yeah, and Austin Matthews potentially leaving at some point.
Well, I keep saying this every year. They're due to get past the first round, and if they never do, then that is going to be something that has to come into question, whether it be the media talking about Toronto shaking up their core or Matthews wanting to leave when his contract is up. So I think it is something to monitor. But I mean, come on, this has got to be the year they get by. It's been so long. They're due.
Yeah, and there's been some talk here in terms of a potential trade that could go down. You didn't really miss anything. Namestnikov got flipped to Winnipeg from San Jose, so nothing crazy. But it seems that the Florida Panthers may be sellers after all, and they're taking calls on Gudas.
Yep. I could see him being beneficial to a playoff team.
I mean, we're just gonna refresh the page here and just get the tweet that's talking about that. A lot of, yeah, as you can see here, 4th-round pick for Namestnikov, whatever. We were talking about Philly before, like how they haven't made any trades, and it's kind of getting concerning that they say that they're going to be sellers, but nothing's happening. So here, David Pagnotta, some noise getting louder around South Florida. The Florida Panthers are taking calls on Radko Gudas, tough physical defenseman who comes with a 2.5 million cap hit and can become a UFA this July. Where do you think he fits? Honestly, if it was for me, I would say the Boston Bruins would be a fantastic fit because he's basically the embodiment of the big bad Bruins. But I mean, they already got Orlov, so I don't think they make any other moves on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think any team would overpay for Radko Gudas because teams love to pick up those physical defensemen during a playoff run. I would say Toronto, but they added Luke Shen. I would say Boston, but I'm going to say the Pittsburgh Penguins. I think they might look to try to add a Radko Gudas to their team, and maybe they flip a defenseman in a deal to go out and acquire a Brock Boeser, and maybe somehow they can acquire a Radko Gudas. I'm sure they'd love to pick up a guy like that.
So you believe that the Florida Panthers will be sellers at this deadline, and they're gonna throw in the towel and say, you know what, Washington's doing it, Detroit's doing it, and that opens up the race for Pittsburgh and the Islanders and Buffalo to basically take the step forward and be like, we're going to be the teams competing, and you guys are taking the step back, and the window of who makes the 2 final wildcard spots essentially is between those 3 teams.
They should. I think they should. They should assess the year. Obviously, it was a tough year with some injuries. Barkov, didn't really have the year we hoped for. But I think they should take a step back, assess the situation. Obviously, you don't trade a Kachuk, you don't trade a Barkov, but you should sell off some pieces and try to acquire some assets for them. And I think that's exactly what Florida will do here. And it should be interesting to monitor guys like Sam Reinhart and Sam Bennett as well. I don't think they'll get moved, but again, I wouldn't be surprised by 3 o'clock if we heard they were traded.
And what are your thoughts, Buckwave?
Yeah, I think somebody will want Gudas just to add another depth defenseman. And I mean, if Florida wants to get rid of him, I'm sure they'll be active in finding a good place for him to go if they are committing to this overnight rebuild.
And an interesting point that someone brought up on Twitter, Marchand got injured. Is it possible they put him on LTIR and they go make another move?
He'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay, perfect. So let's take some more questions here, guys. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. We're doing a coverage on the trade deadline. We've spoken about past trades that happened. We're still waiting some trades that are in uh, um, the basically the mix to potentially happen to unfold essentially. But let's continue here with some questions. The Maple Leafs trading Rasmus Sandin to the Capitals was a mistake. Sandin can be a top four defenseman in the long term for the Capitals. Um, they should have traded Justin Hall instead, who is terrible. Who was horrible. I like the deal for the Capitals. They take advantage and they trade away a defenseman that's having a very good year, one of the best seasons in a very long time since he was with the Chicago Blackhawks, and they pair up a first round pick and say, you know what? We want Rasmus Sandin, a top four defenseman. We got rid of Orlov. We're reshaping our defense. Carlson's getting up there in age. We need a number one guy for years to come. That's exactly what they do. Toronto, they get a first round pick, and there's been rumors that they're gonna flip that. But at the same time, Toronto's all in right now, so they don't care about players that are gonna be good in the years to come. They care about players that are doing well now. They want to take advantage of that. So that's what they do by adding McCabe, Luke Shen, and what's the other guy's name from Washington that they acquired?
They got Gustafson, right?
Yeah, Gustafson. Yeah, so they do that essentially, and there's still rumors about Kerfoot being on the move, Justin Hall on the move. Engvall was traded to the Islanders, so we'll see what happens there. But I don't think Toronto is necessarily done in terms of those moves. What do you guys think?
I think I praise Washington for not rebuilding, but having the courage to retool while being somewhat close, but not close enough to a playoff spot. These types of moves it's important. It's kind of like a mini rebuild on the fly. You get rid of your expiring assets like Lars Eller, Hathaway, Orloff, etc. Flip them for picks, and then you can even flip those picks like they did in that deal to acquire a guy like Sandin. It's a great way to do it, and I like how Ovechkin's still there, so they're not going to go rebuild. And for Toronto's point of view, I understand their defense is very crowded, and they did get a first round pick at the end of the day. So, I mean, you can't be mad at that. Obviously, a lot of people were shocked to see Sandin go, but I can understand both sides to it.
And what are your thoughts, Puckwave?
Washington is doing exactly what you would want a fringe playoff team to do, because this team's too good to be a top 10 draft pick, and they're not going to fall down to that. But also, they might mess around and sneak into that wild card too, especially with how those teams around them have been playing. It's very possible that they do sneak in. And like Cam said, you still have Alex Ovechkin, so you're never out of anything. In Toronto, Kyle Dubas is like, I'm going to do literally everything so they can't get mad at me for doing nothing. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, somebody else will take him eventually when they get rid of him, when it inevitably doesn't work out and they get bounced in the first round again.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens there. But if they do get bounced in the first round, I think Dubas is just gonna walk and be like, you know what, I'm going elsewhere, and I'm gonna take my knowledge that I've learned over the last couple of years of Toronto, how he learned under Lula Morello as well, and just be like, you know what, I'm done. This team is cursed, essentially.
Hot
You
take:
know,
he goes to the Islanders. Lou Lamoriello retires, and Kyle Dubas goes to the Islanders.
that's possible. I actually thought that Dubas would have been a good fit with the Nashville Predators, but we already know that Barry Trotz's the GM there. Maybe he goes to Calgary and he replaces Brad Treliving. I think that's an interesting thing that could happen
He
as
should get the
well.
first GM fired. Oh my god, the Flames GM Tripling. Yeah. Oh.
So could see Michael Bunton leaving the Maple Leafs in the offseason. He's been linked to the Oilers in the past. So not only do the Oilers take Zach Hyman, they take Bunting too. Is that a possibility?
Geez, I wouldn't overpay for Bunting personally. I think he's a product of playing with one of the best players in the world, but I could see him being a fit in Edmonton. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't know if I was Edmonton, I don't know if I'd target a guy like Bunting.
And let's do some questions on Connor Bedard because as of right now, like we were saying before, the Florida Panthers seem to be sellers, and I know a lot of bunch of Canadian fans are very happy to hear that because um, they own their pick this year in 2023, and with Bedard being available, they want Florida to drop in the standings as much as possible, and they're one of the teams that have played the most amount of games in the NHL, and I think it's possible that teams like Washington could potentially pass them, maybe even St. Louis, maybe Vancouver, whatever. We'll see what happens, towards the end of the season. But it's a good possibility that maybe Florida ends up in the top 10 for draft picks this year. And Binks is saying, I want Bedard to go to Chicago. What's your guys' thoughts on Connor Bedard? How well do you think he will be in the NHL? Well, honestly, I would love him in Montreal. I think that's the missing piece for the Canadians, and Bedard needs to go to a big market. Going to Vancouver, okay, it's like kind of like the match made in heaven. Everyone wants to see that, or at least the Canuck fans want to see that. Columbus is the team that is in dire need of Bedard. Put him on a line with Boudreau and Line. I think that's going to be one of the best lines in the league. If he goes to Arizona, what a freaking waste that would be. That would be horrible. And if the NHL is trying to market themselves to be on par with the NBA, the NFL, and if you're gonna put Bedard on the Arizona Coyotes, that's such a freaking step backwards, in my opinion. What are your
Mhm.
thoughts?
I think uh, I think he's going to go to a Canadian market. I'm not saying the draft lottery is rigged or anything, but I think it's a little rigged. I think he's going to go to Montreal or Vancouver. But if he does go to an American team, I'd say probably Anaheim, just to reunite a young core of Bedard, McTavish, and Zegras would be kind of insane. But I think he's going to go to Montreal. That,
I mean, that's music to my ears
and
hearing
not, I'm a
you say
Bruins
that.
fan saying that. So
I mean, at least it's gonna be fun when the Canadians face the Bruins in years to come. At least both teams are gonna be competitive. Like you have Pasternak, Marchand, Zaka, for a couple more years. So I mean, that's gonna be fantastic. And then Montreal's on the surge of becoming a good team, a competitive team. So we might get those classic, Bruins and Habs games again
we'll
to look
see.
out for.
That's going to be
But
scary, especially if
yeah.
they have Doc and Suzuki, Caulfield, Slavkovsky, Goalie at the point. Oh my gosh, it's so much to look forward to. Anyways,
And
I'm gonna get off the stream for the day. Thanks for having me on.
oh, you're very welcome. And Lucas should be joining us soon, but we just wanted to take the time to thank Bruins Media, Cameron, for coming on and giving his thoughts. And we'll see. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, feel free to follow me. So once I hit 2K, I'm gonna be doing a giveaway on Bruins Media on Instagram. So we're getting pretty close to that point. So make sure to drop a follow and look out for that giveaway. Hopefully in the next couple months or so. See you
Yeah.
guys.
So yeah, perfect. So follow him on Instagram, guys. Bruins Media. So let's continue here with Dario's question. Was the Namestnikov trade even worth it for the Jets, or should they just scrap the court and rebuild? We all know that there's talk about Pierre-Luc Dubois wanting to leave Winnipeg, wanting to go back to Montreal. Um, and, it's rare that we have, French Canadian players wanting to come back in Montreal with the whole media and this and that. But I think Kent Hughes, Jeff Gordon, and Martin St. Louis have built such a desirable destination for players to come to Montreal, and I haven't seen this in decades. I wasn't even born to see Montreal become a desirable destination for players. So, what are your thoughts, essentially, Puck Media, on the Namestnikov trade and what the Winnipeg Jets do after this season? Because we know that they're having a very good season. They're in the play. They're going to be in the playoffs. Dubois is having a great season. Morrissey's having a good season. Everything's going right for the Winnipeg Jets. So if it fails, that in terms of their playoff hopes of winning a Stanley Cup this year, and Dubois wants to leave, what do you do then?
I posted a list on Instagram maybe in the middle of December. It was how I ranked all the NHL teams in terms of watchability. I had Winnipeg in, I don't know, it was like I'll watch if the good teams are off. Winnipeg fans hated it. So ever since then, I've just been incredibly disrespectful to the Winnipeg Jets, and I'm going to remain that way. I think they make the playoffs, and I think they miss
Wow.
the second round. They get bounced after, I don't know, 5-6 games. Honestly, just move the team back to Atlanta. I don't think Winnipeg really, needs to have the team anymore. If you're going to get so uptight about me saying that it's a boring team, because objectively, it's a boring team, and I would much rather watch a lot of other teams that are not the Winnipeg Jets. They're not going to do anything in the playoffs. And you know what? I hope they get rid of everybody. I hope they have a team full of like AHLers and league minimums. I hope Pierre goes back or goes home to Montreal. I hope everybody's gone. I hope Bonus goes into TV. Just get rid of everything Winnipeg, and you know what? If that happens, good. They deserved it.
Okay,
Jeez,
well,
I just came in. I just came into the podcast and I see him ranting about the Jets. That's hilarious.
yeah, I don't think I feel the same way about the Winnipeg Jets. I would love to have Dubois in Montreal. It's always amazing to have top end talents, even though there's been problems in the locker room with him in the past with Tortorella and Columbus and this and that, and now he thinks he could make a decision like this and be like, you know what, I don't want to get moved now, like trade me. I think you have to like in order to speak like that, you're gonna have to prove that you're that type of player. And unfortunately, Dubois hasn't really proved that until like maybe this season. So I think that's a huge ask for Dubois to do something like that. But I think we're gonna monitor that situation very closely. But yeah, I don't know what Winnipeg does moving forward. They scrapped their captaincy. Blake Wheeler's not the captain anymore. They don't have a captain. There was this whole like drama in the locker room saying Mark Scheifele's a problem, Blake Wheeler's a problem, but all of a sudden that's not the case. They're winning again. Everything's fine. As soon as they strip the captaincy away from Wheeler, now they have a coach in Bonus that's doing well. Really helping them defensively because that's what they lacked for the last couple of years. Ever since Dustin Byfuglien left, they traded Jacob Trouba, who helped them defensively as well. Even though I like that Neil Pionk trade, but I don't know what Winnipeg does past this season if they don't win the Stanley Cup. I don't know. Honestly, do they scrap it all? What are your thoughts, Luca?
Well, I think with the Jets, it's an interesting situation because I actually think like on paper and stuff, and if you watch like a lot of their roster and stuff too, they're a really good team, right? Hellebuck's an elite goalie. Morrissey's come into his own this season. Neil Pionk's always been a stable defenseman as well. And then you look at their forward core, obviously Blake Wheeler, like you mentioned, Mark Scheifele, Nikolai Ehlers, Pierre-Luc Dubois. For me, I think the Jets are always that type of team that they always underachieve. And they're the type of team that, to be honest, they have a lot of high end talent, but they're not able to put it they're not able to put it together. And so I think the thing with the Jets is that are they kind of in the same boat as the Leafs, where they have all this top end talent, but they can't seem to do it when it matters the most. And I think for that reason, it's a question of like whether or not they're going to be able to like keep the same core or essentially move them away. I don't see them trading, Kyle Connor or Nikolai Ehlers, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do miss the playoffs or if they do, bounce out in the first or second round this year and they don't go all the way, that maybe they decide to go a different direction with Mark Scheifele. Obviously, PLD, we know the rumors are pretty much that he's heading up in Montreal, whether it's in free agency or next year. So, I mean, that's going to be pretty interesting unless something changes between now and then. And then obviously you're left with Blake Wheeler, who's old, but probably could still get you something on the market. So I'm not 100% sure on what the Jets' plan is. I think right now they're trying to go for it. I don't think the addition of Namestnikov necessarily puts them over the top. Neither does the acquisition of Niederreiter that they made a couple of days ago. I do think they're still potentially in the market for a defenseman. I would be if I'm the Jets. I think that they can definitely shore up that position as well coming into the playoffs. But it's going to be an interesting offseason for Kevin Cheveldayoff if the Winnipeg Jets can't get past the first or second round of the playoffs, and if they struggle again to compete in the playoffs.
Well, all these teams are going to make it at the end of the day. Okay.
Yeah.
All these teams, because at the end of the day, Calgary has lost 4 games in a row. Okay. So they are potentially going to be sellers. Nashville are sellers. St. Louis are sellers. Canucks, God knows what the heck is going on there. Coyotes, Sharks, Ducks, Blackhawks, all sellers. So out of process of elimination, that's what it comes down to. That the Jets, Oilers, Seattle, Kings, Golden Knights, Avalanche, Wild, and Stars are going to make the playoffs because everyone below the wild card spot are embracing the seller role, right? So it's a lock. Those teams are going to be making the playoffs in my mind, unless Calgary decides, you know what, we're not going to be sellers. We're going to add some pieces, and they go on this, winning streak. But as of right now, they're like 5 points or like 4 points behind of the Jets. So I don't even know at this point. I had hope for them to make the playoffs. I would always like to see a Canadian team make the playoffs, but unfortunately, it seems like it's becoming very unlikely at this point. And we have the Brad Pack, who's
in the comments.
in the comments. Steven's so handsome, goddamn.
Well, I think when it comes to Calgary and like, I look at Calgary and kind of in the same boat as the Jets, but a little bit different in the sense where like they made a lot of acquisitions this offseason. They brought in Kadri, they brought in Huberdeau, they brought in Mackenzie Weegar, and we all thought like going into it that Calgary was going to be one of the best teams in the West, and they just haven't been there, right? But they've had games where they've gotten goalie, they've had games where they've played well, they just haven't won. But I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I think their goaltending hasn't been up to par this season, and I don't think they've been able to put the puck in the net. And a lot of it has to do with, people blame Darryl Sutter, and obviously, he's a very defensive coach. He plays a very defensive style. Calgary's defense has never been an issue, at least in my opinion. Obviously, they don't have Shillington this season too, which doesn't help. But in terms of the offense, I mean, look, you're expecting more from guys like Huberdeau. You're expecting more from guys like Kadri, guys like Lindholm. I know that, Johnny Gaudreau left and Tkachuk left, and it made a difference. But you brought in these guys, and you're paying them money to be top players, and they're not playing like it. So there's definitely a frustration there if you're a Calgary fan. And obviously in net, I think we all know the issues with Jacob Markstrom this season, and we all know that Dan Vladar has played better than him. I think that we talked about it when the win column came on our podcast not too long ago, that they should maybe give a chance to a guy like Dustin Wolf in net. Because I think that at this point they need to just figure something out. And it's going to be interesting to see what Calgary does today. I don't know if they're going to necessarily sell off or make any trades necessarily that might improve or hinder their team. But they're kind of in a weird position. They're 5 points out of a wild card spot, but at the same time, are they going to make it? Are they really like that good enough to make it? And at the same time, the West isn't that competitive. It's really just them. We saw that Nashville selling off. And obviously St. Louis is pretty much calling it quits for this season. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with Calgary. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do.
Yeah, and not only that, I would also like to add some notes of what's going on right now around the league. So Jets are out on the James Reamsdyke race, so that's not happening. Canucks are trying to move Connor Garland, but it's not easy to do because of his contract. And Colton Parayko has not been asked to waive his NTC, and a trade is unlikely. So Parayko is off the board, most likely going to happen during the offseason. Any player to watch on Detroit is Oscar Sundqvist. So those are little things as well. And our good friend Hockey 24/7 is a sponsor of today's video. So just make sure to look him up on Twitter. He's posting a lot of trade rumors and discussions as well concerning what's going on in the trade deadline. But the Canadiens have made a trade.
What?
An AHL trade though.
Oh, you cunt. You absolute asshole.
As we know, we're Canadian fans.
Nate Schnarr.
So Nate Schnarr, that was acquired at last year's deadline, has been traded. So I don't know what to really think about this.
Well, okay. I can give kind of my opinion on it because I go to like pretty much every single Laval Rocket game, so I can kind of tell you whether this is good or bad. I mean, to be honest, Nate Schnarr, just to be honest, not the best player. Struggled in the AHL this year, dealt with injuries as well. Hasn't really been able to be a full-time regular for the Rocket this year at times as well. And I think for the Rocket, it's the question of they've got a lot of bodies. They've called up a lot of guys from their ECHL team as well. Obviously, Yalone and Belzil, Harvey Pernard got called up to the Habs this season and don't look like they're going to be sent back down. And obviously, they're in a battle for a playoff spot. I think this is a good move. They go and pick up a defenseman in Frederic Allard, who I believe played in the AHL All-Star game, if I'm not mistaken. but is a very good defenseman. I think he's going to help them out a lot. He's a guy that is very, has had potential in the past. And I think he's going to help the Laval decor. Obviously, Laval's fighting for a playoff spot right now, so they can get as many defensemen as they can get. And they haven't been that great defensively over the last couple of games. So acquiring a defensive player for the AHL, I think, is going to help them. Will he ever play for the Habs? I don't know. I don't know where he is in the depth chart. But Justin Barron was injured in the game against San Jose, and it depends on if Joel Edmondson gets traded or not today, which I think is highly unlikely. Then we'll see what happens.
Well, someone brought up a very interesting point. Allard is a defenseman, right? Well, maybe they call up Schuneman or Bodin of the Laval Rocket to play with the Habs because a defenseman is on the move. Maybe that's what happens. I think that's a possibility that would be interesting to see, but I don't really know what happens here. But I would like to take a look here.
See, Kent Hughes made a move, guys. All right, don't get mad. He made a trade today.
Let's take a look here about 2023 TSN mock draft. Button makes his first 16 picks. What are your thoughts on this?
For the draft.
This is just absolute worst case scenario for the league. Connor Bedard going to Columbus, Ohio. That is how the game dies.
You know what? I think you're one of you're not the only person that's told me that. I've had people tell me the same thing. Can I be honest? I actually think, and I've said this to Chris too, I've said this to a few other people, I actually think Bedard in Columbus would be so sick. And I don't that's my personal opinion. I just think that him on a line with Patrick Laine and Johnny Gaudreau with that, future decor as well, that could be something that could really do well. But to be honest, I get it. I understand why people don't want him in Columbus. I don't think it's that bad. I think worst case scenario is if he ends up in Arizona. That's the really worst case scenario. But even the top two on this list, right? Connor Bedard and then Adam Fantilli to Vancouver. Bro, with the way Vancouver develops players, I'm a bit worried about that. And plus Vancouver is look, to be honest, just give Anaheim Bedard or give San Jose Bedard. They need him anyways. Or heck, even Chicago or the Habs. But just don't make Vancouver get him. Don't make Columbus get him, and don't make Arizona get him. And everything else is fine.
Yeah, I mean,
in my opinion,
at this point, man, I don't even know what to say with this list. At least okay. Let's just hope that Will Smith, if he gets called up by the San Jose Sharks, he doesn't slap anybody in the face when he heads to the podium. That's all I have to say about this list. But okay, so yeah, did the Habs do anything else? Unfortunately, not. They didn't do anything apart from that AHL trade. So let's discuss this a little bit. I'm gonna go get something very quick to eat downstairs, so you guys could discuss this. Devils and Leafs first round exits. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, the Devils. That's an interesting one. So, the Devils, the first round exit. The Leafs. I mean, guys, let's be honest. It's pretty much inevitable, right? It happens every year. And I'm not obviously I'm a Habs fan, so I don't want to see Toronto be successful. No offense, Leaf fans. Just you got to kind of deal with it with me at this point. But no, I think the Leafs have done some good job adding some players. I like what they did with Ryan O'Reilly. I like what they did with the acquisition of Sam Lafferty and Jake McCabe and Luke Shen as well. So we'll kind of see how the Leafs do this year. I mean, it's kind of ride or die for them at this point. They have no choice but to kind of be successful in the playoffs, or else they're pretty much it's going to be a full teardown, I think, in Toronto if they don't get past the first round this year. New Jersey, I mean, I'll be honest with you, and you can chime in on this even if you want to, but I think the Rangers are really overrated, and I don't think that they're going to do as good as I think people give them credit for. I think New Jersey is very, very good. I actually think that they're underrated. And I think that if in a playoff series against the Rangers, I think regardless of who the Rangers added, I think I think that could be a 7-game series where New Jersey could take it. I'm very high on New Jersey. I think they did very well in the Timo Meier trade. I like Jack Hughes. I like Nico Hischier. Jesper Bratt's had a really good year. Vanacek looks like he's on a roll. I think if there's one thing that makes the Devils and the Leafs, I think the difference is going to be goaltending. Obviously, Shesterkin, we all know how good he is. and obviously with Tampa Bay, there's Vasilevsky on the other end. So those two teams, it's going to be a battle of whether or not they're going to be able to solve the goaltending. If Vanacek can stay up to par with Shesterkin, and if Samsonov can be up to par with Vasilevsky, which is a tough ask, I think both teams can get out of their playoff series. But if Vanacek struggles and if Samsonov struggles, then it's going to be first round exits for both of them. What's kind of your thoughts on that?
So, as the resident unapologetically biased Devils fan here, I appreciate and thank you for saying what you said about the Rangers. I totally agree. That Rangers-Devils series, ever since that Timo Meier trade, we all can read standings and if the playoffs were today, blah, blah, blah. But really, ever since that Timo trade, it's been this whole, we want the Rangers, we want the Devils, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I don't see a sweep either way. But I will say, with that being said, I see Rangers 4-0 more than Devils 4-0. I do think that we all are drinking this Rangers Kool-Aid because of Patrick Kane now and this and that. But I like New Jersey. I think they're a more complete team over the Rangers. I think that the problems that the Rangers have, the Devils don't. And obviously, you can compare line by line, defensive pairing, goalie. The Rangers, maybe they win more than the Devils, but the Devils start to bottom, I feel like, are a better team on paper. And in that 7-game matchup, I mean, everybody would watch, besides the fact that it's a rivalry very near and dear to me. Seeing that first-round playoff series would just be incredible. And obviously, I would not be able to show my face in my state of New Jersey if I said, yeah, of course the Rangers would beat the Devils in the first round. And I don't truly believe that. I like the Devils' odds if they were to face the Rangers. And hey, I mean, it's not guaranteed the Rangers even make the playoffs. So we can't get ahead of ourselves here. They play how they did last night. Anything's possible. And all I'm going to say about the Leafs is, like you said, they're going to lose in the first round. They will find some way to do it. They'll get Vasilevsky'd again, or they'll just, beat themselves or find a new way. This is Toronto we're talking about. So they're done. Their first round, exit again.
Yeah, and I think, look, to be honest, I'm, as a Habs fan, I'm biased, obviously, and for me, I'm not gonna lie to you, seeing Toronto fail makes me very happy. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time,
it's great for the game.
Absolutely, but at the same time, as a Habs fan too, and I'm not gonna lie, I do feel bad. I feel bad for Leaf fans a little bit, and the reason I feel bad for Leaf fans a little bit is because you go through, I feel bad more for the fans than the actual team, because at the end of the day, fans are watching this and they have this expectation that the Leafs are going to do well. They get all these acquisitions, they come in, they make these trades, they've got Austin Matthews, they've got all these guys that come in and they just underperform in the playoffs. And it's so frustrating, I think, as a Leaf fan to just, kind of deal with this. So I do feel sympathy for Leaf fans to some extent. But it is funny that, as soon as they went to acquire Ryan O'Reilly, they go, okay, guys, this is our year. And I'm like, you guys have been saying that every single year for the last, 5 years, and it hasn't been your year. And again, this year, I know Tampa hasn't been at their understandably, and I completely agree, but we're talking about Tampa. So, I don't really get that for New Jersey. I mean, listen, I'm high on New Jersey. Like I said before, I think if they can put all the pieces together and if they can continue to play the way they've been playing all season, I think they can absolutely give the Rangers a run for their money. So Pierre LeBrun here just confirmed that it looks like the Penguins are working on Dmitry Kulikov from Anaheim. Guys, can I just give my quick opinion on the Penguins?
Yeah.
What the fuck are they doing? Guys, I don't look, I know we have a few Penguins fans in the chat.
They're upset. They're upset, actually.
A friend of ours is actually a friend of ours, and someone who's actually internally part of the podcast is actually a Penguins fan. To be honest here, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know what Pittsburgh's doing. I have no idea what their plan is. But in my opinion, this has probably been one of the worst, I think, trade deadlines for if you're a Penguins fan or if you're the Penguins in a while. Look, they went to go get Granlund. I know it wasn't that bad, but fuck, bro, he's not that good. They traded Teddy Bluger, who again is not that good. Dmitry Kulikov, meh. It's just a whole lot of meh. And listen, I understand. Look, there's Crosby, there's Malkin. You have to bank on those guys. I get it, 100%. But like the Penguins aren't that good. And I think even Penguins fans can agree they're not that good. Right? They should just be at the point where it's like, okay, you know what? Kind of pull a Washington. Sell your assets. Hope you can potentially try to land Bedard, lose as many games as possible, and just, try this again next year. That's kind of where I see it. So
could you imagine the
yeah.
outrage if the Penguins did that and they did get Bedard?
Oh, bro, I would hate it. I've already said I would hate it because like it's just unfair. Then they don't have another, like they don't even have to rebuild. They're
bad for one time in 15 seasons, and then they get Connor Bedard. I legitimately think Twitter would just explode, and Elon Musk would like have to sell it because it would just be a cesspool.
Agreed.
It would absolutely destroy the platform.
Yeah.
I have news that general manager of the Chicago Blackhawks, Kyle Davidson, is scheduled to speak with the media at 2 p.m. CT.
Oh wow! So they're done. So actually, 2 p.m. Central is 3 p.m. Eastern. So
so I don't
probably done.
Yeah, he's probably done. I don't really see him doing anything significant in terms of that. Dmitry Kulikov, whatever. We were saying before that they would need to add a defenseman, and that's exactly what they do. Kulikov's traded at every single deadline. There's no surprise there. It is what it is. Every single time he's traded. He was traded a couple months ago from Minnesota to the Ducks for cap relief, and that's exactly what happens there. Pagnotta says further to Florida taking calls on Radko Gudas. I'm told that teams have called about Sam Reinhart as well.
Yo,
it doesn't sound like
Florida, start selling, bro. Start selling. Do me a favor. Start selling every single asset you have, bro. I'm supporting this 100%. Go.
It doesn't sound like anything's imminent, but the Panthers have been listening. He has 1 year left on his contract. Bennett has 2 years left. So that's what's happening in the return for Kulikov, according to Pierre LeBrun, a pick and a player. So
if it's a first rounder, Daniel's going to kill himself.
It's not a first rounder, but let's talk about the most interesting
third round pick. Emily Camplin just announced it. Third round pick.
Okay, perfect. That's pretty good value for Kulikov, I have to say. And for the Ducks perspective, I'm saying. For the Pittsburgh Penguins, whatever. It is what it is. Bob McKenzie mentions Habs may be involved for salary retention in the Nick Bonino to Pittsburgh deal. Not huge money there.
Oh, okay. Give us a pick. I mean, it's a pick, but like still, I'll take it. I'll take whatever.
Yeah. So let's talk about this, the Erik Karlsson trade. So Pierre LeBrun was saying today, and it was already announced a couple months ago, that the Canadiens wanted to sign him and flip him to the Edmonton Oilers. That never happened. But Erik Karlsson being traded is more likely to be an off-season move. What are your thoughts on that, essentially?
Who are you asking?
Any of you guys. Who wants to go first?
Steven, you can go first if you want. I'm kind of doing something at the moment.
So Erik Karlsson the other day saying like, yeah, it's disheartening seeing Timo get moved and the team being in a rebuild, blah, blah, blah. Dude, like you signed the contract for way too much money that unless you guys played well would have just looked bad. It's not, or actually it's only your fault that you had been bad for a few years and you're finally like good again and are in serious talks to getting traded. It's like if you weren't playing good, nobody would want you. So I guess congratulations on being in North contention, but also having to be stuck in San Jose because you shot the team in the foot when you signed this monster deal. And then when nobody wants to take that money on because it's been a flash in the pan this year, kind of a throwback to Ottawa, Erik Karlsson, you can't complain that nobody wants you when you're making that much money.
No, exactly. I look at it this way, and I think like we kind of talked about this in the podcast, Chris, at times too. But I think Erik Karlsson made a huge it was one of those things where it's like, look, he had a really good year. He's having a really good year this year, and he's playing fantastic hockey. And we can't take away from that. But at the same time, like no team in the NHL is going to pay this guy $11.5 million. And even if you have to retain salary, with how bad the market is in the NHL. And with how bad the salary cap is in the NHL, like teams can't just afford to do it, right? And so I think with Erik Karlsson, like you said, Steven, he kind of shot himself in the foot when he signed that $11.5 million deal. He banked on San Jose being a really good team and staying there for the rest of his career. I think personally, if there's a possibility he gets traded, it probably happens in the offseason. when teams have more cap flexibility. But the question becomes is that, how much of a risk is he? Because at the same time, yes, he's having a really good season. When healthy, we all know how good Erik Karlsson is. The question becomes, is he going to be able to stay healthy, right? He's playing a full season this year, looks like, unless, knock on wood, he doesn't get injured. But if he does play a full season this year, okay, yeah, it becomes an attractive piece. Maybe the Sharks can retain some salary, and Erik Karlsson at $6.5 million for the next 3 years that he has left on his deal, I think, becomes more attractive. But if he still deals with injury concerns, it's a tough player to take a market off, especially for a guy who I think is 31 years old or 32 years old. So towards the end of his prime and starting on the decline of his career, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. I don't think Karlsson, was ever going to get moved at this deadline. It just didn't make sense cap-wise. But I think it's a possibility that something could be revisited in the offseason if both San Jose and Karlsson want it, which I think they both do. So,
in terms of Kulikov, the player that the Pittsburgh Penguins are getting, he's a defensive defenseman who is maybe not particularly well suited to be playing top 4 minutes on the worst defensive team of the cap era. So that's just interesting.
Nice. So
he
Chicago.
He can have Ty Smith show him some defensive pointers. We all know how well that would go.
Oh, yeah. Or,
So
you can ask John Marino. Oh, wait.
Anathacio and Connor Murphy and many
They
of
can
the
kind of
other
teach each other.
Yeah.
That's
and
it.
many of the other players of the Chicago Blackhawks seem not to be traded or will not be traded at all. They're all at practice.
Well, they need to ice a team at the end of the day, right?
So Eric Engel says a good point from Simon here. If Edmondson is traded from the Habs and Barron is hurt, possibility Allard plays with the Habs and against the Ducks tonight. Ontario Reign in San Jose, so it would be easier for him to get there. So that's a possibility. So Allard.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they made this deal because Edmondson was injured. I could be wrong. Because Barron was injured. I could be wrong, but I don't think that Edmondson's getting traded unless something happens between now and 3 o'clock.
It's scratched. Eric Engel says that Allard's going to Laval directly.
Yeah,
so
Edmondson's not getting traded.
Everyone's making a joke that LA and the Canadiens made a trade and are like, "Oh, that's good business from Bergevin, can't use."
Great business,
former Canadiens general manager, but. Let's take a look here with the remaining players that could be dealt because it's been, let's be honest here, a very boring trade deadline. It's all the big pieces have moved over the last couple of days. We did so many trade breakdowns, so you guys could check out those videos. We even did a breakdown on the Vrana trade and the Benino trade this morning, but seeing two goons essentially traded for each other is a highlight of today's trade deadline. And the mess of being flipped, Kulikov essentially being traded, guys that are always dealt on deadline day every single year, they're not going to make highlight reels, essentially. Okay, so Nick Ritchie, we spoke about him before. He could be a fit for the Calgary Flames. Dante Fabbro, very interesting one. So the Nashville Predators want to move him out. There was talk about...
Well, Brock McGinn, by the way, Brock McGinn's going back to Anaheim.
So Brock McGinn was placed on waivers. He cleared. He went to the Pittsburgh Penguins AHL team, and now he's part of the trade. So yeah, now he's a Duck now.
Yeah, so it's Brock McGinn and a 3rd round pick for Kulikov. So not a bad return for the Ducks, to be honest. They get a player and they get a roster player at least that they can use, and they get a draft pick. So it's pretty good.
They have to ice a team at the end of the day, and I do believe that McGinn. He's not a bad, depth forward to have playing on the 3rd or 4th line, in my opinion. And getting a 3rd round pick, a part of that for a guy like Kulikov that gets traded every single deadline, I think that's fantastic value for him. Yeah. Okay, so Dante Fabbro. So I would say that San Jose is the best fit here. They need to reshape their defense. Karlsson's up there in age, and they're thinking about trading him, even though he's having a fantastic season this year. Mario Ferraro is not the answer to be a top 2 guy. He's more of a complimentary guy to a top 2 guy. So Dante Fabbro, can we see him potentially go to a team like San Jose, Ottawa, Columbus, or Edmonton? My prediction would be San Jose or Columbus.
I mean, I don't know why you would trade him. I know he hasn't had the best season, and he hasn't really, lived up to the expectations in Nashville, but he's still young. I think he's got potential. I don't know why you would necessarily move a guy like that, especially since you already moved Ekholm. But, I guess if there's value, it makes sense. But, for me, I think a team that's always under the radar is Ottawa. I know that they just added a defenseman in Jacob Chikrin, but I could see them being in the market for another defenseman, especially a right defenseman in Dante Fabbro. They could potentially be a nice, interesting acquisition for them. So I would say Ottawa personally.
And what are your thoughts, Puckwave?
So I've made it about 2 hours without you, Chris, and the people watching thinking less of me. I've legitimately never heard of Dante Fabbro. I just I saw the name. I didn't even try to look him up real quick and give you some stat. I've no idea. If you guys think Ottawa works, then Ottawa works. If he wants to go to San Jose and rot away, good for you, Dante. But I legitimately do not know this man.
I love this guy, bro. He's so honest. It's amazing.
We should have you more often. I don't know why we waited so long.
I was petrified. I texted everybody that I was coming on here. I was like, I really wonder how long I'll make it before they realize that I'm a stooge. And 2 hours was it? That was probably way longer than I expected. But I mean, hey, I'm glad that you guys appreciate the honesty. But Dante Fabbro, you'll fit in somewhere, I think. Know nothing about you, but you got a good head of lettuce and you play right defense, but somebody will take you.
Well, look, we've had a lot of amazing guests, but I think you're by far top 2 in terms of the most entertaining ones. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. I really do appreciate the honesty though.
It spices up, the trade deadline essentially. TSN is too busy making, music videos and, Bruce Boudreau videos and whatever. And then we have you, shitting on the Winnipeg Jets and saying that they should be relocated back to Atlanta. So that's today's entertainment today. Ivan Provorov, already discussed him already before at the start of the podcast. I think Winnipeg would be a good fit for him. Los Angeles, no. Maybe during the offseason because they apparently they offered Gavrikov a contract extension, but he refused and he wants to hit the market. Vancouver is another good possibility as well. Awesome. So what are your thoughts about Provorov? Where does he go?
I'll be honest, I don't know how much people really I guess showed interest in him because of the whole thing with that happened during the season with the whole LGBTQ plus thing with him not wearing the stuff during warmups, and I think that actually threw teams off a little bit when it came to the interest. But for me, I think Provorov has always been a really good defenseman. I think he's a defenseman that, to be honest, just hasn't worked out in Philly. I think when guys need to change the scenery, like Brock Boeser is the type of guy that needs to change the scenery. I think Provorov needs to change the scenery, and I think that honestly speaking, I look at the teams that are on this list. Apart from LA and Winnipeg, Edmonton already got their defenseman. I don't think they're gonna look to pursue anybody.
They're done.
Vancouver, forget it. I don't think anybody should play in Vancouver, to be honest. Winnipeg, I mean, they need defensemen. I think they can make it work. But I think this is something that is probably going to be an off-season move again. He's got term on his contract as well. And I think that, he makes about, I think it's 6.2 or 6.3 million, if I'm not mistaken. Quote me if I'm wrong, but it's about there. So I think that there's definitely interest in a guy like him. He's still young. He's 26. But at the same time, he's got a lot of term on his contract. But if I had to say, I do see Winnipeg as a potential suitor for the future, in my opinion. So,
and in terms of Brock McGinn, he's an all defensive fourth line winger with a bit of finishing touch. 2 years left on his deal. Oh, yeah. So statistically, he's good according to Jay Fresh, and that's what
according to Penguins fans, they're happy. They're saying, "Thank God Brock is gone." So
yeah.
Just for that.
Maybe with one Brock gone, another comes in. Brock Boeser.
We'll see. True.
How well do you guys think Patrick Kane will do in New York with the Rangers?
I mean, he'll do well, but I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's his hip that's the issue, right? If he can play the way he played the last week and a half, and he looks like the Patrick Kane of old, then great, fantastic. You've got a really solid player that can dominate pretty much any game. But if we get the Patrick Kane that's been pretty much the Patrick Kane all season, I don't think he's going to do that great. So that's just kind of my opinion on it.
Yeah, and people were saying like, "Oh, look at the you know the trade value that essentially was traded essentially for Patrick Kane. The assets weren't that great. It was very disappointing to get such a return for a franchise player that won 3 Stanley Cups with the Chicago Blackhawks. And now you look at it and you're like, okay, well he's dealing with a hip injury, so there's uncertainty there. He had a no movement clause, and he wanted to go specifically to the Rangers, so he has leverage on that deal. There's a lot of things to take into consideration in terms of that deal, but Tarasenko at first, he had a very good first game with the Rangers. Then kind of like slowed down. People are like, oh, what the heck, Tarasenko, what the heck is he doing? And then the last couple games, he's been an absolute like killer. He's been amazing for the Rangers, one of their top players. And Patrick Kane didn't have the best game yesterday, but then again, a lot of things happened. Leaving the team that drafted you, a team that you won 3 Stanley Cups with, you spent your whole career with. It takes a mental toll on you. Then going to New York, adjusting, building chemistry. It's gonna take some time for Kane, and I think he's only gonna start picking up and playing amazing hockey come playoff time.
Well, I mean, that's when they got him to be good in the playoffs, right? So it would be kind of funny if they lasted 7 games and then they went home. Just because, I mean, they made this whole big thing about how they were going to win the cup and how they went to go with Tarasenko and Kane to win the cup, and they go play New Jersey, let's say, in the first round, and they get bounced out. That'd be pretty funny.
And something that I would like to bring up as well that was very important. Okay. Toronto and Rangers are adding assets like crazy, right? They're like the biggest buyers. Every single player that's available, they're going after, right? But then if you look at New Jersey and Boston, yeah, they've made some moves here and there, but they've added supplementary players that fit the mold of what they're going for, right? So I do believe that New Jersey and Boston are better than the Rangers and Toronto because of that, because of the culture that they have, because of the players they've added. They fit the mold. They're pieces that were missing to push them to the edge and basically, become true contenders in my eyes. And Boston was always a true contender, but I think New Jersey is even more of a contender because of the acquisition of Timo Meyer and now adding a guy like Curtis Lazar as a depth forward. You look at Boston, Hathaway, Orlov, Bertuzzi. Those guys scream big bad Bruins. So,
of course, yeah, we'll see.
I also think on the Patrick Kane thing, being in the New York, New Jersey area, considering the fact that the Rangers have held Patrick Kane hostage for like a week and a half before they actually made the deal, Rangers fans were living and dying on anything Patrick Kane. It was like Patrick Kane went out of his house to get a coffee. They were like, uh-oh, hope the hip doesn't flare up. It was legitimately that bad with them. And then he came on the ice last night. Yeah, I posted it, but that's because I'm in the like and comment game, I understand what the people want. Did I really care? He walked out of the tunnel at MSG for the first time? No. But I know that Rangers fans would eat it up. And then every time he got on the ice, legitimately, it felt like Wayne Gretzky came back. That's how excited they were. I don't really get it. And this is the same Patrick Kane that couldn't make the All-Star game this year because of how bad he was playing. Seth Jones with like 13 points made it over him in a thing that everybody gets a representative of. So hopefully, the week and a half off in the middle of the season helps. Hopefully, like being back with Panarin and Panarin being happy, they just back and forth. And every time Panarin and Kane made a pass on the MSG broadcast, it was legitimately like they had never seen a saucer pass before. That's how impressive they were. But, if you're a Ranger fan, I'm happy for you. If you're a Ranger fan and you buy an 88 Kane jersey, you're a stooge because he's not staying. So why even waste the money? Even if it's a fake one from China. But yeah, they brought him in for the playoffs, and that's what he's going to do. And, hopefully they give him his rest so the hip doesn't flare up, come mid-May.
So I think Kevin Panarin will be good on the same line because of the connection they had when Panarin was on the Blackhawks. I mean, yeah, they're good friends. Kane thought he would never be able to play with Panarin again. Let's see if we get that magic again, because they were the best duo for the longest time. Then the Brinkat came into the conversation, and that was his line mate for the longest time. The Brinkat gets traded, and Kane, even though he's had been having hip problems, not having the Brinkat or Panarin after having them on his line for so many years, it hurt him. And he had Max Domi on his line, but Max Domi was outplaying Patrick Kane. So I mean, that's just something to mention there. But let's continue here in terms of who else gets traded. Anastasio, forget it. He's not getting moved. Dumba, we already covered. Justin Hall and Justin Braun. Do you think these guys get moved at the deadline?
By the way, just to confirm from what Chantal said, Chantal Maccabé said he's going to Laval, Frederick Allard. So for anyone who's thinking that he was going to play tonight, it looks like he's being sent down to Laval. So just wanted to confirm that. Anyways, continue.
Yeah, so what do you think about these two right-handed defensemen?
Justin Hall, I mean, we all know the Leaf fans' opinions on him. He's a guy that, is kind of losing his roster spot every single game that he plays, to be honest. He's very, very inconsistent. He does a lot of good things, well, but at the same time, he makes a lot of mistakes, and, he hasn't really played to the level that I think Leaf fans want him to play at. I do see a possibility where he gets traded by the end of the day today, especially since the fact that they acquired 4 defensemen in the last week. I think for the Leafs, there's a possibility that he gets moved. He hasn't been good for them in the playoffs either. So I think for Toronto, they want to part ways with him as much as, necessarily speaking that, Dubas knows who he is. But I don't know what the value would be for a guy like that. I think it's very low, probably like a 3rd or 4th round pick maximum for Justin Hall. I think anything more than that is a steal. For Justin Braun, I mean, he gets traded at the deadline every year too. So probably going to end up
year.
Well, whatever. I think he's probably gonna end up in a team like Tampa Bay. It just seems like something Tampa would do, so we'll see.
An interesting.
Do you guys think that these players kind of know that they're just league pass arounds? Do you think they just get 6-month leases on their condos and stuff, and they're like, I know I'm not sticking around here, so yeah, I'll take the 6 month, and then if I gotta terminate my lease early, I'll pay the extra $1,500.
It really depends where you're playing. If you're playing on a contender, then no, I think they know that they're gonna stick around, and maybe they're just a rental and they're not gonna re-sign past that season. But in this case, when you're playing on a bottom feeder team like Philadelphia, I believe that this guy's expecting it. Okay, they get him back because he was a good fit for Philly for so many years, and they traded him, they got him back. Okay, but he's potentially going to be traded again because Philly's not going to go anywhere, and that's it. But we have a good question here. Will the Dallas Stars be making any more trades? That's a good question because James Van Riemsdyk is linked to the Avalanche, Vegas Golden Knights, Minnesota, and Dallas as of right now. So we'll see what happens with JVR, but potentially he gets traded. I don't know if the asking price has gone down, or maybe the asking price is still potentially, I would say, a 2nd round pick and a prospect or something. If they get a 1st round pick for JVR, I'd be very shocked, but I highly doubt that happens. 2 other players that are very interesting that could have a low risk, high reward for a team. Connor Sheary and Jonathan Drouin, 2 guys that I do believe, if they go elsewhere, they could do, some damage heading into the playoffs. What are your thoughts?
What team is going to trade for a left winger with 0 goals this season? That makes $5.5 million. Nobody.
I'm sure the Arizona Coyotes are salivating.
I don't even think Arizona's dumb enough to trade for Drouin. At this point, look, I don't think. Look, I've always been not a fan of Jonathan Drouin, but I've always had a soft spot for him in the sense where I'm like, listen, he's in a tough market. He's not necessarily a bad player. He hasn't necessarily always had it easy for him, but at the same time, people need to give him a little bit of a chance. But the thing is that teams are gonna, when it comes to improving, and this is why people are saying, oh, Jonathan Drouin, even at 50% retained, would be a good asset to a team. And I'm like, yeah, sure. He does have 18 points in 38 games or something, which isn't terrible. They're all assists, but the guy hasn't put the puck in the net. He hasn't scored a goal all year. And to be honest, if you're a team, like apart from the fact that Jonathan Drouin can pass the puck, which is great and all, he doesn't do anything else. Like he's not going to be good defensively. He's not a guy that's going to go in the corners. He's not a guy that's going to work hard. He knows how to pass the puck. Okay, great. Fantastic. So does every other guy that plays hockey, right? But at the end of the day, if you can't score and your only job is to pass the puck, well, then obviously I don't think teams are going to want you. And obviously he's got 0 goals this year, so I just don't see a situation unless there's a team right now within the next hour and a half that is dumb enough to trade for Jonathan Drouin. Kent Hughes needs to take it and run because, to be honest, like the fact that he even gets anything, like if a team says, "Hey, we'll give you a 7th round pick," fucking just run, bro. At this point, take it and just run. Like
Okay, so Sean Walker and Matt Roy, can they be traded out of Los Angeles? I know there was
No.
talks about, potentially one of them being a part of the Jacob Chikrin trade because I know LA and the Coyotes had serious talks about that, but the deal fell apart. They got Gavrikov instead. I don't see any of these guys being traded anymore. Sean Monahan, he's not healthy. I don't think he comes back.
Well, they were saying today. Oh, the Habs are playing third-party broker in the Nick Bonino trade between San Jose and Pittsburgh. They get a 5th round pick for their troubles. Nice.
Wow, blockbuster.
Let's go, baby. That's draft capital right there.
How much do they retain on Bonino's contract?
I think it's 20. I think it's 25%, but I'm not 100% sure. I have to. I'm
Wow.
waiting to see what the percentage is. Hey, but you know what? 25% for Nick Bonino, and you get a 5th round pick.
That's
not
pretty
terrible.
lame. Okay, so Sean Monahan and John Gibson too. Let's throw him in there too. John Gibson, he's not going to be traded. That's more of an off-season move.
Well, yeah. And I think, just to let you know, in terms of the goaltending market, Vejmelka's starting tonight. So, like, anyone that was saying that Vejmelka was going to get traded, I don't think he goes anywhere. Yeah, sorry, continue.
Yeah, so John Gibson, needs a change of scenery. Would probably like to play on a contending team. Doesn't really like the direction of the team right now. Rebuilding, retooling, whatever you want to call it. Linked to Pittsburgh. That's a possibility, but it's very unlikely. I see John Gibson going to Pittsburgh in the offseason if Tristan Jarry decides not to sign with them and decides to test the market. I see that as a possibility. And in terms of Sean Monahan, yeah, he was a possibility for Colorado, but they got Lars Eller. So, and he's healthy, and they traded a 2nd round pick. So that's done. Seattle, maybe. They need a center. Winnipeg, maybe, but very unlikely. I don't think he gets moved at all. I think the Canadiens actually re-signed him during the offseason. When healthy, he was a fantastic fit for the Canadiens. He was one of their best forwards at the start of the season until he got injured. And I would like to see him back if they can trade him and potentially maybe deal him at next year's deadline. Hopefully he's healthy, right? So we'll see what happens.
I think with Montreal, just quickly on Monahan, to me, I would have loved a situation where he would have been healthy all year. I think that if he doesn't get traded, I wouldn't mind bringing him back if it's a cheap contract and he doesn't want a long-term deal and he accepts a 1-year deal. I would take him back on a 1-year deal and try this again next year, see what you can get for him at the deadline. But I don't know if Sean Monahan is a long-term solution in Montreal. He did well while he was here. We acquired a 1st-round pick to take him. I can't really complain, and I like him as a player. But besides that, I mean, it's unfortunate that he's been injured this year, or else I think he would have brought great value to the Canadiens and to the trade market. But it is what it is. In terms of re-signing him, I mean, like I said, if it's a cheap deal, I wouldn't mind it. If it's anything more than that, then not really.
That's in terms of the Canadiens being a 3rd party member in this Nick Bonino trade, according to reports, the Canadiens tried being a part of every single deal that included a 3rd team, but that never happened until now. So they always decided to go elsewhere. So Haley says, hello from Sweden, new subscriber. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Guys, if you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe to our channel. We're very close to hitting 1.68K. The goal essentially in mind is 2K. We don't think it's going to happen today, but we are so appreciative of all the subscribers and support and comments we've been getting over the last month or so, covering every single big trade that's been happening. And today it's going to be the conclusion of the trade deadline, and we're going to have a winners and losers episode ready for you guys at the end of today, and then just take a couple of days off to regroup and get ready for the playoffs. We're going to be doing like you know, series predictions like we did last year with teams, and just giving our thoughts on who wins the first series or or the second series or whatever series we're covering. But until the Stanley Cup Finals, like last year, and also making videos on teams that are playoff bound or potentially could miss the playoffs. So teams like the Islanders, the Buffalo Sabers, Pittsburgh Penguins. Expect videos like that as well. So Haley says, "Thank you. You guys are doing a great job. Very entertaining to watch while having my coffee." We're so happy that you chose us to watch in terms of our coverage of the trade deadline. I know there's like TSN that's on right now. There's Sportsnet, so the competition is it is out there essentially. But we just try to give our own take in terms of how we cover the deadline. We did it last year. This year it's a little bit more competitive, a lot more new faces, but we're always appreciative of all the people that tune in to our
But
deadline coverage.
by the way, Puckpedia confirmed the Habs are taking 25% of Benino's cap hit, which is 512.25 k in cap hit. That would be 116,000 in cash. So the Habs are retaining 25% for essentially a fifth round pick. We're waiting for I'm just waiting for the press release, but because they're going to probably release that. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, who really cares? As long as like they got assets for retaining salary on a guy that is never going to play for them. So thank you for being a great servant, Nick Bonino, for these 10 seconds that you've been here. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, so far a lot of people are saying like the Habs, what the heck are they doing? And as of right now, they make that AHL deal. They
To be
facilitate.
honest, guys, don't expect too much.
Yeah,
That's
they facilitate a trade for Benino to head to Pittsburgh. They get a fifth round pick for retaining salary. They get rid of Dandanov, who's doing fantastic with the Dallas Stars. They get Gurianov, who scored a rocket of a goal yesterday, and he's been, really, really good since joining the Canadiens. First game to have like 6, 7 shots on net, a lot of scoring opportunities. Yesterday, scores a goal, and I'm just happy to see that a change of scenery worked out for both teams, but ultimately for the Canadiens because he is 8 years younger.
it.
He was a first round pick, drafted 12th overall, so it's fantastic.
Did you guys see
Um,
that rumor yesterday? Did you see the rumor swirling around? Probably Chris, because I don't know if Steven saw it, but there was a rumor swirling around yesterday that apparently the Habs were gonna take take these 2 games at Gurianov, go to a team and like flip him for another
that would be
draft
so
pick
dumb.
because they're desperate for draft picks. I'm like, okay, like I know that people want trades to happen, but like he hasn't been he hasn't even stepped foot in the city yet, and we're already talking about flipping him at the deadline. Like, I don't know. I like Gurianov. I think it was a great move. I think he's better than Dadonov anyways. At least now he is. I know Dadonov's done well for Dallas, but to be honest, Dadonov never really seemed like he cared here in Montreal. I think he was just here for a paycheck. To be completely on, no, but it's the truth. I think he was just here for a paycheck, and he kind of figured if I do well, I could get traded. Didn't do well, still got traded. So
Russians and the
that's how
Canadians are
that
not a
goes.
good fit anymore. The way that it ended with Andrei Markov was, really bad. He deserves to be recognized for his contributions to the
Oh,
Canadians. Gonchar, it didn't really last. What else was there? Romanov didn't last. Kovalchuk didn't last. Alexander Simon didn't last. Last couple of years with Russians and Canadians, not really a good fit. But Gurianov, I think it's gonna be a lot different because he is younger and they could do something with that.
by
And
the way, JVR follow up. Minnesota and Winnipeg are out. Told Colorado, Vegas, and Seattle are in. So
really
that's what Pagnotta just tweeted.
breaking, the win column says the Calgary Flames. Hopefully they come on. I know they were supposed to be coming on originally, but they got loaded with a lot of work last minute. So hopefully they make an appearance. One of their
I
members.
mean, if they make an appearance, hopefully it's something that they come on and the Flames do something. It'd be kind of it'd be a little bit shitty if they came on and the Flames did nothing all day today.
So what
But
do you think he ends up, JVR? If it's between Colorado, Vegas, and Seattle, I would say Vegas would be the best fit.
Yeah, Vegas. Vegas seems like a type of team that would get JVR, but also I like Seattle. I think Seattle is always a fun place to go if you're a player, and obviously because they're a newer team, they just came in a couple of years ago. Like actually, they only came in last year. I think it would be fun to see him potentially go there and have a playoff run with Seattle. Plus, they've had a decent season this year. So I think it would be pretty cool to see him go there, but I think ultimately he probably ends up in Vegas.
I mean, it's kind of crappy that
Yeah.
Mark Stone is done for the season. So I mean, he would be the perfect replacement. You know, to replace him on a top line with Jack Eichel. I know they brought in Barbashev, but Barbashev's not that guy that's going to replace Mark Stone. He's very underrated. He could play anywhere. He has championship pedigree. Won the Stanley Cup with the St. Louis Blues a couple of years back. The actor John Hamm loved Barbashev. He made it apparent when he was at the St. Louis Blues game a couple of days ago. So, I mean, we'll see what happens there. But, I mean, Vegas is always going to be buyers at the deadline. I don't think they're ever going to be sellers, ever.
Guys, do you think between now and 3 o'clock we're gonna see like any big moves being made, or do you think it's just gonna be a whole bunch
I
of
think JVR is going to be the biggest move, and that's it.
because usually things happen in the last hour. Like the Habs last year traded Kulak and Lehkonen in the last hour of the deadline when everyone thought that they were probably going to stay put. So I do think usually around 2-3 o'clock is when trades do happen because then teams are ramping it up. But it's been very boring, to be honest. It's been a great deadline in general in the sense where the last week we've had a lot of moves happen, but today has just been really, really like not that great at all.
Okay, so Michael Russo of Minnesota Wild says that I'm getting the impression that the Minnesota Wild do have options if they trade Alex Goligoski, my bad, and he's willing to waive. For that to happen, I would think the Wild would need to acquire a depth D, though. So maybe Carson Soucy or Justin Hall or Justin Braun, any of those guys we mentioned before. Maybe Joel Edmondson. That's a possibility. But yeah, so here's just a look at the players that came in and out or the moves that the Montreal Canadiens made. So Evgeny Danilov and Nate Schnarr out, and then in Dennis Gurianov, Frederick Allard, 5th round pick, and retaining salary on Nick Bonino. Those are the major moves the Canadiens made. And Bings has a question for us. What's the biggest trade that's happened today, or the whole trading in general throughout the whole season to you guys?
The biggest trade. That's an interesting one. I don't know. Well, what was the fucking? Oh no! Wait. Who is it? No, I would say Chikrin. Chikrin's probably the biggest trade in my opinion, just because I think he was the guy that was probably the most anticipated to be traded, and I know that he didn't get necessarily the best return, but like I think in terms of player and like the destination, I think it's what makes it the biggest trade in the sense where he goes to Ottawa. He essentially, yeah. So that's it.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Puckwave?
My favorite trade, it was an off-season trade. It was Eric Holla for Pavel Zacha, 1-for-1. This trade made me realize a lot of things, that Pavel Zacha was a real bust of a 6th overall pick or whatever, and that I love Eric Holla for no real reason. I'm just something about the way he plays. I found out last night, actually, he's a half a point per game player in the playoffs, which, will come in handy. But the Tarasenko trade, I really feel like that shook up the entire trade market a couple of weeks ago when that happened. Because I don't really think a lot of people thought the Rangers would get him. And then that's when people were like, okay, we're seeing who's for real. And now, if we want a guy, we got to go get him now.
Yeah, that too. That I would agree with. I think the Bo Horvat trade is where like the dominoes fell. And then everybody started making moves after that. Like it was one after the other.
My biggest.
Oh no, I forgot to say, even the Devils, man, with Timo Meier, that was a big trade. That was huge.
Okay, yeah, we covered that trade for like 4 hours. We got like over like 8K views because the details to that trade took forever to come out, and we had hockey that night. So Thank
No
God
problem.
Luca was able to fill in for me because I had to go play. But yeah, in terms of the biggest player traded, it's Timo Meyer 100% because of his age and the fit in general with the New Jersey Devils. But it's not my favorite trade because everyone knew Timo Meyer was going to New Jersey. Everyone knew Patrick Kane was going to New York. Everyone knew all of that. Bo Horvat has to be up there for biggest trades because no one thought that the Islanders would be a desired destination for Horvat. Everyone thought that Bo Horvat would have gone somewhere else. And another deal, I would say that's the most surprising deal in terms of the biggest
Oh,
deal
they
for me.
retained 50%. I thought they retained 25.
Jacob Chikrin, I would say. I agree with Luca because like we've been anticipating that for the longest time. There were so many teams in the mix. Was the Pittsburgh Penguins, LA. Everyone was getting a piece of it, and at the end of the day, he ends up in Ottawa, and no one even mentioned Ottawa out of all the teams that were grinding hard to get a deal done. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I would say that's the biggest trade because of the anticipation factor, and also because of the surprise factor involved in that as well. But yeah, I mean, there's been so many big trades. Like, I just I just love it. And in terms of the Montreal Canadiens, they also acquire
Tony
defenseman
Sun.
Tony Sund as
Yeah.
compensation for the retaining money on the Nick Bonino trade. So
And
they
it's
get a fifth round.
50%. It's 50%, not 25. So the Habs
Okay.
retained half of Bonino's contract, which I think makes sense. Like you mentioned before, in terms of retaining salary and stuff and being a broker team. Montreal wanted to do that. I think they found it with Bonino. Look, Tony Sun, to be honest, not really a big name. He's 27 years old. He's probably never going to play in the NHL, but it's an asset. At the end of the day, it's an asset. An asset that could potentially play in the AHL at some point if the Habs decide to sign him. So there is that. And then the fifth round pick is Magic Beans, but it's still a fifth round pick. And we've had decent luck with fifth round picks in the past. Brendan Gallagher, Joshua Roy. So we'll see we'll see what happens with that pick. But
Yeah.
it's a good move for Montreal in that sense, in my opinion.
And I think the reason why this move is made is because they don't really have any assets that are going to be traded, unfortunately. Edmonton's health, Monahan's health, they got rid of Dandanov, okay? Hoffman, I don't think anyone's really interested in that. Maybe
A lot of
next
that's going to be
year.
off season, though. I think a lot of it's going to be off season moves. Hoffman, I think, is going to be an off season move.
Yeah.
Anderson's going to be Anderson, if he is traded, is going to be an off season move. Edmonton, will see what happens between now and 3 o'clock. But in terms of that, I mean, yeah, a lot of it's going to be off season moves. I think they were hoping that Edmonton and Monahan were going to be healthy. Clearly, they aren't. Well, Edmonton played last night, but Monahan isn't healthy, so I think the value there just wasn't there, and I don't think Montreal just wants to trade them for nothing. So, I guess we'll see, but I think Montreal is going to be more active in the offseason. That's my sense, at least.
Yeah, they got majority of their pieces traded last season essentially, so they don't really have much left in terms of value. I know Dvorak got some calls on him, but I think that could be an off-season move as well. Question here: will the Vegas Golden Knights make another trade? Well, they're heavily linked to JVR, so James Van Riemsdyk of the Philadelphia Flyers. So that would be their biggest move, in my opinion, if they were to make another move. So Bruce Boudreau shared on TSN. When he came to Vancouver, they had no post-win tradition, so he went out and bought a championship belt with a Canucks logo on it. In his last game with the Vancouver Canucks, JT Miller and Bo Horvat presented him with the belt. So, I mean, he did a lot of good things in the locker room, I would say. I don't think it was his fault, honestly.
I don't think so either, to be honest. So yeah, well, I mean, I kind of want to get a little bit of what's your guys' thoughts a little bit on like so far. I mean, I know the trade deadline hasn't ended yet, but like, who do you think is probably the scariest? I know you guys probably talked about this before, but like, who do you guys think is the scariest team going into the playoffs? Because to me, I think it's the Bruins.
Boston.
The Bruins are like by far the best team in the league now. And like, I don't think it's close. Like, I don't think there's any team in the league that can compete with the Bruins, in my opinion.
Boston, because they literally covered it all. Every
Yeah.
single hole that 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 they had.
And they paid a lot of money for a lot of their guys, but at the end of the day, like it was well worth it. Like Orlov and Hathaway was great pickups. Bertuzzi was a great pickup. Like they did a lot of really good things with those assets, and they should be proud of that. Or they should be at least happy with that. And obviously, if you're Sweeney, you're basically sending a message to the league saying like, "Hey guys, this is what it's going to be."
Arvid Henriksen's rights were traded. I don't know if he was a member of Pittsburgh or
The
Montreal.
Habs. He was a Habs prospect. Never turned into anything. He's the same age as Sund. Nothing
Okay,
special.
so Tony Sund, does he go to the AHL or does he go to?
No, he's playing in Sweden. He's playing in Sweden right now. He's probably just gonna end up staying in Sweden. Maybe he signs at the end of the season after the Swedish season's over. Potentially plays for Laval. But yeah, he's a defenseman, I believe. So not a bad
He's
player to get back. But for Henriksen, I mean, he's been in Montreal system since like 2014. Never lived up to expectations. So gets
he's
moved to
apparently he's
Canada.
good friends with Adam Engstrom in the
Oh yes, because they play on the same team.
SHL.
They play on the
Yeah.
same team. So
So
maybe
okay.
that's why that move was made as well. Potentially because the Habs are familiar with him. So I mean, he's nothing special. Like it's an asset, like I said.
So just taking a look now at the last couple of pieces that are remaining. There's about an hour left. Is there any more surprising trades that happens? Because Rasmus Sandin that's another guy that was probably the biggest surprise to be traded. I was not expecting him to be traded, and I wasn't. I mean, if he wasn't a part of a deal, I wasn't expecting him to go to the Washington Capitals. I thought he would have gone after like a bigger defenseman, like Jacob Dricken or something. So, I mean, I would include that a part of the most surprising trade um, assets that were dealt throughout the last couple of weeks, or a part of the deadline. But do you think there's anything else that kind of shocks us in terms of moves today? Because I think it's pretty much
You know
done.
what? I think between now and 3 o'clock, there's going to be a move that we're going to be like, what? Because you know how every year, like the year that I think it was 2 years ago when Manta got traded for Verana, and everyone like woke up and went, what? And then yesterday or last year was Lehkonen to Colorado, and everyone was like, what? I feel like this year there's going to be like, there's always something cooking around 3 o'clock. Like teams are always, trying to like spice things up a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if come 3 o'clock, if something, not a huge bomb drops, but like something surprising, like kind of like the Roenick deal, where like something that you don't really expect to happen is going to happen, and it usually happens at like 3 o'clock. So that's kind of my opinion on it. We'll see what happens with that, but yeah, I do think something will happen though. I mean, guys, you have to spice it up a little bit. I hope. I don't
Yeah,
want
I was gonna say that I do believe Greenway and JVR are gonna be traded. I think those are gonna be like the two biggest moves that are left heading into the dying minutes or hour of the deadline. We're officially 1 hour away from the deadline at 3
to.
p.m. It is now 2 p.m. Eastern. So let's see if any teams surprise us. But I have a question for you guys. Who are the biggest sellers who are the biggest winners out of the sellers, and who are the biggest winners out of the buyers, and who are the biggest losers of the sellers, and who are the biggest losers of the buyers?
Winners of sellers would have to be Nashville. They've done a lot of good moves. They've made a lot of really good, they've got a lot of asset management as well. I think they're probably winners in terms of the sellers. In terms of buyers, the Rangers, the Devils are winners, in my opinion. I'd argue the Bruins are winners as well. So those, I think, would be the three teams for me. I don't know about you, Steven, but that's kind of how I see it.
I would agree with the Bruins and the Devils. The Bruins, I felt like the trades that they made, each one, I was like, that's really all they had to give up for fill in the blank. Another winner of the buyers. I feel like that's still TBD. I feel like somebody's gonna get somebody here in the last hour or so. Yeah, I just saw Biz talking to somebody 4 buttons down. I was like, geez, this is 2 o'clock in the East Coast. We're 4 buttons down. I think Getzlaf joined them. But I mean, hey, like that's what happens when you make all the trades a week before.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate, like all these guys on TSN, Sportsnet, wherever the coverage is coming from, Daily Faceoff, we're just stuck talking and analyzing all the trades that we already analyzed throughout the week or the weeks or the last couple of hours. And this has to be by far the most boringest deadline. And I think it's the least amount of trades on deadline day and God knows how long. But in terms of probably the most amount of trades in the last week or so, in God knows how long in terms of deadline week. So I mean, there's a positive, but also again, there's a negative with that. And unfortunately, the trade deadline is not hyped anymore. It's dwindling in terms of anticipation and hype. It's not what it once was. Teams are not waiting last minute to make trades. Everything's happening days, weeks before. So it is what it is. But I'm just appreciative and happy that there was this buildup of hype and anticipation throughout the week, and we're able to cover so many videos and interact with so many of you guys while we broke down every single video and trade. So I mean that was fantastic. But in terms of the biggest buyers that were sellers, the biggest winners that were buyers, Boston Bruins 100%. Biggest winners that were sellers, St. Louis and Nashville are tied for me. Biggest losers that were buyers, Pittsburgh Penguins,
Colorado.
and I would say Colorado too is another one, unless they get JVR. Biggest losers of the sellers, Philadelphia Flyers.
Habs.
Yeah,
Well, Habs are losers in the sense where, in terms of the fact that like they didn't do anything, but they're not really losers because it's kind of out of their control. Like, had Monahan and Edmondson been healthy, like the Habs wouldn't be in this conversation because they would have traded both of them. I think because of the fact that both of them are not healthy, it makes them losers by default. Because look, you're not getting anything for Drouin, you're not going to get anything for Hoffman, but at least for Monahan and Edmondson, there was opportunity there. But I would agree that the Flyers as well are a seller. So and they haven't really done much, if anything, which is very disappointing. And then in terms of the sellers as well, I would even say Anaheim. Anaheim hasn't done anything. I know that they traded Kulikov. They're supposed to trade Klingberg, but I've expected better from the Ducks, and they haven't really done anything. And Vancouver's kind of like, I know Vancouver's made some moves there, but they didn't trade Brock Boeser. They didn't trade JT Miller. They picked up Philip Roenick, which I guess is okay.
They didn't trade Tyler Myers. I don't think he's tradable.
They didn't move anybody. So they acquired Philip Roenick, but like at the same time, I don't know why they should have. I don't know why they did. Didn't really make sense to me why they acquired him.
For me, the biggest losers in general, like forget like sellers or buyers, like the teams that stood pat essentially, Calgary and Florida.
And
what
Buffalo.
the heck? Yeah, no, Buffalo, they're not even supposed to be in the conversation of the playoffs. Like I was high on them since the beginning of the season, even during the offseason. I thought, they progressed very well last season, even though they failed to make the playoffs, but they took strides this year. So I have no complaints with them. They did what they had to do. They added little key depth pieces without giving any top prospects or whatever. They scouted the market. It is what it is. I think maybe next year or the year after that, they're going to be big time buyers. But this year, they don't have to really do anything. They're good as is. The biggest losers, like Florida and Calgary. No sense of direction. Are we going to be buyers? Are we going to be sellers? No, we're just going to stand pat and do nothing.
Well, okay. I think with Florida, it became tough because, at the end of the day, you don't really have assets. You tried everything last year to try to make a cup run, and you didn't get there. And we all kind of expected Florida to take a decline this year, especially with the fact that, they lost half their roster. And, they dealt with a lot of injuries too. And there was just an expectation that, when they brought Paul Maurice in, that he wasn't going to be as great or that they weren't going to do as well. I think that, it's not necessarily a shock. I know that they're kind of out of the playoffs at the moment and, they need to make the playoffs because that pick's going to be a lottery pick or else. But it's just a situation of, I think Florida put all their eggs in one basket last year, failed to get to where they wanted to get to, and now I guess they're paying the consequences because they don't have assets to trade away. So now they can sell, which would benefit the Habs, but it wouldn't benefit anybody else. So
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I would throw in the Rangers as well as winners in terms of the assets they got. Will they have an impact in terms of determining if they win a playoff series against New Jersey, for example? We shall see what happens. But yeah, the Rangers picked up a lot of guys. Tyler Mott, yeah, they bring him back. Julien Gauthier goes to Ottawa. He's been a great fit there. He's hoping to make the playoffs and earn himself a contract at the end of this year, and I think he will. Tarasenko and Kane, two of the biggest names available that get traded to the same team. Who would have thought that would have happened essentially? And they're winners too, but again, they're not winning games as of late. They're dropping a lot of points. They're losing a lot of games. And even though they do acquire these two guys, does that necessarily make them winners? Not really, because like these guys are supposed to help you win games. And the team that they had before, they were doing perfectly fine before any of these guys came. So yeah, they're big players, but the Rangers are losing important games, and they're falling down in the standings. And the Panthers have declined compared to last season. Yeah, like Luca was alluding to before, you can tell the difference without Jonathan Huberdeau and Mackenzie Weegar, and you could even see like Huberdeau's game without Barkov, how much that's impacted him negatively, and also also Barkov's game as well without Huberdeau, especially on the power play. I mean, Kachuk is an upgrade. Yeah, he's having an MVP season, but at the same time, some players are unfortunately dealing with the consequences of it. And Angelo says, "Keep it up, boys. Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate it." The Bruins are on pace for 64 wins. Linus Allmark has been incredible, leading the league in save percentage and goals against average. Swayman is amazing too, and their offense is dynamic. They have to be the favorites. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a video eventually covering who are the top contenders to win the Stanley Cup right before the playoffs. So stay
yeah,
tuned for that. Essentially, we have some interesting and new videos that we didn't do last year. As you guys know how it is, the first year it's trying to find your footing, trying things that work, trying things that don't work, and then like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do for years to come. Okay, these ideas that we didn't do last year, we're gonna be doing in season 2. So season 2 of Young Guns podcast has been a lot more interesting. We've done a lot of hot take episodes, which have done very well. So we appreciate that from you guys watching those videos. And yeah, a lot of trade breakdown videos, more than we did last year, that's for sure. And we were first on many of them, which is good because the job that I have allows me to do that. So I'm appreciative for that.
the job that I have doesn't always allow me to do that. So
Yeah,
it
that's why you
doesn't.
saw most of my trade breakdowns. So you didn't get really a Lucas perspective, and I know that we had a lot of interesting comments, but to say the least. But very appreciative of comments in general. Jim Montgomery has to win the Jack Adams Award. Do you guys agree?
Yes. Well, him, Lindy Ruff, I think is in that conversation. I'd argue that maybe Dave Haxtell too, because of how well Seattle's been. Don Granato's an underrated one if Buffalo makes the playoffs as well. When it comes to Jack Adams awards, but to me, I think it's going to probably be Jim Montgomery. But yeah, those are
Yeah,
other names that I would throw in as well.
I agree with that too because he dealt with a lot of problems as well. He had to step away from the game. He stepped away from Dallas Stars bench a couple years ago. Comes
Yep.
back to the NHL, replaces big shoes in Bruce Cassidy, who's having a good season with the Vegas Golden Knights as a coach there, and expectations were high. And Jim Montgomery exceeded expectations. He shattered them, and this is the best Boston Bruins team we've seen maybe ever. If they win the Stanley Cup, it's a potential. It's possible. I think they just beat a record yesterday. Fastest team to 100 points since the Montreal Canadiens in 1976-77 season. So when you're beating a dynasty like the Habs team in the 70s, I mean, that's something to look out for, and I think he deserves every single vote. So the Canadiens update after retaining 50% of Benino's salary. LTIR relief 20.3 million. LTIR used 16.8 million. LTIR cap space left 3.1 million. So Yeah.
Yeah, but that's nothing. Like they don't. That's just if they want to do one more broker deal, they can. They have the money to do it. But besides that, that's about it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. There's a Cap Friendly tweeted out that apparently this year there's only been 6 trades on deadline day, and last year there was 30. So we're 24 trades off uh the feet of last year, and I don't think we're going to get that in an hour. Actually,
I'm gonna
less
ask
than
you
an hour.
guys, and even the people who are tuning in right now as well. Um, do you believe it is better to see all the trades happen throughout the week and then have a boring ass trade deadline as we are right now, or do you guys believe that it's better to have no trades happen throughout like the whole season and everything goes down trade deadline day?
I mean,
I
I
feel
don't
like
know. I
it's
think it. Yeah, go.
it's better to have a better lead up and then the actual deadline day be dead than have nothing throughout the week and then the deadline day also be dead. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm gonna agree with Steven on this one because look, to be honest, one of the things that I think teams want to do is I don't think they want to wait till the last minute, right? And I think that for fans too, like you're essentially putting yourself in a tough position, and so because of that, it allows them to deal with these types of situations in a sense where it's like, oh, I can make a trade early, I can do this early, but there's no guarantees that come deadline day that the prices are going to change. So it's been a little bit of like, it's a crazy situation where the sense of like, yeah, obviously I like the deadline. I don't want it to be dead, but I understand it from a team's perspective to say like, okay, but we don't want to wait this long either, right? So that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, and Angelo says it as well. All good trades happened this week, which made it more exciting. And you know, it is what it is essentially. Teams want to add players way before the deadline, so chemistry is developed. Not only that, players have the time to, you know, leave, their homes, pack up, get their family ready, and they're at a better mental spot when getting to their new team. It's not going to be a rush. Obviously, and when you're trading so many assets, right? Especially when you're giving out like first round picks like it's candy, you want to get as many games as possible from those players, right? You're not going to wait until the end of the deadline and then trade up for a first round pick for a player that's not going to resign with you and he's a rental and he's only going to play like what the last like 15 games of the season. It makes no sense. You're giving up a first round pick for a guy who's playing 15 games for you. That
Yeah.
I always found that stupid. And Jordan Greenway is heading to the Buffalo Sabers.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Look at that.
yeah.
That is
So
like really happy for the Minnesota Wild, but Buffalo Sabres fans are probably on the edge of a cliff right now. If one more bad thing happens, they are jumping for sure. Oh
Would you-
man,
I mean,
I know a couple of Sabres fans. I can't imagine happiness is what they're feeling right now.
you're not a big fan of Jordan Greenway, or you just like is that just what it
Wild
is?
fans hated him, and Buffalo Sabres fans wanted like an actually good player. So
Yeah.
take that as you will.
I mean, I guess, but I think like, look, to be honest, I don't. I think for what the Sabres are trying to do, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Like, I don't think it's a crazy concept to think about it and say, hey, Greenway went to Buffalo. I think at the end of the day, like, I know Greenway isn't necessarily the best player, and he's probably not something that Buffalo fans would have wanted, but he does bring, a physicality element to his game, and Buffalo is trying to make the playoffs at the end of the day. I do think that it's not a bad move if they didn't give up too much, is what I'm trying to say at the end of the day. Like,
Anything for Jordan Greenway is too much.
oh, really? Okay.
wow. I mean,
Oh,
look,
I just
2 picks going to Wild. Never mind. I revoke what I say.
uh, uh, that's not great.
2
I
picks
mean,
going to
it depends
Minnesota.
what the picks are. To be honest with you, if the picks are not that great, then it is what it is. Like they good for many. Getting rid of a contract, especially in the first year of his new contract. So, um, yeah. I mean, look, like I said about Buffalo, they're not gonna add crazy pieces at the deadline. They're gonna add fillers, depth forwards, depth defensemen. They don't have to do anything they're not even supposed to be where they're at, you know, and you're not going to start giving up top prospects like Jack Quinn, for example, or first round picks or whatever for players that are going to be rentals and then they're gone after. And then this is not even the best Buffalo Sabres team that we could possibly see for years to come. You know what I mean? Like this is just the beginning.
Oh my God, a second and a fifth going to Minnesota.
Oh.
Okay, Steven, I stand by what I said. That was not good. Oh, his coach in the under-18 team years ago was Don Granato. I mean, that doesn't really change much.
Winnipeg is still trying to acquire a D-man. It's like it's Joel Edmondson. We'll see what happens there.
So
you know
Sabres fans right now are jumping off of a table very similar to Bills Mafia, except it will be from 35 feet. I'm so sorry, Buffalo. I was so high on them. I even said in a preseason podcast that we did, I could see them making the second round. They're a lottery team now. Ugh.
Oh boy. Well, it's funny because you mentioned the Bills. Chris is actually a Bills fan, so that's just pretty funny.
Oh, of course, you would know much better than I.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, the one that probably suffers the most is our collaborator, Dario, who helps us with the podcast. He's an even bigger Bills fan. He's like a religious Bills fan. I tune in whenever I can, but he watches every game, and you can.
Oh, and now Oscar Sundqvist has gone to Minnesota. Shayna just tweeted it.
Wow, we're getting some.
Shout out Shayna. She's definitely won the trade deadline.
Oh yeah,
not enough
100%.
people are saying that.
Jesus,
100%.
look at this. Greenway acquired by Buffalo is a physical defense first winger who takes a lot of penalties and struggles to put the puck in the net. Has been part of some effective lines in the past.
Well, I
Yikes.
think Wild fans are going to be happy. Buffalo fans, I mean, not really. You know what? It's funny is I don't question a lot of Kevin Adams' moves because I think he's done a lot of really good things. I think this is the first time I'm questioning a Kevin Adams move. And like, look, I don't think Greenway's that bad. I think people don't give him a lot of credit, but the stats speak for themselves. And I think that he has declined in the last couple of years. And I think the price to pay a second and a fifth for Jordan Greenway is just not good business in my opinion.
I just got a text from a buddy of mine who is a proper Minnesota Wild fan, very deep in Minnesota. He goes, "How did we get a 2 and a 5 for Jordan Greenway?" They are ecstatic.
I'm sure they are, and I'm sure they're very surprised about it too, because it, like I said, a second and a fifth for Jordan Greenway is not. Oh,
Sabres friend
like
has not responded. I'm not really expecting one.
Oh, sounds like Detroit is joining Seattle in a late push for JVR.
What?
Yeah.
What is Detroit doing?
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is the Yzer plan?
That's what Darren Dreger just tweeted. So I just on the screen.
Why?
The Yzer plan is definitely written in Braille.
So true.
Or hieroglyphics. Nobody understands that thing, and nobody probably ever will.
Yeah, that's true. But you see, the trades are starting to come in now.
Yeah.
Part of the package for Jordan Greenway for Minnesota is a second-round pick. Yes, we know, Frank, you're behind. Frank Saravelli, I've been very disappointed with Frank Saravelli this trade deadline, man. He used to be on the ball. He used to get everything first, and now he just doesn't get anything first anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he was always that guy that was always like a behind, the scenes type of guy. And then ever since he leaked the Seattle Kraken's expansion draft, he was the number one guy for a year and a half. And now it seems like people like Shayna and Chris Johnson are taking his spot as like the top people right now. And Elliot Friedman will always be in the conversation with Darren Dreger and Pierre LeBrun. But I'm just talking about the newcomers. And yeah. I mean,
Bob McKenzie was always the GOAT, bro. Bob McKenzie is my favorite and will always be my favorite. This guy knew things before teams even knew that they were making the trade. Like, he would announce the trade and the team would be like, bro, we didn't even agree to it yet. And he would already just tell you the return. Like,
is that really what we're giving up for him?
Probably.
late push. I mean, I think JVR will be traded at this point.
That's it. It's like Bob McKenzie would announce the deal, and then like teams would be like, "Oh shit, that's what we're trading. Oh shit, damn, okay, thanks, Bob." Like he would tell them what to trade for fucking their place.
So Jordan
And it's
Greenway
going
is
again,
heading from the Minnesota Wild to Buffalo. You can expect any offense from him, but he can definitely hold his own in the defensive side of the game. Wild get a second round 2023 pick and a fifth round pick in 2024 for Greenway. Solid
If there's no
business
salary
by them.
retention,
There
that's a
isn't
steal.
any salary retention on that deal.
Then that's a steal for the Wild. Absolute steal.
Jesus.
I mean, maybe. Hey, you know what? They free up $3 million in cap space. Maybe they go after Brock Boeser after all. You know, there's still time. There's still time.
Yeah, we'll see. I know they've been pushing to trade for Brock Boeser.
Listen, guys, it's one phone call. He's probably on the phone right now with Patrick Alvin asking how his day's going, how quiet it's been.
Luca, do you mind taking over in terms of showing your screen? Because I'm gonna take a little bit of a break and go charge my laptop because it's dying.
I can try.
Yeah.
Just
The Buffalo Media spin zone on Jordan Greenway is going to be awesome to see.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm gonna try to log in
Just
first.
rationalizing this is.
Bob, it's because I'm gonna be on my Twitter. Actually, wait, I can try to log into the Youngins Twitter. Just give me a second.
Yeah, log into that. It's
I'm
better.
gonna try.
Man, Greenway. What's going on with Sungfist? Is he getting traded or what?
Oh shit! I need the password. I forgot the password to the Youngins account.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, send it to me.
But so we're in the dying minutes, I would say, like half an hour of the NHL trade deadline. Very slow, unfortunately. For many of us covering it, I can't imagine like people that run like TSN and Sportsnet, like they probably want to just go to bed right now. They're like, okay, like I've covered everything throughout the week. Today, like, what are we doing right now? Like, what a waste of time.
Yeah, send me the password so I can log in, and then
Yeah.
we're good. I'll control my screen from here as you're doing it.
So who's the defenseman that Winnipeg gets? They're still grinding out for a defenseman.
To me, I'll be honest. I won't lie to you. I think it's either going to be Edmondson or John Klingberg.
I was telling you like yesterday when we spoke on the phone that Edmondson would be a fantastic fit for the Edmonton Oilers. The Edmonton Oilers at the time, but now that he's not going there, I would say Winnipeg is a good fit.
Yeah, I would. I think if he ends up I think it's going to be based on who they get. If they don't get Klingberg, they're going to probably just go after Edmondson, and that's it. I think that's probably what's going to happen. That's why I think it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen between now and 3:00, because it's possible that Winnipeg gives something to Montreal that might be enticing. Maybe that's what Kent Hughes is waiting for now in terms of a deal.
But that's what I've been saying about the Habs this whole time, that they weren't gonna do anything crazy because there was so many other teams that had better assets than them. Montreal Canadiens probably have the most assets to give up, but they don't have the most valuable assets. That's the difference.
Yeah. Give me a second.
Yeah, so I sent it to you.
Yeah, I got it.
It worked?
I'm in.
Okay, just share the screen and
yeah.
Oh,
there you go. You see it?
Yeah. Jaden Hunt is being traded to the Calgary Flames.
Where does it say that? I just missed it. Oh, there you go. I just got it.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Yeah, so I'll keep it like this. Is the screen good, guys? Because I don't really know how to.
I think it's better to make it like this. I think it's better with the dark mode. I don't know if that's possible.
I don't know how to do that on this laptop, bro. Sorry, I just used this thing for this. Give me a second.
finally, Shayna gets some recognition by Darren Drager. Says, good scoop here. Like, how many times did we see like Elliot
Yeah,
Friedman get all?
you guys are just gonna have to we'll look at it like this. I apologize. Yeah, my bad. But yeah. Anyways,
You're not gonna show yours?
no, I'm showing mine.
Oh, we don't see it right now.
What do you mean? You
Oh.
don't see it?
Okay, yeah, we're gonna keep it like this. Okay, guys. Well, I'll be back, and you guys have fun, and hopefully there's more trades as the deadline winds down, essentially. But there's a couple of questions there for you guys that you could answer in terms of Buffalo Sabres.
I'm glad Kevin Adams had GMs who were a complete dumpster fire with Tim Murray and Jason Boudreau. Yeah, I mean, Kevin Adams has done a lot of good things when it comes to the Sabres. I think he's actually been very underrated in the sense where he's made a lot of good moves. The Eichel trade ended up being a move that actually became super underrated and actually worked out in Buffalo's favor. In the sense where they got so many good pieces, and Tage Thompson turned into a stud, even though he wasn't part of that deal. It helps losing a guy like Eichel, seeing as though how well Tage Thompson played. So that's always good. I'm high on Buffalo. I've always been high on Buffalo. I think they're finally finding their groove in the league, and they're a team that is doing what they're supposed to do to essentially, embrace that rebuild, and hopefully that continues. So we'll see. I'm just gonna update it. So Dryden Hunt has been traded by Calgary to Toronto. Good scoop here. Okay, it doesn't seem like there's anything else for now. Yeah. So that's about it. I mean, what's your thoughts a little bit on just Buffalo and everything they've kind of done up to this point, and just Kevin Adams as a GM, I guess, in general?
Buffalo, I totally agree with you. I'm incredibly high on them. I have been for a long time. Last year, seeing Tage Thompson become like a bona fide sniper goal scorer in this league was awesome. Like I said before, I'm in the likes and comments game. I would post Tage when everybody was like, "Come on, man, this team's not good." Tage Thompson, blah blah blah. And then as the season's gone on, I was like, "Hey, remember when you guys were like, stop talking about Tage Thompson?" Buffalo, yeah, it's great that they finally were able to put it together. Dahlin's been incredible this year. It's really just been the goaltending that's held them back. And I wanted them to make a move today, but I didn't think, Jordan Greenway was a missing piece. I would have liked them to get, if not a starting goalie, a real backup, or, maybe someone else on defense. Like maybe a third line goal scorer that Greenway isn't. But I mean, they're not built for this year. This is a team of the future, but I like the direction they're going for sure.
100%. And I think, look, I kind of agree with you. I thought they would be in the goaltending market. I thought for sure, at least a guy like Thatcher Demko would have been, someone they would have potentially gone after, potentially in a position where, they would have acquired someone to help them in a playoff run this year. But, at the same time, I'm also not surprised by the fact that they're also trying to stand pat and make, small acquisitions. I don't think I don't think Jordan Greenway was a very good pickup in the sense of what they gave up. But, at the end of the day, it is what it is. We'll see if that turns out to pay off or not. So apparently there's a pick going from Detroit to the Wild for Sunkvist. So waiting to see what the pick is going to be. Besides that, doesn't look like there has been any other deals. Buffalo just acquired an AHL guy for an AHL guy. Chase Prisky and Austin Strand swap places, so AHL move there. But besides that, I mean, it's been pretty dead today, to be honest, which isn't too surprising. So I just kind of want to know your thoughts. The Devils acquired Curtis Lazar earlier today. Do you like that move for the Devils? Do you think that makes them better? What's your kind of just take on that quickly?
I like the move. He'll slide in on the fourth line somewhere. Everybody has had their thoughts on Miles Crypto Wood. He hasn't really been performing. His whole thing was speed for the longest time, and now in the 2023 NHL, speed doesn't guarantee you playing time anymore. Michael McLeod and Nate Bastian, they've had chemistry ever since they were kids, so they're likely going to stick together. So it seems like Miles Wood will be the odd man out. And, they'll probably rotate until the playoffs, see what works, see what doesn't. But what I found out about Curtis Lazar that's interesting is immediately fourth highest faceoff percentage on the Devils now, which is good.
Wow.
That one game that I think it was one of the Hamburglar games that all of, the hamburgers were thrown onto the ice. I believe it was Ottawa.
Yes.
Curtis Lazar did eat one off the ice. And you
God.
can't put a price on, that kind of dog. So that's just a huge addition. And as we know, in New Jersey, we like to throw things on the ice. So it's a great pickup, I think. It's good. I wouldn't say great.
Yeah, I would say so. And I think, no matter what, I think it was a good move for New Jersey in that sense, where they get a pretty decent fourth line guy who can pretty much do it all. But at the same time, they didn't have to pay that big of a price for him. I think he's got term on his deal too. I think it's another 2 years that he has. So I'm excited to see what he does. But also just to kind of continue to talk about the Devils a little bit. Obviously, there was rumors at the beginning about or early on in the year that potentially Damon Severson would have been moved, and all these guys that would have potentially been moved, and obviously the Jesper Bratt contract, which we've had Bratt Pack on, and we know his opinion on the whole thing. But just, I guess, for you, what's your price for Jesper Bratt, seeing as though Timo Meier got acquired, and do you think that the Devils end up not at the deadline, because there's not much time left, but for next year, in terms of potentially moving Damon Severson?
I wish they did. I hate Damon Severson. I used to really like him, and then something just flipped in my brain this year. I can't stand the guy. It's very similar to the PK Subban last year. I refuse to believe that no team would give the Devils a pick for PK Subban, and there's no way nobody wants Damon Severson. And, when he walks inevitably for nothing, will I be glad? Yeah. Will it hurt we got nothing? Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you get something for him, even if it's just a pick, he's gonna walk. He's gonna walk at the end of the deadline, at the end of the season, anyways. I don't really see that big of a deal though, because I think at the end of the day, he's kind of your own rental essentially, even though you've had him for so many years. And regardless of what your opinion is of him, at least at the end of the day, you're not you're not making that many crazy big trades to go acquire a defenseman, but you've got your own.
It's not even like his replacement is there. We know Luke Hughes is going to be on this playoff roster, and we know Damon Severson's not going to be there next year. So it's not like it's going to be the seventh defenseman slotting in for Damon. We know the replacement, but in Tom Fitzgerald we trust.
I think it's just more so a situation of maybe the value just wasn't there either. But I think even at that, like you said, Luke Hughes is coming in. I don't know if they're going to necessarily. I mean, unless they do what they did with Montreal, which is they scratched Luke Hughes for the first Cole Caulfield for the first 2 games of the season after he joined them for the playoffs, and then all of a sudden he played and was never taken out of the lineup. Unless something like that happens with Luke Hughes, I don't know if New Jersey necessarily wants to throw him right to the wolves and say, hey, we're trusting you, over, let's say, a guy like Damon Severson. But I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, they have their replacement. And I mean, for New Jersey, their decor is already stacked. So it pretty much, makes that, what it is at the end of the day. I think it's going to be interesting. I like Luke Hughes. I think it's a really, I think he's going to be a really good prospect for New Jersey. So I'm excited to see what he does. Let's see if there's anything else that we can do for the time being. It's really, it's been pretty dull so far today. In terms of just the trades that have happened. I don't know if I'm expecting much within the next 20 minutes or so. It's going to be very, very quiet, but at the end of the day, things happen. We've already basically talked about the trade deadline, essentially, where all the big deals happen. It would have been nice to see potentially a big deal happen today. I still think there's time for a big trade to happen, like Edmondson or John Klingberg or something that could potentially be moved. But I just don't see any way that happens, like, I know Joel Edmondson's currently trending here in Montreal. I mean, everything trends in Montreal, to be completely honest with you, at this point. But I mean, it's just a matter of like, I think people have too many high expectations when it comes to some players being traded. Like, we all thought Brock Boeser was going to get traded. I mean, he still can. There's still time, but it's just more so a situation of like, we'll see what happens. And I guess we'll just kind of take it from there. Sharks trade Scott Reedy to Dallas for Jacob Peterson. So another kind of depth move, I guess, for both teams. I'm curious to see what's up here with Edmondson. Just pretty quickly. Doesn't look like anything will be happening as of right now. And minor league trade here, the same thing that I announced before. So hearing that JVR to Detroit. What? So as you were saying before,
Why?
Steven, what is the Yzer plan? So yeah, hearing JVR goes to Detroit, which just doesn't make any sense, like at all. Like they traded Roenick away, right? They traded Vrana this morning, and now they go and acquire like what? What? I don't get it. I don't understand what Detroit is trying to do. It's pending a physical and a trade call for JVR. Wow. So JVR is going to be a Detroit Red Wing. So I guess, I mean, we kind of know your opinion already because you said it before, but like, what do you think? What do you think the return would be for JVR? Like, what do you think Detroit gave up to get him?
What probably whatever they got for Bertuzzi, if we're going off of logic of teams that are trading picks that like they shouldn't be trading. It's like, why did Vancouver trade away the Islanders pick the other day? That's probably what the Red Wings just did now to get James Van Riemsdyk in exchange for like Tyler Bertuzzi, but like through a surrogate.
Which, like, to me, look at JFresh, right? James Van Riemsdyk acquired by Detroit as a veteran net front winger. Like, look, he's not a bad player, and I don't think he necessarily is going to be that guy that is going to. I think, isn't he a Michigan native? That might be the reason why. I'm pretty sure he's a Michigan native. Let me search that up. I could have. I remember someone telling me that he was a Michigan native. Isn't he? No, he's not. He's born in New Jersey. Never mind. I'm like, never mind. Ignore what I said. But like, I don't know. If it was a Michigan native, I mean, I'd get it. At that point, like, I don't understand what Detroit's trying to do here. Are you trying to compete, or are you trying to essentially, like, sell? What's your plan essentially? Because for me, how I look at it is you traded Roenick away, you traded Vrana, you traded Bertuzzi, but now you're going to acquire JVR, who has 1 year left on his deal and is likely not going to re-sign with you probably at the end of the season. So unless there's a bigger picture in this trade, in the sense where, Detroit's going to get him signed and he's going to be a part of the team moving forward, and they want him, on a long-term deal, then okay, fine. But even at that, like, the guy's 33. Like, how many years left does JVR really have to give you when you're in the middle of a rebuild? Like, I don't really understand this move for Detroit. I don't know why they jumped into the JVR sweepstakes. But I think what makes it interesting is that now teams are going to have to circle back. If you're a team like Seattle or Vegas, who haven't been too happy with the way they've done things, well, they're going to likely have to circle back on other deals and, see what they can do in the last 20 minutes of the deadline here. So, we'll see what happens in terms of players that are available. There isn't much left. So we'll see. But, I'm excited. I'm curious to see what happens moving forward. And I want to know what the asking price is, what the actual deal was for Detroit, what they gave up to get him. Okay, Chase Prisky.
If you're Seattle or Vegas and you see that JVR is a Red Wing now, like, you're like, what are we doing?
Yeah. Like, at this point,
that's just
exactly. Like, if you're Seattle or even Vegas, right? You're like, but are we like what? Like that's exactly it here, right? Because like Steve Yzerman made it very clear yesterday. based on the trades that he made in the last 2 days, that like, okay, we're not going for it this year. Like, we're taking a step back. And now you just traded JV. Like, what's the point? I don't understand the point of this deal. Like, this is, and I usually like Steve Yzerman. I think he makes really good trades. I don't understand this one. This one I'm very, very like caught off guard. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't see the point in it either. I'm curious to see what the return was. If it's a cheap return, fine. But even at that, like, you're just kind of like doing whatever at this point. Ron ain't doing shit. Kraken Canada. That's funny. Hearing DVR, and then see everyone's asking pretty much the same question. What's Detroit's plan here? Finally, not really nervous about the return. I expect a 3rd round pick. Habs picked up. Okay. He was hoping to fly east in time for the Rockets game tomorrow night, but all the flights were full, so he's flying out Sunday. I feel for LR. It's being such a topic of conversation on the Bird app today. That's funny. What else is there? Mario Ferraro is now the lone survivor of this 2020. Detroit may be flipping JVR to Seattle. JVR is likely headed to Detroit. Deal isn't done as the Red Wings are in the process of moving another player. What? You see, but like even at that, right? Like they move another player, but what are you essentially getting?
And that's like, okay, I'm gonna get JVR and then I'm gonna flip him in 20 minutes or whatever. Like, what if you don't?
Yeah.
It just seems like an unnecessary risk.
But that's exactly it. Like I completely agree 100%. Like what if let's say Seattle, right? Let's say it's Seattle or Vegas that are the two teams that are still interested. Well, at that point, you've got 20 minutes to find a deal with Seattle or Vegas, right? And if the asking price isn't what you like, well, now you've got a player that you essentially don't want, right? Because you thought you were going to get more value for him. But at the end of the day, like you're just wasting your time. I prefer 3-team trades in this deal. Like if you're gonna go ahead and essentially make a deal like this, you might as well just do a 3-team trade, retain salary on the guy, get some value for him, and like trade him back. Like I don't see the point in acquiring a player to try to flip him when in reality, like the value you're gonna get for this guy probably isn't gonna be much. So hearing that JVR to Detroit. And it says no trade in place at this exact moment in time for James Van Riemsdyk. I don't doubt that free trade will prove ultimately right, but not done yet. Interesting.
Friedman accidentally went to the drafts and hit post, I guess.
Imagine, that'd be funny. If that actually happened, that would be hilarious. But yeah, so I guess we'll see. There's about 15 minutes left. Klingberg still is yet to be traded. How funny would it be if John Klingberg doesn't get traded today? I think it'd be hilarious. Oh, Devils and Jesper Bratt continue to discuss an extension, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Don't expect the deal today. I guess that's good news if you're a Devils fan. That at least there's dialogue between the Devils and Jesper Bratt, which I would never really think anyone doubted. But there was worries about it at the beginning when he only signed a 1-year deal this year. So, I guess there's that.
Yeah, and ever since I think it was February 1st or whatever, when they were allowed to rehab negotiations, they've been in pretty good contact. So
yeah, and I think like people were saying in our Meyer video when we did it, they're like, oh, like how does this affect the whole deal with Timo Meyer now, because Timo Meyer came in, like does that affect Bratt? And I'm like, and then everyone was like, oh well, the Devils don't have cap space to sign Bratt and Timo Meyer. And then Bratt Pack's like, guys, you do realize that they have like 36 million in cap space, right? Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, it doesn't even make any sense. So it's just like, it's super weird that like, people were saying that, because I'm like, and they're like, oh, Detroit, New Jersey can't afford Timo Meyer's like qualifying offer. And I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Like, do you guys just say things to say things sometimes?
Yeah, and even worst case, like Timo takes the qualifying offer and then they just negotiate with him next offseason after next year's contracts come off the books. Like it's very doable. It's not like what the Rangers had to do to get Patrick Kane.
Yeah. Likely headed to Detroit. Deal not done yet. Okay. No trade in place as of now. Okay. Fun. Also, NRD saying that Tampa could be in the defensive market. Look, I think from now till 3 o'clock, it's going to be a lot of speed rambling. One of the things that I've always noticed on deadline days, a lot of deals get announced after 3 o'clock because of the fact that they're waiting for trade calls at the NHL office. So sometimes deals get pushed back a little bit, or they get put on hold. Told JVR is not getting traded to the Red Wings. Guys, what the fuck's going on here? What's happening, guys? Wow. Well, so we made fun of Yzerman for nothing then, essentially.
I
Unless
still
he
have
is
no
go-
idea what the Yzer plan is, though. Regardless
Oh yeah,
of this trade.
the Yzer plan seems to be changing every 5 minutes, just like the JVR trade seems to be changing all the time. But that's things changing fast on JVR. JVR probably got a call from Chuck Fletcher. Was like, "Yo, by the way, you're being traded to Detroit," and then got a call like 5 minutes later. Was like, "Actually, never mind." Like, oh, we revoked the trade mid-trade. We're like, yeah, nah, we're good. Sorry, guys. Maybe next time. Like, it's so bad. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm hoping
Hey,
that
James, we're just going to trade you to like a slightly better situation, but you're still not going to be in the playoffs and you're still going to be in a very cold city.
But we want to do right by you, though. We want to do. Okay, so not Detroit now. Okay. James Ryan's like not going to Red Wings. That's so like. So what was the point of tweeting that then?
When I woke up today, I didn't really think that we would be like living and dying on a JVR rumor at 2:45.
Oh yeah, I think that's been the highlight of our day today. That and hoping that, and if you're a Habs fan, you're hoping Joel Edmondson gets traded. That's about it, though. To be honest, I don't think so. I think he'll stay put. I'd be very surprised if he got traded right now. I say that, and then I just refresh the page. It says Edmondson getting traded. That'd be hilarious. I'd actually I'd probably start dying of laughter if that actually happened. Am I a predictor? Oh, have received and today have been waiting their offense. 12 minutes to go till the deadline on Ratko Gudas. Yzerman had it and lost it. Please tell me that's the name I heard thrown around. Bro, I swear to God, if Tampa gets Edmondson, I don't know if I'm going to be happy or sad. Actually, that's a lie. I'll be happy. I mean, I don't know if you're aware. Actually, you're probably not, but I'm not a huge fan of Joel Edmondson. I think he's probably one of the most overrated defensemen in the league, to be completely honest with you. And I've watched the Habs every year since I was a kid, and I can tell you that he's not that good. Like people get like it was kind of like Ben Sherratt last year. Something happened with JVR in Detroit, pulled back from the deal. What?
Yeah, he was like, I don't want to go to Detroit. Why? I'll just stay here for 3 more months.
I think does it have something to do with him being injured? I think it might have something to do with him being injured. Because I remember someone saying, and I could be wrong on this, but I remember someone saying something that apparently like JVR might be injured, so that like might go against what they're trying to do in terms of making a trade, because he's like not 100%. Because they were saying before when Friedman tweeted out, they're like, oh, pending physical. But I'm like, if he's pending a physical, that means he has to essentially take a physical to see if he's healthy enough to play. So that means he's either not healthy enough to play, or he just failed that fucking physical, which is very interesting. So we'll see what happens. Isles, Hockey 24/7, 10 minutes to go in the deadline. Let's see how this plays out. All right. Someone make a trade, Nick Alberga. That's funny. People are saying the Isles now, that the Isles are in on JVR. I don't. JVR is not that good. Like not that he's not that good. He is good, but I don't think he makes a team like I don't think he's the guy you go after to bolster your chance at winning a cup. That's just my opinion. I think at the end of the day, he's a good player. He'll help a team out, but he won't make like a huge difference in terms of that. Si le CH termine sa journée, je peux comprendre la déception, mais le seul joueur de l'occasion échangeable était probablement s'il valait un tour de c'est quoi la chose finale. Okay. Meyer upper body has officially been cleared for contact. Could make his debut Sunday. Less than 10 minutes to go, and for the Flyers to avoid failing to move James Van Riemsdyk. That'd be funny. You know what though? Like, listen, I don't understand. What's his face? Chuck Fletcher as a GM. I think Chuck Fletcher is absolutely terrible as a GM, and I think he's one of the worst players. One of the worst GMs you can have in the league. I think he's just there to ruin a team. That's my only opinion on it, to be honest. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say something positive about Chuck Fletcher, ever.
Sometimes you got to go backwards to go forwards.
100%. What is there here? Said he'll shotgun a warm beer if we get 7,000 subs from here. 10 minutes to go so far. What's been a trade deadline day? It hasn't been a dud. We're waiting on JVR. All right, guys, that's exciting, isn't it? Isn't that exciting? I think it's exciting. I'm so excited to find out that JVR is going to stay a Flyer. That's going to be fun. And then I'm going to go watch Kent Hughes' press conference and cry because the Habs didn't do anything. Nah, I'm joking. It's okay. We'll see what happens. Philly's gonna end up getting Bedard in this draft, and we're all gonna be laughing. We're all gonna be laughed at in the next 3 months or so after they get Bedard. So we'll see how that plays out. What else is there? Let's see. There hasn't been any trades being announced. What is going on? Jeez, that's a lot. Oh boy, things changing fast. We move. Okay, the Panthers had a lot of interest. Eklund's NHL trade and free agent rumors. I don't know how legit this guy is, to be completely honest with you. But he said that Boeser deal sounds close. To be honest, I don't think I've heard anyone say that there has been a deal close. So, the Leafs have acquired Radim Zahorna for Dryden Hunt. Wow, that's been the highlight of our day today. So 6 minutes to go, and doesn't look like there's going to be much more to go. But John Klingberg, nothing on the John Klingberg front. Crazy.
He has just really blackballed himself from the league the past 2 seasons. It's funny to see, honestly.
Oh yeah, John Klingberg, 100%. He went into the trade deadline last year, basically said, "Yeah, listen, I want to be traded." Dallas was like, "Nah, we're not trading you. We're using you as our own rental." Fine. Goes to the free agent market, is one of the hottest commodities of the free agent market, gets offered 8-year deals from teams at $7 million, decides, you know what, I'm not at $8 million or something, the price that he didn't really want, ends up realizing that, he's probably not going to get what he's looking for. So ends up deciding, okay, I'm going to sign in Anaheim because I'm going to bet on myself. And then someone was like, and then he was like, oh, I'm going to bet on myself. But yeah, go bet on yourself in Anaheim. That's the way to do things, bro. For sure. 100%. So it's been very strange, to be completely honest with you. I think it's one of those things where it's just, he, like you said, kind of blue balled himself into this situation. And I think now he slowly regrets it. Oscar Sundqvist for a 4th round pick. Wow. That's cool. Oh, Troy Stetcher to Calgary from Arizona. So Calgary acquires Troy Stetcher from Arizona. That's interesting. So I mean, we'll see what happens there. Calgary making some moves late on here. So maybe they're actually going to be buyers, I guess, in the sense where they're gonna try to push for a playoff spot, but they're not making big moves. However, they acquired Troy Stetcher, so I like Stetcher. I think he's not a bad defenseman, but I don't know how much better he makes Calgary. If they're done and they're better, how? It's true. If you think about the Penguins, if they're done, Penguins deadline period adds Mikael Granlund signed through 24-25 at a $5 million AAV. Nick Bonino, who's 34, at 2.5 2.05 AAV, and Dmitry Kulikov, who's 2.25 AAV, 4.3 on expiring deal plus 700 cap add going forward. It just like the Penguins just haven't gotten better, I don't think, with the moves that they've made. So we'll see what happens. Another former Canuck in Calgary. Remember, folks, last minute trade calls can trickle in after the NHL trade deadline, pending trade calls with the league. True. Michael Farmer calls the Leafs a more heavier team, more playoff style team than Edmonton. Oilers have been further in the playoffs than the Leafs have ever. That's so true. So I guess we'll see in regards to that. Just waiting, I guess, finally what happens here towards the end of this. And then we'll call it quits at some point once we get official words that it's officially, well, not officially done. We're going to wait for the other trade calls to happen. Literally only takes minutes as fast as you can type when you have an agreement on deal to get into the queue of the general signing. One team does the typing, not both. However, no retained salary is a problem if Detroit wanted to flip him, as 3 are already on the books. One thing to remember, trades can be finalized before 3 p.m., but they can often be announced and reported a bit later. That's true. Barring anything unforeseen in the last 5 minutes, the Blues deadline work is done. That's from Jeremy Rutherford. Is anyone surprised by that? No, not really. And yeah, so we'll see what else happens over the next 5, 10, 15 minutes. Is there any other comments here or questions? Not really. I demand you to say arigato. Right. What else is there? JVR is not the same player as he was with the Maple Leafs. Bobby Clark was the best GM of the Flyers ever had. Okay. Hey, Chris, you're back.
So JVR is not getting traded to Detroit.
I guess not.
I don't know what's going on.
We're waiting to see. Troy Stetcher ended up in Calgary, by the way. I don't know if you heard that.
Blockbuster. What's up with all these like loser players being traded today?
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Don't disrespect Troy Stetcher like that, bro. I'm very disappointed in your treatment of Troy Stetcher.
Bro, isn't that guy like bottom, like, I don't even know, like a bottom pairing, like bottom, like
Yes.
lying guy?
Yes. But he's still
was there at one point was there
1 minute remaining. Oh boy, there's 1 minute remaining before the trade deadline ends. And
Wow.
we have
Well, guys,
no
we just
deal.
wanted to take the time to thank everybody that came on today. I know it wasn't the biggest return in terms of like all the views that tuned in. Like we're competing against like Sportsnet, TSN, so many other bigger people. But for every single one of you guys that tuned in today, we just wanted to say thank you so much for choosing us out of, compared to those people. I don't know if you're tuning in and out and, doing all those things, but we wanted to say thank you so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it. And if you've subscribed to our channel because of this video, thank you as well. But look, we're going to keep an eye on JVR. We're going to go another, I would say, 15, 20 minutes, because sometimes the trades...
We'll go a bit longer than that, probably about 30 minutes more, just because
30 minutes?
The trades that get announced, there's a couple of more trades that get announced usually after, and sometimes it takes a while for them to come out. So we'll wait about another 30 minutes, see what else happens over that time, and if nothing else, happens, we'll just, I guess, call it quits and go do what we got to go do, I guess.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's okay with you.
I'm pretty sure. I think Dario is going to be working on a winners and losers list as a TikTok, as opposed to us making a video. I think that would just be a waste of time. It would be like 20 minutes long, just like us ranting. So just keep it short and sweet or something like that. But
well, I mean, we'll finish this video for today, and then I guess we'll worry about everything else afterwards. But yeah, I'd rather just the TikTok be done. I think it would be faster. We've kind of already gone through the trades already, right? So at this point, like, to essentially go back and repeat ourselves 27 times, I think doesn't really make sense. So we'll see what
we
happens.
can make a TikTok version of the winners and losers for those that are interested in
Patrick Brown, pencils down. Patrick Brown is traded to Ottawa, so Patrick Brown from Philly to Ottawa.
Like, who are these guys? Like, okay, Troy Stetcher, I'm familiar with him. Okay, he's a defenseman, whatever. Yeah. But like, what did Calgary do? What did they accomplish? Nothing. They failed.
Well, apparently there was a rumor. Look, the Jets were in on a defenseman, and Tampa was in on a defenseman, and Klingberg and Edmondson haven't been moved yet. So my thing is that our Carolina is done for the day. No more trades. So
I,
it looks to
I
me.
love this point of the day where like teams just say, "Yeah, nothing's happening. It's done. It is what it is."
So that's Rasmus Asplund goes from Buffalo to Nashville,
Who?
and Ottawa traded a 6th-round pick for Patrick Brown, who's got 2 years left. Rasmus Asplund, he's a third liner for the Sabers. He got moved to Nashville, which is an interesting little piece. Nothing too special there, but there you go.
There was no mention on the return for Sundqvist, right? It was just a pick.
It was a 4th-round pick.
It was a 4th-round pick.
Yeah. That's it. The Sens traded 2023 6th-round pick to Philadelphia for Patrick Brown. Okay. Told Van.
He's not being traded. Wow.
That's a joke.
What a
Wow.
Philadelphia, add them to the losers list this year too. My God.
Oh man, that is terrible. That is terrible. That is so trash. Oh, the Flyers.
What the heck have they done? They've done nothing. They did
The
nothing.
Flyers are a joke, man. That's funny. You're telling me that the Flyers couldn't get a single return for JVR at retained salary? That is terrible. That is so terrible.
Wow.
I'm telling you, it's like I was telling Steven before. It's like Chuck Fletcher called JVR, said, "Yeah, by the way, you're being traded to Detroit," and then called him back 2 minutes later and said, "Yeah, by the way, never mind."
Yeah, because we were all saying it, like, what the heck is Detroit up to? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would they do such a thing? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I think it was dumb. I think it is dumb, period.
Me too. I think it was pretty stupid, but we'll see. What else is there as we move forward? Jordan Greenway, okay. Nashville is also extending Dante Fabbro. So, hey.
So he's off the board. Guys, we're almost at 900 viewers for today. We're at 889. So let's see if we could hit 1K by the end of the stream. That would be really well received for us and really appreciated for all of us that put so much time and effort into
So
today's...
Detroit, instead of signing or trading for JVR, they essentially just, continue to do what they do in the sense where they didn't trade for JVR. They went to go sign Alex Chiasson instead to a contract, which is just very funny.
What's he up to?
He's in the AHL, I believe. So
really,
yeah, which is pretty good. So I guess we'll see what else happens over the next couple of minutes or so. Let's see what else. Starts were working to land a defenseman. Not sure where that stands now that the deadline has passed. LA Kings have traded Austin Wagner to the Blackhawks for future considerations. Okay.
What a... I don't even know what to say about this.
Stars were working on landing a defenseman. Let's see, because the Habs have yet... Oh, Dante Fabbro, $2.5 million for a year. Okay. Seems to be all they had so far. So we're going to wait. Do you think that Joel Edmondson was traded prior to the deadline? Or do you think he stays put?
Steven, what are you thinking about this? Because I have no thoughts on this.
I don't know.
Nothing's going to happen. I mean, Dante Fabbro getting 2.5 is great news, and that's probably the biggest news of the day, that I found out who Dante Fabbro is and he got a contract extension.
Oh,
that's
boy.
Funny. That's so funny. That's very funny. Oh, my God. It's just so funny how he's like, I don't know who Dante Fabbro is. And then he signed the contract at the end of this. And it's just like, oh.
I guess if he's making 2.5, I got to know who he is now.
Yeah, you gotta watch some Nashville games. You got to pay attention to him a little bit more. Maybe. Or not. I mean, it's up to you. You don't really have to. It was just funny. It was more so a situation of like, it's like, who the fuck is this guy? And then you see him at the end of it, you're like, oh, he got a contract extension. Nice. Great. Fantastic. Let's see what else. From my article last night, it would be a failure of epic on the part of the Flyers front office for JVR. Not very much in the organization's plan. Capitals are done. Okay. Habs are not done yet. They haven't tweeted at the Oh, never mind.
They're done?
Yeah. Habs are done for the day. Joel Edmondson wasn't traded.
Wow.
which isn't surprising, to be honest,
That
guys.
sucks for
Let's
the Habs that were
let's
expecting Habs fans were expecting a trade.
Yeah, but like guys, let's be honest. Did we really expect Edmonton to be traded? To be like, let's be honest here. I wasn't expecting him to be traded. So
You know what, man? At this point, Edmonton's a big part of the team. He dealt a bad hand with injuries. It is what it is. He didn't get traded. Maybe next year, the demand for defensemen is still going to be high, and they're not going to have to worry about other top defensemen being traded now that Chikrin and all those guys are gone. Any news on John Klingberg?
so far nothing. I'm trying to refresh the page to see what would happen if anything. Now Edmonton and Monahan get healthy. The goaltending holds, and the Habs go on a 600 run to the 12th. That's funny.
Uh,
Aucune autre transaction pour le Canadien. So everyone's upset. I mean, listen, guys. I don't know what people really expected out of Joel Edmondson. To be honest, um, at the end of the day, like he did what he didn't get traded, but like teams didn't have anything to give up, and maybe the price just wasn't there for Edmondson, and they thought it was better to just keep him. Like I don't know. I don't know why the Habs fans are going to be so disappointed about it. I think because at the end of the day, they wanted something to happen and it didn't. But who
at least we
cares?
got rid of Dandanov, which weeks ago, everyone thought that he was untradeable.
We expected this from the beginning, though. Everyone said the Habs were going to have a quiet deadline. They did, and the price wasn't there. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes in life, there's just situations that don't present itself. But one of the things too that I think people need to take into consideration is the Habs have the draft and free agency. There's going to be moves that are going to happen during that time. Like I'm not worried about that. The Habs made two moves at the draft last year. Obviously, it was their draft in front of Montreal, so they wanted to make it special. But they made two moves at the draft last year in acquiring Kirby Dach and trading away Alex Romanov. And they made some moves in free agency as well. Like I'm expecting Montreal next year or during the offseason to be more active than they are now. And that was
Yeah,
just
I just have to say, like, I'm very proud of the podcast and everyone that tuned in throughout the last couple of days, and we were able to cover so much. And
JT
honestly,
Miller and Brock Boeser weren't traded. Not surprising.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. But as a content creator, I think Luca and I could say that this was a very successful trade deadline for a podcast, and uh, very successful for many YouTube creators, Instagram creators. Everyone had a lot to talk about, and most importantly, the fans won. Even though there was trades that were not the greatest, and people weren't too happy with that. At the end of the day, we all ate well this deadline. So many big names are traded, and just because some of your teams didn't make any moves doesn't mean that it's the end. Maybe there's moves in the offseason. Maybe there's moves at the start of next season, next deadline. Sometimes it's just not your time. Sometimes you just gotta wait. Last year, it was all about the Montreal Canadiens. This year, it wasn't. Not every year is gonna be your year in terms of being a contender, in terms of being a seller, in terms of being a buyer, a team that tanks. You never know. So just wanted to let you guys know my personal feelings about how this year has gone in the deadline as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I second what you said in the sense where, at the end of the day, like it is what it is. It happens. And I think what makes it worse is that look, like at the end of the day with Edmonton, there was a hit or miss chance, right? Like he was either going to be traded or he wasn't. And like no matter what, he was injured. They didn't have the opportunity to trade him. I think what's more embarrassing is like, if you look at Philly, for example, right? Philly has this asset that they've been trying to move from the beginning, that they were willing to retain 50% salary on, and still couldn't move him. Right. And I think that's what makes it even worse. It's the fact that it's like you're upset or you're disappointed because, Edmonton didn't get traded, but go look at Philly. Like they literally had an asset that was available to be traded, and they didn't trade
Well,
him.
they're the biggest losers Philly because they traded absolutely nobody. I don't even think Justin Brown was traded. I don't know if Philly's done for the day, but if they are, big losers in my
Oh yeah,
opinion.
they're terrible. They're
They
absolutely.
they finally after all this time announced that they're going to be the sellers at the deadline, and they don't even sell one piece, and they make a freaking goon for goon trade. That's literally their highlight
Yeah,
of
it's
the
a
trade
torch
deadline.
trade. That's a torch trade.
I just don't get it.
John Klingberg to Minnesota. Wow,
Really.
All right, that's
that came
something.
out of nowhere.
Finally, it's about time.
That came out of nowhere.
Well, it's time to
An
Considering
immediate response from my wild friend. Holy shit.
that came out of nowhere. That's surprising because that literally, like, they weren't even in on Klingberg, I don't think, or at least they weren't reported to be.
Well,
Like,
they moved cap space, man.
I understand that, but like they weren't. I didn't think they were going for a defenseman. I thought they were for sure going for a forward. Wow. So they move on from Jordan Greenway and acquired John Klingberg. Wow.
And they
Very,
still
very
managed
well
to have Dumba, unless Dumba's part of the deal.
No, they're not gonna trade Matt Dumba for Klingberg.
Well, they have the cap
Oh my
space to do
God!
it.
Trade Richie. Oh, Stetcher and Richie for McKay and Richie. Brothers get traded for each other. So Troy Stetcher and Nick Richie go to Calgary for Connor Mackey and Brett Ritchie. Wow! Imagine getting traded for your brother. That'd be funny. Can't confirm the Devils are done.
Yeah, people are saying that the Habs didn't get what they want for Edmondson, so they said, you know what, might as well just have him as a leader on this team. He's more valuable
Well,
as a
yeah,
leader
course.
than getting rid of him for what, a third round pick. Like, come on.
Yeah. Which and like I said before, I think it's more so a situation of, these moves are going to probably happen during the offseason than they're going to happen now. You know what I mean? Like,
There's no news about like Adam Henrique or any of
nothing
those
so
guys.
far. We're waiting to see what else happens. But yeah, looks like Klingberg heads there.
So wait, he's heading to Minnesota, John. Minnesota, honestly, they were the winners of today. They won the trade deadline today. Not like the whole week, but like the actual deadline day, they're the biggest winners.
Who?
Yep.
Minnesota, yeah.
Yeah. They get rid of Greenway. They get a freaking boatload for him. I don't know how they managed to do that. They get Oscar Sundqvist at a reasonable price, and he's better than Greenway.
Yeah.
And they get John Klingberg.
Yeah. Which, like, if you go look at the John Klingberg's player card here from JFresh, guy has a wins above replacement of 12%. His even strength defense is in the 0 percentile. He's the worst defensive player on the worst defensive team in the cap era. Just gave up on defending entirely. Guy should be a forward at this point.
Billy Guerin, man.
Bill Guerin said he was going to be a big time player at the deadline. He said he wanted to make big moves, and that's exactly what he does. So I'm happy for that. I'm happy that Minnesota has something to cheer about.
Yeah, we'll end this before 4:00 because Kent Hughes has the press conference at 4:00. So we're gonna probably end this before, like, in about 15 minutes, and see what else there is, if there's anything else left. If not, we'll just call it quits, and that's it for today.
Yeah. But honestly, I mean, I had a good time doing this stream and everything, but I think maybe for next year's plans, and this is just a little bit of I don't know, I guess a little hint of what we're gonna plan next year. I think we're just gonna do individual trades. I don't think we're gonna go on live the whole time. Like, we want to enjoy the deadline as much as you guys, and also like it's fun to interact and stuff. But I think we should just have like guests come on special occasions and stuff. And going live when you have to compete against like TSN and Sportsnet and stuff, I think it's just not worth it to spend like 4 hours. So I mean, I don't know, that's just my opinion, but I do appreciate everyone that came in and got the opportunity to watch us and ask us questions. But for those that rather go watch Sportsnet and TSN, I completely understand, and I would do the same thing too.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens next year. But I think this was probably the most exciting deadline in terms of actual like players being traded. In terms of like not the deadline, like the deadline day, but the deadline in the sense where like leading the lead up to the deadline and just everything that's happened, all the trades that have been made. Like this was probably the most exciting. I think we've seen it ever. I didn't really expect there to be that many big moves. I didn't expect that many big name players to get traded, and they all did. Timo Meier was like the biggest name that got traded, right? Patrick Kane got traded, Tarasenko got traded, Horvat got traded, Chikrin got traded. Like, when was the last time we've seen something like that where big name players got traded and we're just, in one deadline? We haven't seen that in a long time. So that's just, it's pretty crazy to think about, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm very appreciative that, since we started doing this, um, it's been fantastic. I I don't know what to say. Like, we always got the opportunity to to firsthand, experience like the craziest trades, things that we never really experienced growing up. Um, like that blockbuster trade, like Matthew Kachuk and for Jonathan Huberdeau and Mackenzie Weegar, like that was something special.
Yeah.
It's you're never gonna see two players in their prime traded for each other like that. It's very rare. So I'm very
No,
appreciative for that.
exactly. I agree. Me too. Apologies, guys. I'm not.
The Habs, firing a GM, getting a new GM, hiring Martin St. Louis last year. Like last year was a big year for us in year one. Like, wow. We got 1K subs before the 1 year mark. Got a chance to go to the deadline. Sorry, not the draft in Montreal. We were hoping to go to Nashville this year, but it's not happening, unfortunately. Things have changed. But yeah, so appreciative.
Well,
We're
I
at
think
the
the draft in 2025, if I'm not, or the next year's draft, I think is in Toronto.
That
If
would
I'm
be
not
fun.
mistaken. If it is in Toronto, or I think the All-Star game's in Toronto, actually, never mind. But if the draft ends up being in Toronto or in Ottawa, that would be another destination we'll go to. We'll try to figure it out again for next year, potentially in terms of the draft, what it is that we're gonna do. But for now,
Philadelphia's biggest trade today was literally trading away Patrick Brown for a 6th-round pick.
they got more for Patrick Brown than they did for JVR. That's funny.
What a joke. I would say Vancouver are losers too, in a sense, because they had some assets to move out and they didn't do what they had
Yeah,
to
I
do.
think Besser stays put for now. I think he'll be back. He'll be traded probably by the deadline. Not by the off season. So once the draft comes, I think he'll probably be gone. JT Miller was a hard contract to move in the sense where, um, you know, he he doesn't really have value, so it's a little bit more difficult to move a guy that doesn't have value. But we'll see what happens. What else is there? I'm just waiting for the return on Klingberg, to be honest, and
Yeah,
then
we all are.
I think that's the only thing we're kind of waiting for now.
Deadline's over. Jets made no moves outside of Namestnikov. Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, look, like Steven, what are your thoughts on everything that happened? Like, are you surprised that the players that didn't move, didn't get traded? I mean, they were supposed to move, didn't get traded, and like, what are your overall thoughts? Essentially, what would you give this deadline on 10, including the crazy week that we had as well?
Including the week, I'd give it an 8. I can't give things 10 because then it can never get better. But a lot of people that we thought would get moved got moved in the sense of big name players. And then there's like the Canucks and Flyers that we thought everybody would be gone, but they just kept everybody for whatever reason. A team like Minnesota, they made a move that, helped them a lot. And, they won the day that was overall pretty slow.
That's it. And I think, you know what, like credit to Minnesota. They actually did something pretty well today, in the sense where they went to go get, they went to go get a second round pick for Jordan Greenway and a fifth round pick for Jordan Greenway, which is very good. And then I don't know if they used those picks to go get Klingberg or what they did with that. But it sounds to me like, Minnesota went for what they were looking for. They went to go get a puck moving defenseman in Klingberg. I don't know how much defense there is there, but
Because that's the problem, right? They have like these defensive minded defense, but they don't really have a guy who moves the needle. They have a lot of two-way defensemen. They need someone with puck moving ability, and essentially that's what they get in
yeah, we
this
still had
deal.
17 trades on the day. How many of them were like interesting? None really, but
The best trades today were basically the trades we posted. The Greenway slash Oscar Sungvist deal that happened. What else? Bonino going back to Pittsburgh and Vrana.
so the Habs sent for paper transaction. I think the Habs sent down Yolonen and Harvey Pinard so they can join the Rocket for the playoffs. It looks like Justin Barron, though, from what Reynolds was saying, it looks like Justin Barron was not part of that list. So what that means is that I think Justin Barron must be injured, which means if he's injured, they can't send him down. So he probably is not eligible for the playoffs. But at least if the Rocket make the playoffs, Harvey Pinard and Yolonen will be able to play for the Rocket in the playoffs. So that's, I guess, a positive if you're a Habs fan,
Yeah.
which is good. I don't know if they didn't officially announce that they were sending them down, but
It's unfortunate the win
Oh!
column wasn't able to come.
there's
But
the deal. So, fourth round pick in 2025, Andrei Schuster and rights to Nestorenko. That's it? Damn.
that's a steal. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? For what they needed, that's a really good return. That's ridiculous.
I think I think the asking price for a lot of the defensemen went down after after seeing the trades that happened with Chikrin and Roenick and stuff like that. I think teams realized that there wasn't a market. I think that's why also Edmonton wasn't moved. I don't think they saw a market there for him that they thought was suitable. So I think they just decided to stand pat. With Klingberg, I mean the Ducks needed to trade him for something. They end up getting assets. Now I don't think they're great assets, but they're assets nonetheless. And I guess we'll see what happens with that. But
It's
yeah,
simple. They're the biggest morons, the Ducks. You know why? Because they try to pull a fast one on the league and try to say, you know what, we're gonna sign this guy that no one wants to sign to a crazy contract because of his demands, and we're gonna flip him at the deadline and get a first round pick out of it. And at the end of the day, they don't even do that. They get absolute garbage in return for Klinberg. So
yeah. So the Habs just announced it. On effectué les transactions papier avec les attaquants Raphaël Harvey Pinard et Jesse Yolonen afin qu'ils soient éligibles à être retournés à Laval. Good. So the Habs were able to do paper transactions where Jesse Yolonen and Raphael Harvey Pinard were sent down to the Rocket and then called back up, which is nice. Very good move by Kent Hughes there to be able to facilitate that. So very good for them. That means that no matter what happens with the Rocket, at least they'll get Yolonen and Pinard for the playoffs if that is. Flyers have not yet confirmed that they're finished with announcing trades, but Chuck Fletcher will be speaking with the media in 10 minutes. So it sounds like they're done.
So at this point now, we've come to the point of the deadline that we're just waiting, last minute trades essentially. Nothing significant in terms of what happens moving forward. Klimberg's the last big piece to be moved. I don't think like today. What do we learn essentially? What was the theme? That third line and fourth line players were on the move. Basically, the best of the rest.
We wasted our damn time.
No, I mean, anyone can say that, but it was a hyped week that didn't have the cherry on top. Essentially, that's how I view it.
Well, yeah, but I think we to be honest, I think people need to realize that we expected this. Like we did expect this, right? Like I don't think anyone saw this and said, "Oh, I don't, the deadline's going to be like super great and super whatever." Like at the end of the day, everybody expected it. I saw this coming. I don't know if you saw this coming, but I saw this coming.
Yeah,
I,
with everyone being traded already, like
you know, it was a
what else is there left to trade? You know what I mean?
like apart from the Vrana deal and the Bonino deal this morning, like nothing else was expected to happen, and I think that was right. Maybe a deep maybe deep down people were hoping that Edmondson, Josh Anderson, or Brock Boeser, JT Miller, like one of those guys would have been traded to spice things up a little bit, but it didn't come to fruition. Off season is just around the corner now. That's going to be something that's going to be very interesting. And obviously for these teams, they're geared up for the playoffs. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens in the playoffs. I'm going to say something. I think I'm very disappointed in what the Lightning did at this deadline, to be honest. Considering the fact that they're playing Toronto, I know they don't really have cap space and, draft capital and stuff, but they traded a lot of capital to go get Tyler Janot. I don't think they made their team better. Defensively, they're still not where they're supposed to be. I think the Leafs have the best opportunity this season that they've had in a long time to essentially compete for the series and potentially even win it. Right. So this is going to be very fascinating to see how Toronto does moving forward. And not only that, but it's going to allow them to, finally have an opportunity to compete with the Lightning, because I don't think, the Lightning did a whole lot. And so because they didn't do a whole lot, it essentially just, screws them over. Not in the sense of the playoffs, but they're not going to be as, as good as I guess people give them credit.
They essentially focused on adding more offense, or not offense, but like third line, fourth line shutdown guys with some offensive upside essentially, and that's how I view it. I don't really think it was something significant that they really
Okay.
did at this year's deadline, but at the same time they had no assets left. What do you expect them to do? Like
Yeah.
seriously.
Anyways, I think we're done for today. There's not really much else that we can do. I think we can kind of end it here, to be honest, if you want, Chris.
Give me a
Um,
second here. I just want to see something very quickly.
Ken
Um,
Hughes' presser got moved to 3:35. I'm down to go listen to it. So if you want to end it now, I really
well,
don't mind.
we're seven people away from hitting 1,000. I think we should wait for that and then call it a day.
I don't think it'll make too much of a difference, to be honest. I don't think people are going to join in live.
We passed 1,000. Okay,
There you
guys.
go.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for tuning in to our 2023 NHL trade deadline. We hope that we made it very entertaining for you, especially on a day where nothing really happened except third line and fourth line players being dealt for one another. And the biggest trade of today was probably Jacob Vrana going to the St. Louis Blues from Detroit, or John Klimberg heading to the Minnesota Wild from the Ducks. We'd like to say thank you so much, Steven of the Puck Wave, for tuning in. Thank you, Cameron of Bruins Media, for tuning in. Luca, my co-host, always thankful for having you around. And also the win column, who unfortunately was not able to make it today due to a busy day. We'd like to thank them as well for helping us, in previous videos, and also promoting this video as well today. And a big shout out to 24/7 Hockey, who promoted us as well today for today's deadline. So any last thoughts? Anything else to close up today?
No, it's been a great season and a great deadline, and I'm hoping next year is going to be just as fun.
Yeah.
So,
I hope it's a crazy week as opposed to just you know as opposed to just a crazy day. I hope we get the best of both worlds next year. Crazy week leading into the deadline day where it's a crazy day as opposed to the day that we got today. But thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. That is a wrap. We're going to go rest, but we will get ready for playoff hockey. And we have a lot of interesting ideas that involve you guys as well. Probably a lot more live streams, and maybe live streaming some playoff series this year compared to last year where we didn't do that. So guys, once again, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to our channel, like this video, and we'll see you on the next episode of the Young Guns Podcast.